Now, I think you're thinking right now, first, put a 1 in the chat. Number 2, you're thinking, hey, Kismet, there's no way that you're going to stream for 12 hours, rest up, come back, stream for another 5 hours, and then rest up for a little bit, and then come back, and then do a bonus stream on top of that other bonus stream, on top of that long stream that you did. I sure am. Here I am. Here I am, everybody. We're ready to get it going on up in here. Thanks, everybody, for being here. My name is Kismet. They call me the Wasteland Tycoon. We're going to have some fun today, everybody. We're playing a fantastic game called Satisfactory. Of course, we're going to get all you in over there as well. Right over here, Satisfactory. We are doing some advanced blueprinting. Holy mackerel, we spent a long time on these blueprints, but I think we have it down. I think it's going to allow us to chain to the other factories. Very unique blueprints for the aluminum. Absolutely love how it turned out. I think it turned out amazing. We're going to continue on with our aluminum, get our aluminum going, and once we have our aluminum going, everybody, we're going to be styling. Yeah, we're going to be styling. Now, we found a bunch of aluminum also that we had stored way at the end of the base, so that's helping us a lot too. So once we get all of that set up, once I get to aluminum, everybody, I'm good, because then I have all my high-speed line runs, and I can just keep expanding and expanding and expanding as much as I want. So we say hello to everybody in the chat. We get into it. Yeah, the D coming in. Thank you very much for that one. Appreciate that. Appreciate having my back. Jay coming in, showing that love as well. Appreciate you. Thanks for being here. I am Death as well. Let's see. I finally fixed my Prime Gaming, and keep up the great work, kids. Thank you. Thank you. I tried really hard, everybody. I tried really hard here in the stream to bring you guys lots of love and joy into your day, trying to be stronger, working every day on that health, working every day on being able to stream more, do more videos, more guides coming down the line. All you patrons, be watching your Patreon. Be watching your Patreon, because you get early access to all of that and ad-free access, by the way, on the Patreon. So, yeah, sorry it's a little bit delayed, but, Kismet been working hard, better hard over here for sure. I think this is going to be the most I've ever streamed in any month in 9 years, everybody, since I've started. I have really been pushing myself, and I feel like that line is getting slowly moved back just a little bit, which is awesome. I think it's pretty awesome. So thanks for coming in, and glad you got your Prime game going. Thank you, Victor. Thanks for the 1, and thank you for retweeting. I appreciate that. There you go. Don't forget to go out and show the stream some love. We're 1 retweet away. Wow, you guys are on the ball. Follow that link right there in the chat. Everybody hit that like button, hit that retweet button, hit that follow button way up there. So if I do giveaways, or if I do other people doing giveaways, because I do retweet those, any latest news on games that I see that pretty awesome, like on Starfield, or any other cool games I put up there as well as I announce when I go live. I put my schedule up there, all sorts of stuff for you guys to enjoy, and as well as a bunch of shorts and funny little moments that happen here in the stream. And speaking of funny little moments, let's go make some more. Let's go. All right, everybody. I've become massively re-obsessed. Started with my green screen. I feel like I keep moving it further and further over this way. It's just like, I don't know why it keeps moving that way. Maybe it's my monitor. My monitor keeps moving. But I become re-obsessed with Satisfactory, everybody. Absolutely love the blueprinting. Just so incredibly fun. Let's go ahead and take a look at where we left off last time. If we go over here, we can see that we've got some control units. We've got some computers going. We added control units and also modular engines over here. These are all manufacturers, which are the big boys, everybody. That's where you're putting 3 or 4 inputs at the same time. We actually went in and we automated all of that process through blueprinting. So all we have to do is run the lines of the resources that we need, and then we're off and running. So pretty awesome, I think. Awesome. Saves you just so much stuff. Also, we have the ability to go in, and we can fill that in. Now, we can go in and control all of those things through our circuit priority. You can see we're doing aluminum solution here. We go ahead and put that in our, oh wait, that's actually the wrong one, up here. We can put that in our priority group number 4, so that's one of the few things that turn off much later than all the stuff up in the front. So very nice. And then again, over here, we're doing heavy modular frames. We're getting all of those things ready for the highest end of the highest end when we get to that. Now, also, we redid all of our plastic production, and holy mackerel, did that turn out amazing. You can see we've got a bunch of plastic factories here. We've got a bunch of rubber factories, and we also have the ability to go ahead and manage all of that extra stuff for right now, run it to petroleum coke, and then take that petroleum coke and go ahead and just run it in the awesome sink. So it gives us tickets, as well as it eliminates that extra residue. Residue, as Captain Kirk said, residue. It's funny, one time I was watching Cops, everybody, and this guy basically falls out of the car when he asks him to get out of the car. He doesn't just get out of the car, he like falls out of the car. You can tell the guy is absolutely, has no clue where he is, totally wasted out of his mind. And the police officer said, hey, I found this residue of stuff here in your car. He's like, there ain't no residue. Residue? I don't know what you're talking about, residue. Oh, man. The things you see in life, everybody. I will never forget that. Just totally clueless of what's going on. That's what that does, everybody. It strips away your ability to be in control of you. That's what drugs do to you. I've seen it happen, sadly, to my brother and so many of my friends, everybody, to get all wrapped up in that. And I don't blame the people at all, everybody. You know, it's an addictive substance on purpose, just like cigarettes and alcohol and all that stuff. It's addictive on purpose. They want you to be hooked on it, so you have to pay the money so they can live well and you live horribly. Because you're kind of out of control. Now, of course, if you have it under control, it ain't no big deal, right? You know, you have a little sip of wine or whatever with your dinner, there ain't nothing wrong with that. But it's when it gets out of control, and it can easily get out of control. Really, anything, everybody. It could be soda, it could be whatever it is, right? You just get so obsessed with it, or you can't stop doing it. With me, when I stop drinking soda, everybody, I start getting the shakes. That's what's really scary, how incredibly addictive soda is. I start getting the shakes for like 2 or 3 weeks, and that draw to drink it is so overpowering that you have to just, you know, ride that out as much as you can, and then you start to feel better. You start to feel better where you don't need the soda. Now, every now and again, I'll have that just rise up and say, oh man, I need me some soda. I need me something to drink, right? Get me a 44-ounce Dr. Pepper at the Sonic, right? It still doesn't. Even all these years later, when I've stopped drinking soda, because it's basically like syrup, by the way, everybody. If you never knew that about soda, it's like pancake syrup, but carbonated. That's basically what it is. I never knew that until I watched a documentary on how it's made, and I went, oh, wait, that's not right. That's not right. It's like acid that's in liquid form that they carbonate to make it look like water, or make it look like a fluid. That's pretty scary if you think about it, because you're drinking thousands of that, and the sugar content of that is crazy. It's like a bucket of sugar you're drinking. Bad Kismet, bad Kismet. I've been doing it since I was little, because you didn't know it was bad, right? You didn't know fast food wasn't regular food. You know, poorly prepared, not very nutritious for you. I don't know. I'm a kid. What do I know? They keep telling me, hey, McDonald's is the greatest thing on the TV every 2 seconds, right? Every 2 seconds they're telling you how good this fast food is, right? They're trying to brainwash you into saying you need this right now, and that's advertising, everybody. That's what advertising people do. They try to brainwash you into thinking you need that thing. You don't need this thing, everybody. This is not a need. This is a luxury, right? Everything that you buy other than food, water, and shelter is a luxury in life. It's all a luxury. So if you have anything beyond those things, you're doing good. You're doing better than a whole lot of people right now on this planet. So I appreciate what I got, everybody. I appreciate what I got big time. And the most important thing I appreciate is having a little bit of my health back. Because that's the thing, no matter how much money you have. Look at Steve Jobs. Look at all the people who had millions of dollars, and people who were famous, and they were, you know, a rock star, or they was a movie star, or whatever, however they became famous or whatever. And they died because their health went bad, right? Either they had drugs or alcohol or whatever, or just natural. They ran out of health because they didn't eat well and whatnot. Look at those people. See, it happens to them, whether you're the poorest person or whether you're the richest person, your time will come. That is for sure. And I'm very aware of that at my age, everybody, that I have fewer days ahead than I do behind, right? Unless I live to 100, and that's a very unlikely thing for me. Because I did that whole thing where you make that mistake, right? Where you're just indulging into good food, and you're eating out all the time, and you're doing all of that. You're eating all the bad food, and you're drinking soda all the time, and you're not taking care of this mechanism or this machine that you have called your body, and you're just abusing the heck out of that sucker. And that's what I did. But I didn't get into drugs and get all wrapped up in alcohol. I feel like most alcohol tastes terrible anyway, so that's a great deterrent there. But it was never really my thing. I have been wasted out of my mind before. I woke up in a gutter, and one time I woke up on a piano. I don't know why. I don't know why. Don't ask me. I don't know what the heck, because I don't remember anything. That's so scary, everybody, when you don't remember anything. You don't remember nothing that you did. That's when you've taken it really way beyond right now. I'm sure some of you can relate. Some of you know what that is. But now I can't drink at all because I fall down without the alcohol. I don't even need it anymore. I just skip the step of alcohol, and I just fall down naturally now with my vertigo, constant dizziness that I have. So there you go. Big facts. There you go, the D. Big facts right there. And I tell it to you straight, everybody. I don't sugarcoat it. I don't sugarcoat that kind of stuff. Most of you already know that. But, people, the worst thing that people do is they self-sabotage themselves. Like, there ain't nobody to blame, everybody, that I gained 100 pounds other than me. That's because I was drinking soda and I was eating bad food all the time and I wasn't exercising. And I was just working to try to survive. And I know some of you are like that, and that's how you probably got in that same position as well. You were just focused on trying to stay alive. You're just focused on trying to keep your family fed. And I've spent a lot of years doing that, and that will eventually catch up to you. So that's the funny thing I see sometimes with some of these streamers. They're like, oh, why do I feel bad all the time now? Well, it's because you've been abusing yourself for the last decade or two. And it catches up to you eventually. I don't care what age you are, especially when you get in your 30s and then in your 40s, that stuff all catches up. It's like a boomerang that you throw out there, and then it takes about a decade, and then boom, it comes back and hits you. Yeah, my late 30s, mid 40s is when I started having all sorts of health problems. But I can tell you, since I lost 50 pounds, I still got like 50 more to go, or really 30 more to go. That way, I'd be happy with that. Since I lost that 50 pounds, it is a world of difference, everybody. In my sleep patterns, my ability to sit here at the computer and play games and do all the things that I want to do and just get up and get around. There's no point scarier in my life, everybody, when I thought I was going to be trapped in the bed forever. I tell you, it makes me emotional just thinking about it. To be trapped in the bed. I watched my dad go out in his 80s. I've watched my wife's great-grandmother go out in her 90s and be trapped in that bed, and you watch people waste away, all the meat on your bone waste away, and that's it. That's what they're going to do until the day they die. They're going to lay in that bed. And I don't want to do that at 45. Forget that. Forget that stuff, everybody. And that's basically what my doctor said. Too bad, too sad, bro. Lay down and die. And I'm like, what? That's your diagnosis? I don't think so. There's nothing we can do. Well, there's something I can do. Get better doctors. That's what I can do. That is a very real deal right there, everybody. Kismet telling you the real deal up in here. I don't like the way this is going over here. I'm going to fix this. I don't like it. I can tell you already I don't like it. I want this to be much more sexy over here. Take that out. Let's make this more sexy. Yeah, let's, oh wait, no, we want to add another one. Another one. I don't even know which way I'm running that. What are we doing? We're going down a set. There we go. Which way are we going? We better run it from here so we know which way we're running this. All right, like this. And then much steeper. There we go. Now that's how to get that done. There we go. Then we don't have that thing kind of hanging down in the middle of our base. I don't know what I was thinking. Must have been at the end of the day. Must have been after about 12 hours of streaming. That's ugly. I don't like that line run. It's ugly. Look at that. Nice, clean, beautiful line run, right? We're not doing ugly line runs. We're doing beautiful. Look at this. Beautiful. Not the da-da-da and the da-da-da with all of your things going everywhere, crossing over the side. Nice, clean, straight, angled stuff. Bring it down when you have to, and then bring it back up when you need to. Running that in there beautifully. That's much nicer. I like that a lot better. Okay, so we got that squared away. Now, again, we are taking care of all of our stuff there. We took care of our plastic now. We've added that to our combined factory. Our rubber here, even that petroleum coke, all taken care of. Now, later on, we're going to use that residue in there as well. I can't say residue without thinking to that guy, residue. Oh, and I forgot the rest of that story, by the way, everybody. So, me and my friends, we're watching that episode of Cops. This guy, whoa, that dude is wasted out of his mind. And we're all laughing, because it's just like a weird situation that poor police officers have to get into all the time with people doing all of that kind of crazy stuff. And so, I don't know, maybe like a couple months later, we're watching Star Trek. Because my friend of mine is a huge Star Trek fan. I like Star Trek. I like Star Wars. I'm into that. I saw Star Wars when it first came out, everybody, way back in the day. But I'm not that into it. I don't know all the episodes and what all the characters are. I mean, I know some of the bridge crew and whatnot. I'm not that into it. Like, I'm going to wear a Trekkie suit or anything like that. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. You do your thing. If you want to do that, you go right ahead. But he actually says that in one of the episodes. I think it's with Q. And Q, like, helps them right at the end. Spoilers. And then he's like, maybe some sort of residue. We lost our mind, everybody. We lost our mind when he said that. We're like, no way! He just said residue. And then that became a thing after that. Everybody was like, hey, man, what's that? We got your residue? We got your residue up here. And that's how it was after that. That's still this day is a running joke, everybody. That's like 30 years ago. I'm like, hey, everybody, how's that residue going? And then it just caused everybody to laugh. Again, see, you have those little moments with your friends, everybody, that you can recall if somebody needs a little laugh here and there. I love those moments. I got to see a good friend of mine I've known since I was little. Well, not that little, in my teens. And I transitioned from my, scumbag, gonna go to jail friends, and transitioned to the Geek Squad. I was the least geeky of the Geek Squad. I was kind of like the surfer geek, but I'd given up surfing at that time because, once you do something, you're like, oh, okay, I'm good, right? I'm very much like that. I'm very much, okay, I've done it. I've proved it to myself I can do it. Now I'm going to move on to other stuff. And so that's what I did. I moved on to other stuff and moved on to computers and graphic design and architecture and all of that stuff that I really enjoyed. And focused mainly on doing that, and of course playing games too. Playing games is also a very fun thing. But in my day also, you didn't have cell phones, you didn't have really high-speed connections, so you play a little bit of games, and then you go outside. You get into all sorts of mischief outside. Hopefully not get kidnapped or killed by any crazy people. Even more so nowadays. Very scary. But that's the old school way of playing, everybody. You actually went outside. In fact, your parents would most of the time kick you out and say, look, go outside and play. And so that was the old school way of it. And if you didn't show up for the whole entire day, they didn't even bother to look for you, everybody. they just go outside and play. That's it. If you got, killed or whatever, they won't find you for a few days. Because that's the old school way. The old school way of raising your kids by just sending them out into the wild and hope they survive. That's one way of doing it. Rocking that Polypop reward there. I see you in the chat. I see you. All right, now what we're trying to do is we're trying to empty out some boxes here. And we have got an absolute ton of stuff over here that we got to move out of the way for our aluminum production. Now, we have aluminum solution going here. Check this out, everybody. It just looks so cool, doesn't it? Came out amazing. I did this like 3 or 4 times. We worked on this for hours and hours and hours last time. This is my aluminum solution production here. And so what we've figured out is that 3 of these water is per factory, right? So we have 2 refineries in there. So we did 3 waters, and then we did a backlog of water, and then also a backlog of the aluminum solution. Now, the aluminum solution is coming out too fast to run it into a single factory. So we want to run it into a split factory. We're going to run one line into one factory and the other line into the other factory, and then it will run at that higher speed, which is going to be awesome. We're going to get all of that going here in a bit. You can see this is all backlogged up here. These are probably all completely filled. They absolutely are. kind of feel like maybe I should have done 2 of them up there all the way down. You can see these are actually separated. They're not connected on purpose so that this factory, which is producing half of it, will go to the first factory, and the other one that's producing the other half will do that so it doesn't outrun the 600, which is our maximum pipe speed. So vitally important to watch out for your pipe speeds, your belt speeds, all of that stuff. If you only learn one thing in the stream today, that's a good one. That's a real good one. All right, let's put some of this stuff back. Oops, wrong way. Put all that in there temporarily. There we go. So again, what we're doing is we're taking our previous resources that we already manufactured, and we are pulling them out of these boxes so that we can use them later on. Now, there's a lot of stuff. Do I necessarily need to keep all this? Not really. I mean, I could always remake it again, but some of this stuff is literally, you know, 10, 20, 30, 100 hours of me just letting the computer run. I feel like the most efficient thing that I can do is get the stuff running and then leave. Get out of its way. Just let it do it while I am doing something else, right? You're making videos or running stuff up onto YouTube or doing whatever. And a lot of times I'll be sitting over here, especially in this playthrough, I'll be sitting over here working off stream, and I'll just have it on, just running the factory, because it'll run infinitely until that nuclear waste gets filled up. If that nuclear waste gets filled up, it's going to back chain all the way to my nuclear power plants, and then it will stop. The other thing that doesn't have a byproduct that is probably one of the best power systems is coal and then oil. It doesn't have a byproduct, so it can just run infinitely. So I've actually made 140 coal plants just to run my thing. And that's 12,000 power. 2,000 of it is using the water and using the coal to extract it. And then another 10,000 is just extra for you to use for your factories, which is awesome. That's called overhead. So you always have a certain amount that comes out as cost in power and in resources. And then you have, of course, your actual, you know, what you're producing. So you want, of course, the part you're producing to be much more than the overhead to produce it. Just like in business, everybody. Like this business is a terrible business. The streaming business is probably one of the worst businesses to be in, because if you're not super popular already, like say on YouTube or some other social media, it is a giant uphill climb. Now me, I've never made a cent doing this, everybody. I put every penny right back in, and so many of my pennies and my wife's pennies back into the stream is pretty crazy. No sane person would do it because they were not making any money. But this is not about that. This is about my health. And this is about me having something to do in my day that I can do, and at any moment, if I feel too sick or too dizzy or whatever, I can just say, gotta go lay down, and so that's what I do. And you guys have seen me do it before many times. Many of you have seen that, or I skip a stream or whatever. Remember, those are just more like guidelines than hard rules on when I'm streaming, everybody. Like right now, it's not on my schedule, but here I am. Here I am, ready to get it going. Okay, so this right here, again, is our stuff. Oh, we got to put our sign in over here. Let's go ahead and put a sign in for what we're producing over here, which is going to... Oh, we need our resources back over here. Let's get our resources back. God, I hope they... oh, and there's 1,000 Kismet for that Polypop reward. There you go. I do it once a day. Or once a stream there. If you guys do that, that's like a running joke now. I was trying to figure out how to make that work, but I got busy doing other things and I never got back to it. But I did get, chat commands to work for peeps who have donated in the past. So I did get that to work. I got it to work for TDK. So when he comes in, it's like a party. It's like a party up in here, everybody. Okay, what are we doing? We're doing a sign. That's what we were doing. Let's grab one of these signs from down here. There we go. I just used the middle mouse button. And bam, there we go. Easy. I wish it picked up the format of the previous one, and so I don't have to reformat the layout every single time. I think the same thing. You should have a... Even if it doesn't do it by default, if you had a preference where you can say pick up the format of the previous one, that would be incredibly useful. Right here, nitric acid, no. Sulfur, no. Aha, aluminum solution. Aluminum solution and that other one looked pretty close. Solution. There we go. And there we go. Now we got a big sign that says it. All right, there we go. Aluminum solution. Now, aluminum solution is the first stage of many stages of your aluminum production. And you want to have it really scaled up. We not messing around. This is probably the most scaled up I've ever done my aluminum ever. In fact, this is probably the most scaled up I've done my base ever. And that's because we're doing a mega build in this playthrough, everybody. And we're going to try to get it done by Friday. Maybe even Thursday if we can. We're going to try to get this as far as we can. And we'll always come back, you know, do it again and play it again in the future. Because definitely every single update, everybody, I feel like every single update, they absolutely crush adding more enjoyable features to the game. And they've done it so long and so much that the game is just truly an exceptional game. It's definitely one of my favorite games of all time, and I've been gaming for 50 years. I played hundreds to thousands of games. I mean the OG games. I'm talking Space Invaders on the stand-up. I'm talking Pong when it dropped. I'm talking the very first gaming console in the early 70s, the Magnavox Odyssey. I'm talking Atari. I'm talking all of it, everybody. All of it over all the years. I've obviously not played every game because, you know, I got so much time in the day, you know, and I had girlfriends and life and, you know, I had to work and all of that stuff too. I do try to strike a balance between those things. Like every day, you know, after I'm done the stream, I check out how the family's doing. I go get something to eat with them, you know, that kind of thing. See how they're doing. And whatnot in life. And then, of course, I have to deal with all that life stuff, you know, insurance and dealing with my daughter's car got in an accident and, you know, dealing with all of that stuff that constantly goes off the rails. You think a lot of things go off the rails here, you know, it's always like your faucet breaks or your air conditioning isn't working. Or it's like recently it's like 90,000 degrees for some reason. Somebody cranked the sun up to 11, maybe even 12, and it's hot as hell. So I've got my window air conditioning unit running right now, so it's not 90 degrees in here, because these computers really heat the place up, everybody. They certainly do. It's kind of like, if you've never seen that in server farms, everybody, in giant server farms, because the computers put off so much heat, they actually have massive cooling units that actually cool those giant server farms as well. If you've never seen that, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So I saw that years and years ago, everybody, decades ago, when they were trying to figure out the cooling systems for those. A lot of people also, they have a separate room in their house where they put their computers for people who are really hardcore, and they have that one room just temperature controlled at a much lower level. You don't want it to be 30 degrees, everybody. You don't want your computer to freeze. You know, if it's too much one way or too much the other way, it can definitely freeze it. But you can put it in a separate room, and I saw that years ago. Where a guy had it in a separate room, and he would keep it cooled, and it was a small room, almost like a closet-sized room, and he'd keep that one room cooled all the time, and then he didn't have to cool his entire house all the time just to keep his computers from making it super hot in there. And then also, he had another room, because he had one of those old printers, the old dot matrix, had one of those, and even he had his laser printer in there too, and he had that in a separate room, so he didn't have to listen to it. It was in a soundproof room. Brilliant, brilliant. Brilliant idea. This guy had the money, obviously. This guy had the money. He's a brilliant programmer. Incredibly brilliant guy. Brilliant dude way back in the day. Okay, let's get back to some Satisfactory. We're going to go to our refiners here. Now, we've got some refinery thingies over here. And we got something way down here at the bottom, our aluminum scrap. That is our next step of the process. And so we're going to go in. Oh, we're going to try anyway. We're going to go into our blueprints, and we're going to say edit refineries, and now we're going to move on. Now that we've got our aluminum solution done, and we're going to go in here, we're going to change the color of this to, I don't know, some sort of blue there. It doesn't really matter, just that it's different than the one you did before, I feel. And then we'll apply those changes, and then that's going to allow me to go ahead and load up my blueprint here. Why do I always not have the resources? Just a few. I just need a couple of them. I just don't have the resource. Maybe it's in here. Nope. It's always like so close. So close when you do that. Now, another great thing to do too while I'm running back here is just to click the previous ones, and it's going to tell you, you know, basically how much stuff you're going to need over there. Even though I have 10,000 tons of stuff on me right here, it seems to be not enough. So I've done a little bit of mini sorting down here since we are working down at this level. And so I can go back in here and say, okay, let's put some of this plastic back in here. I've got enough of that. Maybe some of these, oh wait, this actually has a spot over here. And, you know, I just kind of offload some of the stuff that I don't need right this second. Great examples, I can put some of these back and just take out what I need, just a couple stacks, and I'm good. Then over here we have our aluminum plates, and again we have a stack of 72. We can just get a bunch of stacks of 200. That's going to make that much easier. And again, I brought this from the other part of my factory, so I don't have to run up there every single time. This is up on the higher level, and when I'm working on this lower level, I might as well have all of that stuff under control. Right over here. Oh, we're actually going to need some more rods there eventually, but I think we'll go with that. Then over here, we can put back our stack we have here and just get the 50s out of there. All right, that's all looking good. And then over here, we have some plates. And we'll just grab all the plates. How are we doing on our concrete? We have plenty of concrete, but you know what? Let's just put that small stack back and get a full stack. And now we're looking good. Now we have a good amount of resources, and that's going to help us. Now I'd love to put a blueprinting machine here, but for some reason, even though it's not really even close to the blueprinter, it's still like there's some sort of mysterious headroom that it needs up there. So I have to, if I put it down first and then I run it over the top, it's fine. But if you try to put it down after you put all that stuff down, then it just says, oh, you don't have enough clearance. So you have to tear all that stuff up above out and then put the blueprinter down, then put it back, and then you're fine. I'm sure they'll fix that at some point, or I hope they'll fix it. All right, aluminum scrap. Now, the aluminum scrap one is different from the other ones that we did, and we did learn a lot of lessons in the aluminum one. We worked on that one probably the hardest of all of them, though I did work on some other ones that were like 6 hours of working on blueprints. But we did learn a lot of lessons on that one that we can use now to improve this one. And this one is actually going to be aluminum scrap. Now, the great thing about this next stage is that it's going to turn it into an item versus it being a liquid. Now, liquids are tough because you're going to have to use pumps and all that kind of stuff to get your liquids up or over or down or wherever you need it to go. And that does take time. So we got that going there, and then we want this liquid to pass, the aluminum solution to pass potentially to the next factory. And then the output of this, we want to go ahead and go up, and we want it to end up in the box and then works its way down, and then be able to tie the two outputs together. Now, this right here also is going to be the water, and the water we're going to need to deal with, right? We're going to need to deal with this water, and which we're going to do is we're going to run it back out through the front, and then we're going to run it to a packager right next to here, which is going to package up that water, and then we're going to take that water and run it in the awesome sink. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to do the same thing with the petroleum coke. We're going to take all of that stuff and just get rid of it. It's just going to make it much easier to process. And then later on, when we need to use it, or you can figure out the math of how to make it perfectly cycle back into the water that you're already using to have that extra water. You can backlog the water, and then when you have overflow, you can have a one-way pipe where it only goes this way and it never comes back this way, so it doesn't stop your production. And you can also just go in there and clear the whole line. You can clear the whole line of the water, that's the excess water, and it's gone. Just like that. Same thing with sulfur and other things like that. You can manually do it, but you don't want to manually sit over there and watch the water all the time. That's too much work, everybody. You want to get this going up. So let's go ahead and go in here, and let's tell this to be aluminum scrap. It already is. Very nice. And then this one over here, aluminum scrap. Now what we need is we're going to need 240 aluminum solution and 120 coal. So let's go ahead and go back to our awesome spreadsheet. If you guys want to check this spreadsheet out, I have got it there in the chat for you. Hey, Harm in the chat. What up, Rotisserie G? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Hope you guys are having a good day today. Yet another bonus stream for you all here in the Kismet channel. I am crushing it. Crushing it big time. Feeling good about it, too. Working hard, everybody. Working hard, having fun. That's what it's all about. Okay, right here. There we go. So we have 240 input. And we're going to have basically 780 aluminum solution coming in. So we're going to cut that in half. So half of it's going to go into one side of the factory and half of it's going to go in the other. Now, really, this is 2 factories here, but it's going to be 3.25. So only a quarter of one of those refineries is going to be working, and that's okay because we're going to have a backlog at first. So all 4 of them are going to be working because it's going to be 2 separate factories of 2 refineries inside the factories. In the beginning, you're going to have all this excess, right? And that's what's so cool. Is that you use up that excess. You're using all of your factories at the same time. It's being super efficient in the fact that it's burning up your backlog that you've been making all this time while you've been working on other things. And that is incredibly, incredibly helpful in the long run. So let's go ahead and get that part of it going. And so what we need is we need an A version and a B version. So the A version is going to be in the front. It's going to have the switch. You can turn the whole thing on and off. And then the B version is going to be connected to it so you can turn that thing off and it will turn off every other factory that we have behind there. So let's go ahead and go in and start to build that out now that we've got our what's known as our A version, which has the priority switch in the front. Done. Right over here. And the best way to know if it's going to work is to try it. So we're going to do that. Then we're going to go ahead and make this into a B version simply by taking out the switch and then taking out this switch over here, which is our A connector. Now, A and B stands for the A, which is the primary power coming in, and then the B side of the switch. So you have your A side, primary power coming in for your power plants, and then the B side allows you to flip the switch and it cuts off all power to the B side, which turns off all your factories and all your pumps and all your other stuff that's connected to that other side of the switch, right? So it's basically like an on and off switch. You know, the switch, even if it's on or off, always has power. It just, the power is not going beyond that point. And that's how most things work, everybody. It works just like that. It basically, when you turn the power switch off, it still has power. It's just not running the power past the switch. And that's how they work. So that's how they work also in the game. I also kind of feel like I should have turned this around the other way. I'm definitely going to go in, I think in the future ones of these, and simply have this the opposite direction. So I go in and I do this a lot, right? I go in and I slide in there where I'm accessing this. So let's go ahead and fix that on that one. And then we'll go ahead and save this as a B version. Right there. And then again, we can go ahead and reload the A version in here. I hate when it puts it back in the thing. But reload the A version. And I think we're going to make that iteration on it. Now, as I go along and I build out more factories, I find things that I want to modify. And that's called iteration, where you're just making it better and better for yourself each and every time. Now, if I move away, instead of it opening and blocking work, because I used to have my priority switch there, I don't have it there anymore. I have it off to the side now. So when I roll there, now it rolls back. It's way easier to grab the connector and use the connector and whatnot. A good change on that one as well. All right, so we're going to save that, confirm, and then we're going to go ahead and clear the designer, and we're going to grab back all of our resources. Then we're going to go in here to blueprints. We're going to edit. We're going to get our thing here, run it over here, scroll down. Look at all these down here. Look at this. And then get that one right up there. And actually, I'm going to put it on this side to keep it consistent with the rest of them. You can see I've done a whole bunch of different ones in here. You can share these with other people, by the way. I could save these out and give them to you on Patreon or whatever. If my patrons do want some of my things to tinker with and try out and digest, go over there on Patreon and let me know. Or you can just whisper me on Twitch or on Discord, give me some feedback, or go in the general chat. Hey, Kismet, I'd love to have the blueprints that you did in game so I can tinker with it and learn how to do it. You just let me know. I'll be happy to save those out and get those going. I'm getting a message. Getting a message from the wife, everybody. My wife is my number one thing, everybody. She is above all things. She needs my help. I'm on that. She calls and says, I need your help right now. This stream is over. Always find what's most important to you, everybody. The thing that's most important to you, and then everything else doesn't mean nothing. And in my case, it's my wife. My wife is a number one. And that's what I always prioritize over all things. It keeps life very, very simple. It also helps you stay married for 30 years. So there you go. Seems to be working. Seems to be working pretty well so far. But you never know, everybody. You never know the ups and downs in life. So, you know, you just try your best. And that's all you can ask of yourself. Do your best job at what you do. All right. And that's what I try to do here. That's why we call it the BSE, the best stream ever. I think this is best stream ever number 2003 or something like that. We've been doing a lot of best stream evers up in here. That's for sure. Bam! That sucker is down and ready to rock. All right. See, now we got to use the old way of doing it where we lean over the side here. But now you go to the new one over here that we changed, and now it's just going to move right out of our way to make it much easier to get to that plug. See how we made a small change, but it improves our ability to do that thing. Okay, so this particular one here, again, needs aluminum solution and, aluminum solution and coal. Now, we have an extra coal line that we're going to bring in and run in here. We also have the aluminum solution very conveniently close by. In fact, it's right next to it. Right over here. Now I removed the output, which I was going to run it right here and then run it over so that we could stack it up on high here first and then run it down over there. So we're going to go ahead and make ourselves a nice. Now we're also making everything real nice, trying to make nice clean runs, line runs of our stuff as well. So we're going to run this right here. I'm going to feel like we want to add another wall here just to make this a little easier. And we're going to run this right around here. I'm going to run that so it's nice and straight like that. Look at that. Very nice with our nice 90-degree there. And then just run that right in there. And there we go, everybody. Pretty nice. So that first factory is ready to go. Now, of course, you got to also think that we have two of these gigantic industrial fluid buffers. That's 2,400 worth of that aluminum solution already ready to go. So that's going to be pumping in there like crazy. And good to go. Now we need our other input, which is our coal. So we're going to go in and we're going to make just a little change here, just a little curve that's going to allow us to then use our lifter. That other one is not an input, so we don't have to worry about that one. And all we need to do is just kind of put this way up here to get it up out of the way, and then go find our coal line, which we've already run. Our train is picking up that coal and running it over here, so we have extra coal lines. You can see that we've tapped all of the lines. So I wonder which one it is, everybody. Do you wonder which one of the lines it possibly could be? Because all the other lines are being used. So I wonder, right? Right here at the bottom, which we've nicely left at the bottom so that we can chain it forward when we get to this particular spot. That worked out well. And you're like, Kismet, is that two coal nodes or is that a single coal node? This is actually a single coal node being double run. And the reason why I'm double running it is because it will come out of the box much faster than if you run it just as a single line. And so if I double run it out of here, it will run all of this coal very nicely, by the way, at the 1560, which is a lot. That's a lot, everybody. That's a lot of coal, and it's going to allow you to burn up all that excess coal as well. Now I'm going to give it its own separate line here. Just to keep this nicely organized. Let's see, will it not reach? No, it doesn't look like it's going to reach. So let's go ahead and actually count it out. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and there's 5, there's 6 right there. Run the inner line first, because otherwise that'll be blocking us when we run it. And we're going to run it over there. And there we go. Now this is actually lining up to this, but we don't really need to use that now. We can go ahead and just get this, maybe something like this. Nice angle shot there. Now it might run into this, so let's see how it looks when we run it. Yeah, so we could use that corner if we want, but I don't feel like it's necessary. We can go ahead and just leave that in like I had it before. And we'll just use that to control it so it can get past that part and end up where we want it. Keeping those line runs as clean as possible. Not just running it all over the place like we did before. Now the cool thing here is that this, I actually want to grab this one. And the reason why I want to grab this one is so I can run the other one to the other factory. And what I'm doing is I'm double infusing those factories at 1560, which is way more than what it needs. But it is awesome to do that because eventually it will catch up and use up all of those resources. So we definitely want that to do that. So we want to use the outside one, and we're going to run this. If I have this going the right way. Let's go ahead and double checky. There we go, running in. There we go. Right there. There we go. And that is now going to go ahead and start making aluminum scrap, just like that. Pretty sweet. Now, there is some things we need to do on the inside, and that is to connect our little spot here, because it won't let us do that on the blueprint, which I think so totally sucks, but that's just me. I think that's a bummer that you can't just take care of that in there. And then again, we're going to go ahead and do all of this. On the B version, we're going to want the thing there. Actually, could have just done it on the A version. This pipe back here doesn't go anywhere. We're going to go ahead and... oh, wait. No. We could have used that. That's right. We could have used that. Oh, I could have just left that. Because we're going to run it over to the packager next. So let's put that back in. I'll show you how I made that, by the way. As I just went in and I put one of these here in the center, and then I just ran it a little bit like that, and then you have that thing in the perfect position, or you can just put that thing down. You don't have to run the actual pipe. And that's how I made that little corner there, and then I can go ahead and just run this around the corner. And then this part right here, you have to kind of manually do after you put the blueprint down, because it won't let you go outside the blueprinting, unless you shrink it in, which I sometimes do. I could have shrunk this in and just had one of these in here, and then we could have just made a bunch of factories that way. But I wanted to integrate two and see if we can get two of them in there, and we can. We worked it out. We got it going. It's very compact and is looking awesome. So this is going to go up here in the front, and then it will come out here, and we'll go ahead and recolor this as an output. Right over there. There we go. And these are outputs here too. And then this is going to do the same thing that we kind of did over here. Take this and run it to the next one. Now that's water. Now I don't need to backlog that water. That water just needs to go into the next factory and then get rid of it. And so we'll put a pump in the back, and that pump will push that excess water out to the next thing. Now a lot of thing about aluminum is taking care of all the excess stuff, the water and all of that stuff as well. So we have this going down. We had that actually going the wrong way there. I don't know what happened there. Oh, because we redid it. That's why we did it. We redid it. We have to go here. And then like that. There we go. I got to actually run it into the factory. There we go. And again, that's why you check that stuff, right? You saw me just look in the thing and see if it had any coal in there. Now that's coming in there at 780 because, again, we have such a huge backlog back there, and then we have boxes and boxes of it at the actual extractor, and it will start to burn up that backlog, and then, of course, the train will come and bring more and bring more and bring more and bring more. And then eventually it'll reach its equilibrium where it'll actually come down to about 600 per minute right there with that coal. Now, we just happen to have that coal node in our list of stuff over here. We got to track it down. Coal number 10, number 7 we're using. Where's that other coal node? I think it's down here somewhere. Right here. Is it number 9 or is it number 13? I can't remember. Let's go look. You're like, Kismet, you know what number it is? I sure do, because I labeled it. I labeled it. And so what I can do is just track the line down, and it will tell me what number that node is, so I can put it on my spreadsheet. And then once I put it on my spreadsheet, then I always know. I can reference it there, because I'm not going to remember, but it's going to definitely be something that I forget, like literally in 5 minutes. I will definitely forget it at some point. There we go. Okay, so we want to follow this bottom line, and that bottom line is this outside one. And then we're just going to follow it all the way up here. Now I've run some power up here, so I can just float around here at the top. It's going to be this one. And I can float around here, and I can go up to here, and this is number 9. Number 9 coal right there. All right, now we know. Number 9, which is coming out at 600, we can copy that one, and we can put it up here as part of our aluminum scraps. So we'll go ahead and add one above, and we'll just paste it. Or maybe not. Okay. Copy. And the pasta. There we go. So there we go. And you can see I've already put 600 in for the coal, so I already know that's what the rate is. But it's actually going to be coming in at 1560 to start. Okay, so number 9 coal. That's like 16 tons. 16 tons working on the number 9 coal. I don't know if the song goes like that, but it makes me think of 16 tons for some reason. So what's your thoughts on having multiple modules to connect together to make one certain item, like aluminum sheets, for example? I think it's definitely valid. I have actually done multiple blueprints. I think that's what you're talking about, multiple blueprints. I have done multiple blueprints, 4 or 5 blueprints high, which work out pretty well. But if you can integrate it into one factory, that's obviously more effective. It's more efficient because you just put one factory down, make your connections, and you're done. You don't have to put one down and then try to take the top one and get it aligned on top of that one, because that's really awkward. I suggest to aim to the far wall. That's what I've learned that works well. Aim to that far wall and then align it, and it should drop in there. And then you should be good. And then you put your stuff on top, and then you have a gap. Like I had little posts that would make it where I could put an awesome sink in between, and then I put my underruns down on top of that, and then I put my plastic factories and rubber factories on top of that. So I had fuel, I had underrun, fuel, stackers, which stacked it in between, so I could put a awesome sink. Then I had another underrun thing, which is all my pipes and belts and whatnot underneath that, and then the thing on top. Now, I would like the blueprinter to be bigger. I think 6x6 would have been more reasonable than 4x4. I think 4x4 is probably the worst combo, because the way that it works and the way that you put down your stuff is not as elegant as the rest of the game. The rest of the game, the way that the numbers work and the way the numbers work out and the way that you can find this kind of equilibrium in the game between all of the things that you're producing, all based on the numbers, it's actually a pretty miraculous thing. How incredibly well thought out all of that stuff is. Like how many of this, that, and the other thing equals the thing. I'm doing that right now with aluminum. Watch this. Aluminum scrap coming in, doing all that stuff. Or let's go back here, even easier. Let's go back here in adaptive control units. Here on adaptive control units, you're going to have an odd number, right? But if you do it just right, like here in the case of rubber and in the case of heavy oil residue, or in the case of plastic, you can see that my numbers work out perfectly. So 480 equals out to be exactly 8 factories, or exactly the 16 machines on the dot. Right? See, that's the ultimate in efficiency. You're doing it on the dot. So you're extracting just the amount of resources you need to just fulfill up all of that stuff that you're using. And that is, I call the Kismet rule of 8. You know the little infinity symbol? 8 sideways? That's when you've got a perfect equilibrium in all of your machines. And you can see I've done that in the rubber here and all this. And again, if you guys want to see this, there's that link right there in the chat. It's called Sat Inputs. There's a bunch of tabs down there. Just click that first tab. And you get to see all of this and how I perfectly match the numbers to match the output. So we got exactly the amount of machines that match our exact amount of inputs and output. So very, very useful to find that equilibrium. Now, do I do that equilibrium for every single process? Absolutely not. I am really leaning more toward an overflow process. Where you backlog a bunch of resources while you're working, because that's more time efficient for you. So you're backlogging all of these resources into a box. It's just running, or into a lot of boxes like me, like 10 boxes. And then you go and you're making this other thing. Now, while you're making this other thing, it's backlogging tons and tons of resources over here. So it's still working. It's being effective and efficient while you're doing this. And then when you get this thing done, you could just run these lines at much higher level, and you could be double infusing that stuff, and thus it's going to make a lot more, and it's going to burn up all your excess now. And now you've made it 2, 3, 4, 10 times as fast than you would have done had you not backlogged those resources efficiently ahead of time. And I feel like that is my new favorite way of playing, and that's why I'm so obsessed now, re-obsessed with the game. So very, very fun to do all of those things. Now, we got to get some more resources I see over here. Let's get a little bit more resources. And we're going to have some more fun. We might as well just get all of those at this point. You know what? Let's get some more of those. I'm certainly not hurting on those encased industrial beams, that's for sure. Got to think also that I'm making a ton of these right now over there. So that is my that's my take on that. So hopefully that helps you out. Oh, look at this. It's already making the aluminum solution right there. Very nice. Now it's going to stop. And the reason why it's going to stop is it's going to get full of water, and it needs some place to put that water and get that water out of there. Now what we can do is we could put a container in there and let it put that excess water in that container, but I would rather not. I'd rather just put it as a packager and then be good. Let's go ahead and put our B version or our alternate version of the same factory behind here. We're going to take all of this stuff out. We don't need any of this. So actually, we could probably leave that in there. We don't need any of this stuff anymore. We had other factories here before, but those became obsolete to our new, more efficient factories. And again, I don't have to have multiple stacking anymore. I don't have to have the underruns and the runs. I figured out how to make it all in one factory. Now, of course, it doesn't have, 15 refineries in there. It just has 2. And I probably could have cut it down to 1, and it would have been even more efficient because it would have had all the line runs done ahead of time. And that means that I just put more of them down, and that's fine. Instead of putting down 2, I could have just put down 4. And then they would have had all their line runs already done, and I wouldn't have had to go back and fix it. But I kind of feel like it's more efficient, actually, in the long run, power-wise and running lines-wise, to do 2 and see how I like it, right? I feel like the best way to know if something's good, and I'm pretty good about, nah, I don't like it, right away. If I don't like it, bam, I'll know just like that. Very, very quickly. Okay, so let's go ahead and tie our stuff over here. Now, I'm just going to tie that across and use what we've already got here. Though I should probably just run that. You know what? No, I'm not. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Let's make it nice. Let's make it right here. See, sometimes you just go, I'm just going to do it the quick and dirty way. But when you're mega building like this, there's no more quick and dirty way. It's make it beautiful, everybody. Make it awesome. I feel like that if you've played through the game a bunch of times, when you get to a certain stage in your playthrough, especially toward the end where I'm at, that you just say, you know what? I'm going to really work on the details of what you're doing as opposed to just, making it quick and dirty, which I do a lot of. I do a lot of that in the early game because I'm waiting around until I get my 600 pipes and my 780 lines, right? So I try to do that much quicker if I can. Okay, so there we go. So we got our second factory. Now, our second factory is going to do basically what our first factory did, but we're going to tap this from another location, and we're going to kind of route that right to here. So I feel like, actually, why don't we do this? Even better idea. Let's go ahead and run this up. So this ends up here at the top. Then we're going to go around the corner. I'm going to run this to the back, right over there. And then what we'll be able to do is to tie this one over to this one. Sadly, it's right where my belt is, sadly. Where my belt connector is, but that's okay. We can make that happen. We're just going to go ahead and lower this belt down just to make that pipe look really nice. And so we're going to lower this down just a little bit, and we'll be able just to rise that up into there. You don't want to go too far, otherwise it won't let you because the angle will be wrong. But that's a real easy fix right there. And then this one's getting its whole own solution. And again, look at this. We've got 2400 and 2400 backlog because it's been working while we were doing other things. And now you got that sucker double infused. That thing's going to go really, really fast. Now, the other thing it's going to need, though, in the second factory is the same thing we got over there, and that's coal. And I'm going to show you how to take it to a whole nother level right now. We're going to take it to a whole, like, dang, Kismet kind of level. Right here. Let's go. Oh, I went inside my factory. Get out of there. And then we're going to go way up here, and we're going to turn this like this. And we're going to have a little bit lower because we got all of our stuff from up above running. All of our residue here, heavy oil residue, is running underneath and then being run up at the end. And we got a pump back there in the back that's actually pushing all of this forward up into our other factories. Really cool because you pull it out of your plastic and your rubber factories, and then you run it into your heavy oil residue manufacturing or refinery, and you turn that petroleum coke, and then you run that in the awesome sink. We still got to do all of our awesome sink stuff. We're going to get into that, but for right now, we're going to infuse that in there. And then we're going to go ahead and take this, and we're going to go ahead just lower this down just a little bit here. That's going to make that super easy. Looks like right there. We can actually line that up a little better as well. I'm going to run that down right there. Then we're going to take the extra time. Now, this will just work like that, but we're going to take the extra time. Wrong thing. We're going to take the extra time to line that up so it looks like it's nice and straight, right? Now, why do that, everybody? Why take that time to do it? And we'll try it, we'll see if it works. We'll do it once, and if it doesn't work, we'll go ahead and do it again. Why take the time to do that? I mean, it would have worked if it was up higher. It worked just as much. There's no lift when it comes to belts. Belts can go straight up. It doesn't matter. You can just go like this with belts. It's all the same. With pipes, it's a different thing. With pipes, you're going to need pumps. But the reason why I did that is because I'm mega building. You want straight lines and 90-degree angles and factories that are efficient and all compacted together, and you're using your space efficiently, using your power efficiently. That's what that's all about. And taking it to a whole nother level where I'm literally double infusing that in there. Now, I can see that there's a problem already because this line for just a split second was empty. And so that's going to be a problem because it just dropped off that coal. And so it's going to be a problem in the beginning, but I can tell you in the long run it's not. And that's only because it just emptied all of it into the machines. And then once it's emptied in the machines, then the trains should keep up with it. And even if they don't keep up with it and it slows down a little bit, doesn't matter because I can just let it run, which I'm going to do after the stream. I'm just going to let it run all the way till my night stream. And we'll come back and we're going to have an obscene amount of aluminum in there. And all right, so those two factories are done. That's it. You saw how we just did a little bit of modifications to our output there, and you can see that we are producing now aluminum scrap. And then back here, we should see that output. Yes, it is right there. Now, do we want to combine our aluminum scrap? Well, let's go look at our numbers, and that's going to tell us. How much aluminum scrap are we outputting? 1170, everybody. So we're outputting a tremendous amount of aluminum scrap. Also, our aluminum solution out here, we're producing 780, which is way faster than our pipes. Remember, that's a fluid, not a belt. A belt is 780 maximum. A pipe is 600 maximum. So we split it into 300 and 300, and we have those running into both factories. Now, it's got to kind of balance both factories so they're, equally running at the same. So that's going to work out good. But our aluminum scrap is way too fast. That's just way faster than a single belt. It needs two belts, so we're going to run those separately onto the next part of the process, which is going to be our aluminum ingots. And we're going to go ahead and get that going. But there is something we need to do first, and that is to take care of all of the excess of items that we're producing. So what are we producing the excess of? Well, if we go back to the first one here, we can see that we're getting some of the silica back, right? So we're using bauxite and water, and we're getting aluminum solution, but we have silica left over. And this is actually stopped. This is stopped producing aluminum solution. That's because the waste product, at least I consider it a waste product, you can recycle it back into your plant. And if you need more silica, you could also have it where on overflow, we just get rid of it. But me, I just get rid of it right away. I don't need that excess. That excess can go bye-bye because I'm making tons of silica over there, everybody. It's not like I'm not making, boxes and boxes and boxes of silica over there. I got more than enough, that's for sure. So let's go ahead and take care of that. We're going to use this factory to actually take care of the excess over there. We also need to take care of the excess of the water. So we're going to go ahead and actually combine the excess of that one and the excess of the water in the next stage, which is going to be a packager. All right, so we're going to go ahead and run back over here like this. And let's see if we actually have any packager plants in here. I think I might have got rid of some of that. We have a blender in there. I don't think we have anything that is a packager. All right, well, we'll get to design a new layout for our packagers. Now, we need to think about how many packagers we need as well. So let's think about that here in our spreadsheet. So we're going to go ahead and move this down just a little bit. Remember, this is accessible by everybody. You can definitely go in, look what I'm doing, try it in your next playthrough, take it, copy, paste it in your own spreadsheet. You can't modify mine, but you can go in and copy it and save it out and use it for your own playthrough in the future. Because I'm just like that, everybody. I go above and beyond. I go above and beyond. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is a packager. All right, right over there. So the amount of aluminum scrap that we have coming out is going to be 1170, and that's a lot of that. But what we really need is how much water is being produced, And in this case, 600 water is going to be produced from there. Also, how much is silica is being produced out of our aluminum solution here. So silica is going to be 400 that's going to be produced. And you know what? We're going to add the actual, we're going to add the awesome sink as part of this. Awesome sink. And then we're going to need to get rid of this, which we'll figure out that number later. But we need to figure out the number of silica right now. So 400. So 400 silica. There we go, brain. And then this is going to be packaged pack water. Call that for short. So we need to figure out how much water we're going to package and what the output numbers of that is, so I know if I need one awesome sink or two awesome sinks or whatnot. So let's go figure out that over here on the blueprinter. Now again, I think the blueprinter is one of the most brilliant things they've added to the game. It really makes the game less tedious in the fact that it really inspires your creativity, and things that inspire my creativity is what gets me up in the morning, everybody. Hanging out with all of you and doing stuff like this. So let's go ahead and let's see, how big are our packagers? Let's just make a packager and look at its general size over here. All right, not too bad. So let's go ahead and compare its relative size to, say, a constructor. All right, definitely taller than a constructor. What about a refinery? We'll throw a refinery down here. How big is it compared to a refinery? So, oh, definitely not as big as that. So half the size of a refinery. Okay, what about an assembler? Let's take an assembler and look at its size compared to it. Okay, that's pretty close to an assembler size there. So say we have a blueprint that we've been using for assemblers. I would probably say that's probably the closest blueprint to what we want to use. And then, of course, we can modify it and tweak it what we need to do. So let's go ahead and get that assembler blueprint. We'll get our latest one that we've made, you know, probably iterations on versus the previous ones. And here she is right here. So there we go. And this is going to be right over here. We don't know how fast it's going to be yet. Packaged water. Packaged water. There we go. And we're going to copy that because we're going to also use that elsewhere. Make sure you hit return, otherwise it doesn't actually take it there. And then over here, our packaged water hyper tube. There we go. And then we're going to go up here and tell this to be packaged water right there. And then again, paste that in so we don't have to type that out every time, and close that out. And there we go, packaged water, easy peasy. Now, the hard part is going to be doing all our inputs and outputs and all of that fun stuff. And we're going to figure that out right now. Now, the best thing to do, I think, is just to take out the assembler itself and go over here to the side. If you got the walls open, awesome. If you don't, I would take them out because you can always add them back in the end. So I'm just going to take those out there. And we're going to go ahead and work in the interior space. Now, we might get 2, we might get 3. We'll see. I feel like it's going to be more like 2. But there we go. And then we'll go ahead and hit G and just get these. And G and get just the belts. Right, like this. And then get rid of this. And then go up here in the front and just hit Control, 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 Control. And then click and hold it down. Bam. All right, there we go. We cleared that out. What I'm going to do is go ahead and also clear out these foundations. Now, what I want to do is I want to make sure I have some backlog area just in case it makes more than what it's getting rid of. Though I do want it to, you know, I do want it to get rid of more than it's producing and not be at a deficiency where it's starting to backlog packaged water, which is definitely not what I want. I don't want to store a bunch of packaged water. I don't need it. Get rid of it. That's what I say. You can always tap more packaged water, especially when you got your base on the water like I do. I got a lot of it on the water here. So there we go. All right, and then again, we'll take this out just to make it easier to work in our little factory here. And we'll just pressing Control and releasing. I find that's much more precise. You'll see me sometimes just take each thing out one at a time. That's old school there, everybody. That's the old school way of doing it. Sometimes I have to remind myself I don't need to do that anymore. Okay, so we've got our packager. Now let's just go ahead and put one down, and we're going to go ahead and look at what we're trying to do. We're trying to do packaged water. So what we're going to need is we're going to need packaged water, but we're also going to need empty canisters. And so we have another part of the process that we're going to need to add in there. So we're going to need to do some empty canisters next to our packaged water as well. So what I can do is either put the packaged water next to the factory I'm in, and then do the empty canisters, or I can do the empty canisters first and then just run the water over there. Now I would probably put the packaged water right next to it, so it's an easy line run right in there, and then just make the empty canisters in the next factory and run those empty canisters in there. And that's what we're going to do. Now empty canisters are pretty easy because they're just in your constructor here, and so we'll go in there and we'll look at this. And so all we need to do is run in some plastic, and it's going to run out the empty canisters at 60 per minute. So we're going to need both things in our list over here as well. So we're going to need our packager, and let's get our inputs and outputs. So 60 and 60 and 60. So that's pretty easy. Those are all even numbers for our packager, and we're going to need to add another row above here to kind of get that going. So this is going to be what? It's going to be water and empty canister. Water, empty. I'll just say empty can. There we go. Just so we don't have to write out a big long thing. So 60, 60, and 60. So this is 60 here, it's 60 here, and our output is also going to be 60 over there. Now, the reason why I'm putting it in both columns and not just one column is so that it will calculate it for me. Now, we're going to have a lot of water coming in here, so we're going to go look at our water rate. I think we wrote it actually down here, but we didn't figure out the water amount. So let's see, where is it? It's aluminum scrap. So the water is going to be coming in at 600. It's maximum amount that can run on a single pipe. So that's going to go in there. Now, I have these, which are going to automatically calculate how many of these are going to be produced and how many are we going to fit in a factory. So that's going to affect our overall thing. Can we fit 2 of those in there? That would be no. Cannot fit 2. Maybe we can squeeze it over just a little bit. Let's see, maybe something like this. Then we have our 2 inputs in the back, and then we have our 2 inputs in the front. So maybe nice. Is that centered? Let's go see. Yes, that actually is perfectly centered on that thing. Oh, we can get 2 in there. So maybe 4. Let's go up here and see what we can get away with, say on this level. Oops. Oopsie. That's not where I want to go. Thank you very much. I want to go like that. Okay, and then we get 4 of them in there. I'll be happy with 4. This is really easy to line up because they're sitting center on the thing. I'm going to go ahead and hit H there. I'm just going to nudge that right into position. That would be awesome right there. I'd be more than happy to go with 4 of them in each thing. I think that'd be good. Now, the biggest problem is, of course, micromanaging our inputs and outputs. Because, again, as packaged water, we got to get the water in the empty canister to go in the back. And we need to do it on both levels. And then we need to output that water on both levels as well. Now, it's also how many of these factories are going to need, and then how much is it going to produce? Is it going to be more than 1 belt or 2 belts or whatnot? Because that's a lot of water. That's a lot of water to package, and that's okay. And again, this is going to be packaged, packed water back here. That'll be the output of that water. Okay, so how many we're going to get? Let's call it 4. Right there, and then we'll do some more of our calculations back here like this, and we'll take this down to here, and empty canister doesn't matter because it's not actually going to output the empty canisters, but we can see right here it says that we're going to need 3 total factories of having 4 per factory, which means we're going to need 10, which the numbers work out perfect. Yeah, the numbers worked out perfect again. Because it hits exactly at 10, not 10.1.357892393, right? So it hits exactly, so that is actually going to be perfect for our conversion. Now, our empty cans, we're going to need the same amount because, of course, it's at the same ratio. So if it's ratio in, ratio out, you know that the input needs to be the same. So we're going to need to make 600 empty cans right there. And so let's go ahead and put that in here. We're going to go ahead and add that for our empty canisters. We're going to put it right here, empty canisters. Close enough. And we need to go ahead and figure out how much plastic we need to put in there to basically produce that much. And that's going to be a lot of plastic. That's going to be a good amount that we're going to need. Now, we're using plastic elsewhere, too, so we got to watch out for that as well. So let's go over here to our constructor. And so we're going to need 30 in. It's going to produce 60 out. So it's going to double its output. So we're going to say that this is going to be 30 in and 60 out right there. And again, we're going to do our calculations. We usually have 6 per constructor up here, I believe. Yes, 6 for our constructors up here at the top. So we're going to take that and we're going to run that down over here. And that's going to calculate that at 6. There we go. And then again, it's doing a lot of the math for me here automatically, so I don't have to do all of that. Over here, and I'm going to take this and we're going to do this, and let's see, empty canisters in there, and then so we're going to have to put it in at half that speed, so 300 plastic. Oh, this is plastic. We're going to need to put 300 plastic in there at least to keep up. Now, of course, we put more plastic in there, it's going to make more, but this actually is going to make exactly the amount we need. I'm not a big fan of doing exactly the amount you need. I'm a big fan of having extra because what'll happen is you'll have a backlog, your power goes off or whatever, and then you'll have the ability to start right up much quicker if you do have a backlog of those resources. So I might actually do 3 factories instead of 2, and then I will hopefully have extra plastic that I can go ahead and get that going. But we got to go look at our plastic, so we're going to go up here and see how much plastic we're actually producing up here, because we're using that plastic in a whole bunch of places. Plastic is like screws, everybody. You're going to need a lot of it, and we might actually go in and create a second plastic factory. We'll pull in another thing and create a whole bunch more plastic. We'll see how it goes. All right, where is our plastic at in here? We know we just did that recently. Well, plastic. All right, so our plastic output right now is a paltry 320. So that obviously is not going to be enough for our packagers and also for all of our stuff that we're doing. So what we'll need to do is increase our nuclear power, and then pull some of our oil power. Use the oil to make more of our stuff, right? More of our rubber. Not rubber, but plastic. Come on, brain, get the right thing out. So we're going to make more of our plastic. Now, if we were running this in, say, at 600, we could see it's producing 400 plastic there, and that would be more than enough. But this particular one, again, is being used elsewhere for our other units. So, and we're just going to use the nodes that we have. If we need to tap some more nodes, we will. But we're pretty squared away on most of our nodes. Now, if this runs at a slower speed, that's a problem. Because what it will do is it'll stop the rest of the process before it. So it'll start to backlog, and then all of my aluminum stuff will stop, and all of my processes will stop along the way. So that's not good. You don't want that to happen when it comes to the aluminum. Aluminum is probably the most complex and the most fragile in its balance of running, because you want to make sure that it is definitely getting rid of that excess. Absolutely. So it's definitely worth going in, making more plastic, and making sure that is taken care of. So we'll get that done at some point. So we're going to have to add more plastic is basically the gist of that. Or what I could do is just say, you know what, stop making all the other stuff and just run all of the plastic in there and be good. And actually, we go look at our plastic line. That'd probably be a good idea. And we can go look and see if our plastic is either overflowing or meaning there's plenty of extra. It's not all being used up. And of course, we could look at the numbers too, but visually I find is a great way to do it as well. and look and see if that plastic is backlogging in the box. If it is backlogging in the box, then we're looking good. We can see that plastic is coming out of there right there. We can see some copper sheets and whatnot going in there for circuit boards. We can see it's a little bit backlogged. But is it backlogged at the actual plastic factory, right? These are the big ones up here. Our plastic factory is right over here. And the way I can tell is I can just go to the back of the factory. So, because it's feeding forward. So, if I go to the back of the factory and I look down here and I see, oh, see, I can tell you right there that it's not backlogging. Otherwise, that thing would be stopped, right? And then it'd be stopped all the way back as well. So, I can tell you, we can look at this. Nope. That one, nope. So, looks like maybe we might have a small backlog of plastic, but I have a feeling that's getting burnt up. Yes, see, now we're into the final box. And all we have to do is look at this number. It goes to 101. And then it goes way down. The 69 goes up to 70. Yeah, this is definitely burning all of this up. And see, the number is diminishing. If the number is diminishing, you're not producing enough of that thing. It's pretty simple. Simple math there. And that definitely will eventually use all that up, and then it will stop my other production, and then have to restart that. So we definitely need more plastic production. And then we can infuse some of that extra plastic production into this other production we're using as well. But we're going to be making a lot more plastic than we are making currently over there. So let's get back to what we're working on. We'll go back down here. And let's get these packagers integrated. Let's get our very stuff integrated into our factory here for packaged water. And we'll come back to our constructors later on. Okay, so we need 2 inputs. Right now you can see I've got, probably start with a top input and then the bottom input. Or maybe we just eliminate that altogether and we just have our, what are we inputting? I forgot already. We're inputting packaged water. So we're going to go ahead and have the packaged water run from this side. Got what level that packaged water was at. Let's run down here and see. How many of these up is that input? I think it's at the second one. So we're going to have this. This is going to be, oh, it's at the second one up. Yeah, or really third one up, but the second input up. So, all right. So basically 3 foundations up. So we want to match it to what we got there so that when we do the input, it'll be super easy. We just run it to the thing like that. Again, matching it to other blueprints is definitely a more advanced thing when you're doing blueprinting. But it is good to think it out ahead of time. And so that's what we're going to do. Right over here. Now, all the exterior lines and stuff like that, I would just take all this out because you're going to definitely end up redoing all of this stuff for sure. We don't need this one. We'll take this one out. Or maybe we'll leave this down here, and then we'll take this out, and we'll put this here, and then we'll go ahead and use this to basically align it to the other one we have right there. And so that'll be 3 up. And maybe take ourselves a nice little door. Our door in there. There we go. And then we want to go ahead and run these inputs and outputs into the thing. Now, I have an extra thing here on purpose, and this is why I'm not doing 4 of these across and only 2. And that's so I can do all the line runs and have those built into the plan. Even though the factory's smaller and I have a less amount of things in there, it actually saves me a tremendous amount of time. I don't have to go in and run all those little lines, which you see me doing in the other ones. For the other aluminum stuff. All right, so this should be pretty easy. We're just going to go ahead and bring this down like this and see if we can get a splitter to line right up there. That would be awesome if it did. Nope. No splitter for you, Kismet. Down there anyway. So that's not going to work that way. So let's try another way. We're going to go ahead and do this. That's not going to work either because now that's going to block our input, so that's not going to work. Let's go ahead and try to work with our pipes if we can't get that to work. We're going to go ahead and run this right over here nicely. Try to run that up just a little bit. Let's say run it up here and then go down by 2. And then we can run this right in there like that and miss out on this part. Then we can try to do some tricky stuff where we run it from this side to this side, like so, and then we can try to do that whole splitter thing again where we line that up, we output it here, this time running our thing down like this to... Oh, come on. Yeah, it's not going to let me do that either because of the way that that is clicking there. So that tells me that this definitely is going to need to go forward a little bit. Right? Definitely going to need to go forward, or I need to find a way of running it down at that bottom level. And that's not too hard because we can just simply just run it in at the bottom. And that's going to make that way easier. So let's go ahead and take this, and now we learned that that's an issue. And we're going to go ahead, and we could actually move that down as well. And we can rework all of this like that. And then now if we have this nice and straight, we can just go ahead and do this and do that. And then that's going to be way easier. Though I don't typically like to feed it into the bottom. In this case, I think it's quite appropriate to feed that like that. Now eventually we're going to have these go up, but I can tell you that this one right here is not going to be of any use. And we're going to take this out. And we're going to want to, of course, chain our stuff very exactly the same to the one that's coming up behind that one so we can keep that water going down the line. So thinking about chaining your factories is also an important part of the process. So if we go in and we say, okay, how many of these are we going to need for packaging these? We're going to need at least 3 factories. I'd probably go 4 just to be safe. And then I will go ahead and put this like this. And so that tells us, wait a minute, we don't want to do that. We want to go in and actually make this a bit more involved. And plus, it's going to make it look better. And that is, we want to go ahead and take the pipeline and run it like this. Now, notice how I can put that pipeline in. And that's because I was able to do that because of the fact that I don't have the walls right up against the edge of the blueprinter. And that's why I think the blueprinter should be bigger. Because it does make it really difficult to connect all your pipes ahead of time. See right there how that has that thing in the center? I saw that it didn't have the thing in the center, so I went and reran that again, so it had the thing. Okay, now the rest of this part is pretty easy, right? So we just go ahead and hold down Control to snap that. And we go ahead and try to hit Control on this one. It won't let me do it. But we'll go ahead and do this first, and then, for some reason, it then all of a sudden kicks in. I don't know why. Don't ask me, everybody. So this is going to run this right down into there. Look how much cleaner that is, everybody. Isn't that nice? Look at that. That's beautifully run there. Nice and clean in there. And again, that's what we're doing in this stage. Not just making it run in there, but making it beautiful while we're doing it. We're also going to go ahead and plug this into our power that's just sitting right over here, which we can just run over here on this particular one. Like this, and then we're going to run this what's known as our B power. Our B power is this connector right here. We don't want to run that outside though. I don't like the way it's running outside. So where's this? Oh, this is running down. That's right, it's running down to this over here. Let's just do that. Yes, and running underneath there nicely. Okay, let's just go ahead and do this with this. There we go. And then we'll take out this one here. We got to make sure that we redo the one up above as well. And so we'll just have that run down to this connector. Now the B connector means when I turn the switch off, the B side of the connector is going to turn all that off, right? So that's what we're thinking about when we're saying B connector. Want to keep it straight in your head so it makes that way easier. Okay, so those look perfect. I like that. We're going to say, oh, nope, not packaged oil. Get that back in there. Packaged water. And over here, I don't think I've ever done a system where I've packaged the oil ahead of time and then shipped the oil. I wonder if it ships more oil if you package it. Don't tell me. If you package it versus just having it in the thing. So you kind of package it, though you're going to be burning up a bunch of extra stuff. But if you package the oil, it's going to be 2 packaged oil. And just package it all up and then bring it in and then unpackage it. and then run it as oil. I'll have to try that in a future playthrough. Hopefully I remember. Actually, make a note. Make a note. In here, test in future packaged oil, then unpackage. Sends more. There we go. Leave myself a little note for the future right here. Hopefully it'd be fun to see it, like, you know, come back to the next update and go, oh, I remember that. I remember I wrote that down there. I like to leave little notes for myself, everybody. It's pretty fun. Because there's no way I'm going to remember that by the next update if I don't write it down. Okay, so we don't need packaged oil, though. Let's go ahead and go with packaged water. What up, Olaf? I hope you guys enjoyed this awesome bonus stream. Now, later on, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're also going to do some Fallout 4. So we want to try to get the aluminum going, though. That's our main goal today. Get our aluminum going and then let it run so that we are producing massive amount. Okay, we're definitely going to probably have to work on some more oil power or oil to plastic as well. So we already got the water coming in. We got to work on our canisters, but we've got the 60 water in there. So we're going to say package water there, package water there. Okay, now we need to worry about the output. Now the output is actually packaged water, so it's pretty easy to do that output. So what we're going to do is go ahead and put a merger right here, because you only really need one merger in here. Because you're going to merge this way, right? And then, oh, that does not look like a merger to me. There we go. You only need one merger, right? Well, that's not the case, because if you're feeding it down, you're going to need another merger on the backside. But I'm not feeding it down, I'm actually feeding it up. So I can just go ahead and do this, but of course we're going to just, you know, make it nice, back it up just a little bit, and then back it up by 2 and get that nice 90 in there. And then we're going to run it out on this side. And then that packaged water is then going to combine with the packaged water up above, and we're going to have to fix that. We're going to have this here, remove all of our doors and redo all that. In fact, I could probably pull all of these ladders out now that I can just float around. I think those are unnecessary. At this stage, I could rework all of my doors and stuff as well. Kind of feel like we could do that as well. Okay, so this one is our next level one. Let's just make sure we got this one squared away. We got all that in there. We got our stuff. We got it running that way. We're going to run it up to the next one. This is coming out, combining with that, mining there. This one has power. This one has power. Okay, that's looking good. Okay, let's go to the one up above. And we want to basically do the same thing, right? We want to go ahead and get those lined up, which we already do. And then we want to go ahead and say, okay, this is going to go out. Now, this doesn't need to go out that far. I had it offset because we were using another output there. So we can just go ahead and do this. Oh, take this out. And just use a real nice output there and input there. And then just go in the opposite direction. Here into here. Now we got a bit of a problem when we do this though. Is that when we're running that in and then it's going up and going this way, it's actually not ending up where we want it to end up. We want it to end up at the bottom so it can chain to the next one. Now I could always run it back up and across the top, but it actually needs to end up at the bottom on the entrance. Or we could do the top where it comes through and then it goes down or it goes up or whatnot. But to get this to go the right way, it's going to actually end up where this actually would, I'd have to feed it from the back and then feed it from the back. Up here. I'd have to feed it from the back up here, then down, then across, then to the next one. That's going to be a pain. So we're not going to do that. What we're going to do is we're going to run it from the bottom, right here, because we're going to run this stuff up from the bottom, by the way. Run this stuff up from the bottom. All of our empty canisters in there, or we're going to run it underneath and have it run up. And then it's going to go up, around, and then back up, and then end up going across the top. Out of there. And so let's go ahead and change this one here. We're going to have the same problem with the water, right? The water's going out this way and it's going up and going up here, but it doesn't really matter because the way that water works is it works in both directions. So it'll work anyway. Now another problem we're going to have if we do run that up like that is the fact that we're going to need to go in and pump it up. We're going to need a pump to get it up there. to that next level. So let's not forget to integrate our pump. And I'm just using my level 2 pumps here. Probably not necessary to use it, but we're just going to put it here in the center. Because the factory next to this is going to have a pump too, so it's going to pump it across that way. And then this pump is going to run across. Now again, same thing here with this. We're going to want to tie that into our power. So that'll just pump that out and then pump it up to the next level. Now we're going to take some of this stuff out because this is unnecessary in this particular thing. We're going to take all of these, redo all of these inputs and outputs. We'll deal with all that here in a minute. Just get that out of the way for now. And then we're going to use a solid wall here to come up like this. And then as we run this up, we're going to not go quite as high. We go 3 high there. We're going to go just 2 high. And what we can try to do is line that up to what we've already got, right? So we can go ahead and say, okay, maybe right there. Let's go ahead and see how I like that. And then we'll just run a pipe and see if it goes directly in it. Is it at the same level as that is? It is. Actually, I think it can go down just a little bit. It's pretty close. So we'll take this. We'll put it here. We'll hit H. We can nudge it. See, the way it goes down is a lot down. So actually, I think that is right. That definitely seems right. Sometimes hard to tell whether it's perfect or not. That actually looks pretty right to me. So again, we've got that lined up, and then we're just going to do the same thing on the other side here. Put it in the same spot right there. Run this across first. Then we're going to go ahead and split this there and there. And you're like, well, Kismet, now you got to run the water up and back and all of that. Nope, you certainly don't, because water both splits and merges at the same time. So when we do this one here in the back, like this, we can simply just split this to go on to the next one. Pretty cool, right? I'm going to try to get that right in the center. There we go. And so I can just take this pipe and run it that way. So not only will it push it up to the next level, but it'll also push it on to the next factory. And that's called thinking ahead, everybody. And I left myself room to do all this stuff in the actual factory itself. And I think if I had to do it all over again, everybody, I would actually take that refinery and move it down into one refinery in future builds, just so I could have all my line runs incorporated in one thing. Get all that done in one thing, and then it will change to the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing. I feel like that, even though I would have more factories in the long run, I would have less hassle of having to run all those mini lines that I had to do. If I had to do it all over again, and I could do it all over again right now if I want to, I'll just delete it all and do it again. But let's keep at what we're doing here. We want to try to get this package water going. Okay, so that stuff is perfectly and wonderfully done there. Actually, we should have probably done this down here first. It's going to be a little awkward to do it now, but we're going to go ahead and do it. Now, the cool thing about your splitters and mergers is you can put them right on the line itself, and it will automatically orient them based on your line, and then you hold down Control, and it snaps it to your device there, to your machine, and then all I need to do here is do this. Now, another cool thing is if you do take that out, it will auto-heal the belt, so that you don't have to re-go back in and fix it, which is also another cool thing about that. Okay, so now the only thing that we need to take and turn around and go back the other way is our stuff here. So we're going to go ahead and put this in back over here, and we're just going to run that back for the next factory. Right over here for our packager items right there. And so that factory is going to go across, and we're going to need to feed it down to the bottom down here so it can run into the next factory at the bottom edge. I would probably run it a little bit higher so this actually ends up doing this when you're feeding it in on the next one. On the B version, you'll see me add this to the front. I'm just going to do that for right now, and I'm actually going to add all of the things that I would use in the A and the B version. So I'm going to combine that into one to start with, just to kind of think it out like this. Now, another thing that I can do on the B version is I can raise that to the level at which I'm going to run this. But we've already got a lifter there, so that's going to be a little awkward to do that. But it does tell us that if we did do that, I'll wait for our save to go. If we did do that, it's going to actually run into the thing that we already have. So we definitely don't want to do that. But we could definitely lift this up a little bit higher, maybe. Now we've also got to watch out for our pipe runs there, but that pipe run's just going to run from the previous one into here, which is what we want to do. We're going to run it out of there. It's going to go down at an angle to the next one, which is awesome because we're going to get a little positive head lift there. This one's going to be here. And so now we want to match up that side with this side. So when we run that out. Now this is the trickiest part, and that is the ability for you to line up. We're going to hit H. We're going to move that over. We're going to switch this to zooping. We're going to click that, and then we're going to zoop that way up like this so that it lines up, and we can create a little segment here, which is going to help us to add our thing. We're going to hit G on that to select just those so we can get rid of all of those. Those were just there to make that little segment. There we go. And then we're going to take this and we're going to run this down. Now we need to go look at the other side to see where we're kind of lining that up. It's just a little bit right there across that this one here. So we're going to go and magically, is it down from that one? Is it right by the thing? I've forgotten already. So no, it's right at the top edge, right at the top edge of that. So we just need to go up by 1. And right at that top edge, like that. And now this is perfectly matched up to the one that we're going to do behind. So very, very nice. So our pipe we can run, and our thing we can chain to how many ever factories. And we need 4 factories, I believe. I think it says 3, but I'm going to probably end up doing 4. Just to have that extra little bit to get rid of that extra. So yeah, it says I need a total of, well, I could do 3, but it says I need 2, so I will end up doing 3, right? No, down here, packages. It says 3, there we go, 3, and I'll end up doing 4 just for that extra. Okay, so again, now we can chain it to our next factories. We've got all of these in place. Now we need to go in here and do our thing. See, that's coming up there. That's not where that should go. This actually should go down by a little bit. So we'll take that out. We'll go out here. Oh, we're going to remove all of these ladders now. Those are obsolete. We could probably remove our hypertubes now too. But you know, I'm kind of nostalgic about my hypertubes now, so we're going to go ahead and leave that. I love doing all of these upgrades to this as well, which is pretty fun, including putting in all the doors and things like that. We're going to go ahead and put that door in there. So we can just run into the front like this if we want, work the front of it. And then this is for that. This middle door we probably don't need on this. So we're going to take that out and just put a nice wall in there. Now also, part of this is hiding all of the production so that you're not killing your frames per second. You definitely want to hide that production. Yeah, look at both of them opening at the same time. That's cool. That's very cool. Okay, so we got that. We're fixing our stuff here. So that's going to go there. This we can just add another door. I'm really feel like every place I possibly can, I want to add that door in there. Yeah, I think especially on the side here would be a great place to do those doors, so you can just go in from the side. I feel like this side's much better because you can come from behind. There's not really the machines blocking you, and you can go ahead and get that going on. So that's going to go around there. That's going to go over here, and then we're going to lift that up to this upper area right here. So we need to take this door out, and we can move this up. Take this out and add more doors because those are fun. Take that out and then just lift this straight into there, and then that will combine. Bottom one will combine with the upper one, like here also. Take all of that out. Door, and door, which closes it up so it doesn't make our frame slow down, but it also gives us quick access to get inside. Okay, so this one actually I don't need here. Yeah, so this is going to come up go that way. Man, this is all seems to be backwards. Yeah, I want that to go out and go that way and then combine in the back. Yeah, this is all backwards. Hold on, let's turn this around. Because we're only doing 2 and not 3, it doesn't turn around the other way again at the end. So we want to go ahead and turn it in the opposite direction. And we want it to go ahead and merge this way. There we go. And then we're going to redo all of this output. And we can take this out. And that's not going to be an output. Oh, we got another ladder there. Take care of that. Take this out. And then just do our nice 90-degree there. Run that in there. Okay, and then this, I'm going to go out of there. And that's going to come up to this level. And end up going out the back way. There we go, much nicer. And then over here, we'll go ahead and put output that way merger. Output that way merger, and then we're going to merge the stuff from down below. Huh? Belt has an invalid shape. Oh, really? Take that out and see if it has an invalid shape. There we go. Our lifter was making it an invalid shape. Like it's going the wrong direction too. Yeah, going the wrong direction there too. Watch out for those directions. They'll trip you up every time. They will trip you up. Out the back. All right, there we go. Now we've got our output squared away. We've got our inputs and outputs squared away. And so we're ready to rock on that. Maybe add some more fun doors here. That way. Get in here like this. This way. There we go. Our doors will move aside as we go through. Okay. And this right here, and we can see that if we just take this and run this up, that'll run nicely into there. Now, I don't trust it, so I'm going to do it again, because that's just the way I am. And there we go. Okay. So, we got all of our lifters going. Our stuff's coming in from this side. It's going to go up. And since we don't have a third one, so it circles back to the back, we have to kind of make a third one. So it'll circle back to the back and then run to the next one and be perfectly lined up. And so that's going to do an incredibly great job of that. The water's going to chain. I feel like everything in here is looking pretty good. We need to think about our power. And so let's grab this right here and upgrade this to our bigger power lines. We can change some more things to that. And then we're just going to run that straight up. Oh yeah, very nice. Right there. And then this to there. And then this to there. Double check all of our stuff. Yeah, it's looking good. Outputs going that way. Going up and ending up out there. Okay, well, we won't know until we actually make it work, everybody. That's when we'll really know if we had done it right or not. Now, it's going to also backlog a bunch of this stuff into here. So all the packaged water will have a bit of a backlog in there, so it'll have time for us to do the awesome sync with it as well. I feel like that's pretty good. We got these all named, packaged water, packaged water. We know how much packaged water is going to come in now. It's going to be 600. So we'll make that change. We'll hit enter, so it takes that. And then packaged water over here. We definitely need more plastic. There's a lot of packaged water. For sure. Let's see. Packaged water. Okay. Trying to think of anything else that I might need. That feels pretty good to me. So let's go ahead and save that. And we're going to select the color. We're going to definitely make this one blue. It's going to be pretty easy. So this is going to be packaged water. Let's just save it in case we have a problem. Packaged water. We're going to put this down at the bottom level. So we want to leave this wall open. And we want to close this wall in. So that when it changes to the next one, that next one will have a wall. This will have the wall built in for the next one. So we'll run that. That looks good. I saw the thing no wall, and that tells me I want to fix it. Now I also want to change the icon because this is actually a not refinery right here. No, these things all look similar to me. There we go, packager, because that's a packager, and we want that to definitely look different. In right, out right, and that's the A version. Confirm. Let's save over that. That looks good. Now, we need to make a B version of it. Now, the B version is just the one that chains in there. So we're going to remove the stuff that we don't need. We don't need the label. We don't need this. We don't need the A power. We don't need any of this stuff. We don't need the hypertube, and thus we don't... Oh, wait, no, we do need the hypertube, but we don't need the entrance. We want to leave the power. We leave the hypertube there. And let's see, anything else? I think there's a connector under here we need to take out. Yes. Connector out of there. Now, see, I'm just removing excess parts that we don't really need in the next one. No reason to build those things in. It just takes more resources and wastes your resources. Now, this one, I'm going to go ahead and take this bottom part out. And because it's just going to be this here. That's going to be used. And then we're going to have our different stuff here. Now, we need to go through... Oh, I didn't do it in my other one. Oh, I forgot. Okay, so this is going to be input. We can go back and fix that. It's no problem. Oh, there's two walls there as well. See how it's flashing? That flashing means I put two walls there by mistake. And so that is going to be an input. And this will be output. Here, then this will be input there. And again, we got like double walls. We got the whole thing double walls. Just those. Creating double walls everywhere? Apparently not. Just that one. Just those two. Put that there. Okay, so just did that to make this take longer. Alright, that's input, so output to an input. And then this is going to be an input. That's an input. That's an output. Now this is just so I can remember what the heck was going on later. That's an output and that's an input. And this would be an output. This splitter would be an output as well. This is just kind of a reminder of what the heck I'm doing. Because, you know, in a month from now, there ain't no way I'm going to remember what the heck is going on with all of this. And so that's an input. This is an output here. There we go. Outputs, outputs, outputs. These are inputs. This is nothing. This actually at the end could be removed because it's not going to be used. So this can be removed. Yeah, we're going to do that on our A one too. We're going to go ahead and just refine this. We don't need all of that extra pipe there. We can just run that like that. Very nice. I think that works pretty good. That'll push that up to that next level. And all of that can be removed. Output, input. This is our output here. Yeah, I'm using blue for output, green for input. Yeah, look at that. All my little things got like doubles. It's freaky. Down here got a double? No, that one doesn't have a double. It's from me double clicking, so I don't want to turn my zooping off, so I just double click. And sometimes I end up with two of the thing. Okay, so I marked all my inputs and outputs there. Oh, wait, this is an input. This is our input here. There we go. And see how much visually easier that is to see what you're doing. So this is an input. God, what's going on with my walls today? Freaky walls today, everybody. Freaky, freaky. Input. Output. Come out of there, go into there. Out of the back, run into there, come out of there, go into there. What's going on here? Why is that on the outside and not on the inside? Probably because there's not enough room. Yeah, that's a double run. That is actually not going that way. This is actually not, that's an input. This is an output. Yeah, it's coming out and going down to the bottom. That is correct. Okay. All that stuff is good. We can remark all of our stuff over here. Input, input. Oh no, that's backwards. This is an output. And this down here is the other one, is the input. That's an input. Yeah, now we're getting that straightened out. Except for we just did all of this on this one. We're going to go do the other one. Well, I got to do it again, but that's okay. That's okay. We'll get that done. And we got to put our door in. We forgot to put our door in there at the bottom. So doors, marking all of our inputs and outputs. How about on this side? This all looks good. I take this out. Put that in there. Place all of this stuff. Our doors. Make that easier to go in and out of there. I feel like every wall should just be a door. I mean, if you have an extra wall like this, just make it into a door. Make it easy on yourselves, everybody. So you go in and out of there when you're working on it, and then when you're done working on it, it'll just automatically close itself up. I love it when it does the double, or you can do the triple door. Then all the doors are just kind of opening and closing as you go through. So cool. So cool. Love it. This door is the wrong way. Fix that too. All right. Then we'll fix up all of our doors, inputs, and then something else we were going to do. Oh, doors. Yeah, doors, inputs, outputs. I think that looks pretty good. We're able to chain that one from the one in front. And then we have the one in back that we can chain that across. And we should have everything connected properly. We're going to find out when we go to use it, aren't we? And again, this one's going to be the B version. Right there. I probably should have loaded the A version and fixed all that and then did the B version, but that's okay. I do not have the resources, so let me clear the designer then. Grab all those resources. And then reload to A. Okay, so we got to fix some doors in the back. That would be the first thing I do, is to realize I forgot to put my door in back there. So let's put that door in. Any other walls we want to take out. Make this nicer. There we go. Got the wall out on this side, and we've got the wall in on that side. Okay, we're going to fix our inputs and outputs. We're going to take this out because that's not going to end up like that. That's going to come from down below, and that's going to turn and go into there. So we're just going to leave that like that. And this is going to be our input. We're going to do the whole double wall thing here again. We already know that this one has a double wall, so we'll just do ourselves a favor and get that done. So this is an input, that's an input. This is unnecessary. I almost forgot about the pipes. This is unnecessary because we're going to chain all of that down the road from the back. Unnecessary. Unnecessary. There we go. Improving, again, iterating on our designs. So this is going in, then it's going out, then it's going in, it's going out, and then it's going in again. And then this is our actual output. Oh, and again, same thing there. There's our output. And back here, we have our output there. And then this. Oh, that's it. Wait a minute, wait, I got that backwards. That is an output, this is an output, and this is an input. Right there. There we go. Same thing over here. This is actually an output. Oh, other way. This is an output. This one's an output. Input. Input, input. Looks pretty good to me. We fixed our little thing. Yeah, we fixed our little thing that comes around the corner there too, in a previous version of this. All right, that looks pretty good to me. Let's check our power stuff one more time. Our power coming over there, and it's going down here, and then it goes down the floor and circles back to B. Okay, we'll save that. I think we're good there. Door on back switch. Back switch it. Door on the back switch, switch it. Oh, do we have a door going the wrong way? Ah, good eyes, good eyes. 1,000 cats for the chat. Good eyes. Somebody's paying attention. That's worth 1,000 caps. Appreciate it. Good eyes on that one. I knew see, you get a certain feeling that you forgot something. Of course, I have that feeling most of the time because I forget a lot of things. But I definitely had that feeling there. Appreciate you having my back there. All right, let's clear that. And we good. Let's keep rocking it. That's a lot of stuff to remember. Okay, we're going to go over here to our water. And again, if you missed it earlier, we have a bunch of water here that's producing a massive amount of aluminum solution. And that aluminum solution is being chained into the next thing, which is our aluminum scrap, which is producing excess amount of water. And then next to that excess amount of water, we're going to go ahead and put all of this stuff in here to package that water and basically just run the awesome sink. Now again, you can recycle it back into your factory and figure out all your numbers for all of that, and I have done that in the past. But the thing that I find, just get rid of that stuff. Just get rid of it, package it up, and get it out of there. Oh, we gotta redo our stuff here. What do we want to do with our packagers here? You know what, I'm just gonna put those in with my assemblers. I don't care. Put them in there. And this is going to be, really, we could use this for packaging anything now. Packaged water. And we're going to put those down in there. And then we're just going to walk these all the way to the top because those are the most current ones. Wow, look at all of these assemblers we have going. That's a lot of assemblers. All right, there we go. Apply that. We're going to go to set number 10, which is our one that we work on. Blueprints, and then we do number 1. Let's see if we can get this to go down here. Let's see how we're looking. Come on, there we go. Out of plastic. Okay, no worries. We got a bunch sitting right over here. Oh, and we need to clear all this out over here and tell it we want 1 of these, and then we want, how many of these do we need? I forgot already. 3, so we're going to need 4. So let's go ahead and make 3 more of those. And that's going to tell us all the resources that we're going to need to make this happen. So let's grab a couple of those, put the 20 back. Go over here to our beams. We're going to have to grab some more of those. I mean our, whatever those things are called. Rods, there we go. More aluminum sheets. Now the thing is, we're running low on our aluminum sheets. We got to get back, got to get our production back up and running to get this popping. There we go. Oh, all out of plates there too. So we'll hunt down some plates, concrete that we've got over here, and take the small stack and put it back in. Take a bit extra of that. Actually, that's probably too much. Let's sort that out. Let's just get a little extra than what we need. There we go. Okay, so now what we're going to do is, as you can see, I've got a bunch of stuff going down here. And what I'm doing is I'm optimizing my factory. We took out all the spaghetti city that we made, and we're optimizing our line runs. Those lines are very nice, very nicely run. Of course, you can make them even more nicer in your playthrough. But all my line runs are very clean. They're running on those things. And of course, the more complex it becomes, the more it seems to overlap and all of that stuff. But they're very separated on each different sides. I'm not running multiple lines back and forth all over the place to put them in the boxes and then take them out of the boxes. Each factory is self-contained, which means that it stores all of the stuff it produces. So I don't need external boxes. Though I do have some external boxes here just for random loot. But a lot of times the boxes that I have is from stuff I tore down, right? Stuff I took out and in redoing, I'll put that in boxes nearby so I can grab it so I don't have to keep running up all the time to wherever it's being produced in the factory. So in this case, we need to go grab a bunch of plates, and I'm sure that we have a crazy ton of them right down here. Now remember, I'm only using just a few nodes. I haven't tapped 50 nodes. And my job is to be as efficient as possible, as Fixit tells you to be. Efficiency first. And so that's what we're doing in this particular playthrough, doing efficiency first, using the minimum amount of nodes for the maximum production benefit. And is everything going to be at 100%? Not necessarily. Because as we start to use that stuff up, it's going to diminish more and more and more as you get into the higher and higher stuff. So sometimes what you want to do is add more nodes and more nodes, or really that's what you do want to do. In some playthroughs, you'll see me do that, where I'll go in and I'll add more nodes and I'll add more nodes. The problem with adding nodes in the early game, got to remember where the heck I put my steel, back here, there we go. Within the early game is it takes your most valuable resource to do it. And you're like, Kismet, what's my most valuable resource? Your time. Your time is always the most valuable resource. It's also the most valuable resource at any business. So if you hire somebody, and I have worked with thousands of people in my career. I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. I've also been a senior tech, worked for Apple for many years. The number one thing is time. Getting things done in a reasonable amount of time because you're paying people to get that stuff done. And so if they take a long time to do it, it costs you a lot more than if they're really good at their job and they get it done in a reasonable amount of time. Now, not like stay over, 16 hours every single day kind of time, though that's how I would work, everybody. Because I feel like if you're the boss, you should be there more than anybody. Because I'm old school. Not like, hey, everybody, go do your thing. I'm going to go play golf all day. That's not cool, bro. That's a jerk boss. A jerk boss who doesn't actually do his work and delegates all his work to everybody else, that's not a boss that inspires. That's the type of jerk boss that you don't want to have, right? You all know those bosses. Put a 1 in the chat if you ever had that kind of boss, where you're doing all of the work and the boss is off screwing off somewhere while you're doing the work, right? Maybe you got that boss right now. I hate being that kind of boss. I like the kind of boss, like you get your job done, good job, way to go. Let's go ahead and play some games after work. And that's what we would do. Or sometimes we play games during work. Because, hey, everything's running, everything's working, everybody's got their jobs running, getting the stuff done. Let's play some games. Let's play some fighter jet on the Silicon Graphics machines. That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun back in the day. We had these Silicon Graphics machines for 3D rendering and stuff, which was pretty cool. Way back in the pre-press days when I used to do all of that. Okay, so we got that going. We got our factory in there. We came to get some loot. And now we're going back so we can put more of our packaged water down over here. All right, let's go ahead and just try to slide that right in. I love the hologram thing. The hologram thing is awesome. Boom. Now, if you're wondering what you can use those Kiss caps for, you can use those for giveaways, and we're going to have a ton of them. coming up. So make sure to be sticking around. Make sure if you haven't already done so, hit that follow button because this week's going to be an incredibly great week. Now, I start my week on a Sunday, everybody. You know, some people start Monday. I start on a Sunday because I work every single day. That's right. Not all day, every day. Oh, I forgot about the fact that we are at the bottom level. Yes, this is going to definitely need to be modified to where we bring that input down right there. That's definitely going to need to be modified. Now, watch this part right here. Since I have this here, I can go ahead and run this around the corner. Now, what I would do is probably run this one to the edge here. Do I line that up beautifully? I sure did. Just run that to the edge there, and then that's going to give you somewhat of a nice thing there. I think I want that out just a little bit further. Now, again, this is more of the cosmetic stuff. This is why this stuff takes a lot longer, because you're doing a lot of cosmetic things where you're trying to make that, you know, 90 and 90, as opposed to just running it how I had it before, or running it through the wall or whatever. You're trying to make that transition much nicer. Now, that packaged water, that's going to start working. It's going to start running that packaged water in there. Except for, it doesn't matter because it doesn't have the things to package it with, and that's the next factor we still need to work on. But the packaged water will start to go in there and start to backlog, which means that it will produce a little bit more aluminum scrap while we're doing this. Now, another great trick, by the way, everybody, on this is you can just go right here to the connector and say, flush the full pipe network, and boom, it just flushed all that water out. And thus, you don't even need to package it, get rid of it. If you want to go ahead and run it in some big containers and then go in and say, flush all the water, and it will flush all of it. And then basically start back up your process here. See, now there's no more in the machine. And then it should, there it goes. Then it should just kick in again. And there it goes. And it's going to start putting that water back in the pipes. And then when that water fills back up again, GG's all around. Because it worked its way all the way back. Now, we don't want to do that with the other one. Because these are separate from the water. If I do it with this one, this is my aluminum solution. I don't want to do that. That you want to backlog and save. So you can run it to the next part of the process. Okay, so we got the first one in. Now, before we go and we add all of the factories, I would suggest to do an A-B, meaning that in the case, we have our front one. It's got our hypertube controller, our priority switch, and also the whole factory priority switch. And then the B one is just one to chain all of these together, right? So we're going to go ahead and nudge this over. Man, we're going to make it? Yeah, right there. Nudge that over, nudge that back, and try to line that up with what we got. And that looks pretty good. Let's go with that. And then we're going to go ahead and then chain our power from here, from our A factory to our B factory. And now our B factory is looking good as well. Now, we need to take the resources that we've set up over here. We can see we've got an output here for that water, and then we can simply just run it into there. And now the water's going to run into that factory. Pretty nice, right? Pretty sweet. Now, also, we've got this aligned pretty well. Let's go ahead and see how it looks when we run it. Beautifully perfect. Nice and straight 90. And so when we do run those packages in there, it's going to go there, and it's going to run across into the next one. Now, we've also got some extra thing in here. We've got our hypertubes. Now, our hypertubes are built into the factory, and they're off by default. And the reason why they're off by default is so that we can save ourselves literally thousands of power. This is the first playthrough I've ever done where I actually keep all of my hypertubes off. I keep every single one of them off. And you know why I do that? So that I have super efficient lean power running right now without all of that excess. Look at this, everybody. We're doing this. This is 7,000 it's using right now. Normally, this is 15,000 that we're using, but it's 7,000. Look, this is all this down here. This is all of that. All of our extractors, all of our stuff that's running, all of our stuff that's running over here for producing our packaged fuel for all of our oil. This is all of our stuff over there for nuclear power, which is extracting tons of resources. Then it's all of the stuff up on this level. This is not a lot of power for this much stuff running. All of the stuff on this level, and then our manufacturers up here on the top level. You can see I've got 4 manufacturers in a row up there. All of that stuff working in tandem for the minimum amount of resource. We also got trains running in a whole bunch of different directions. You can see them up above here. Trains running, all of that. super, super lean and efficient. And that is through your priority switches. Your priority switches is one of the most brilliant, other than blueprinting, latest additions to the game. So you want to master those priority switches, master that blueprinting. This factory, it was all built totally different. I was building it in stages. And then I said, you know what? How can we make it more efficient? How can we integrate its own storage? How can we integrate hypertubes? How can we integrate all of our line runs in a single run? So what I did is, instead of making it really wide like I'm doing here, and I have to because it's a refinery, I went ahead and I made it more like this. Now, another thing I just realized, that this actually is offset. Now you're like, Kismet, you got to redo the whole thing. Not really. You just take the whole blueprint out in update 8. You take the whole blueprint out of that one, like this, and then anything you added, like these little cross sections, you'll have to take those out. No big deal there. And then here we rework this, so we got to go in and fix that in our original blueprint over here. And this is all going to be the same, but I like to take this out, maybe leave that there. That'll be fine. But what we need to do is offset this forward a little bit so it lines up to the rest of our factories a little better. And we can just easily take it out and then just basically take it and put it right back in again. You're going to get your resources back. And so we're going to go ahead and do that like this. And now, oh, actually, I don't even need that anymore. Just dawned on me. I don't even need that wall support because now they're perfectly lined up. That should have been a dead giveaway when I put that down, everybody, because I made that so those perfectly line up in the blueprints. And so I didn't notice that it was offset. But that's okay. I'll just take it out, redo it. Now it's even better. And just rerun some of my line runs here. This is my A line here, and so my A line is going to go to my A line over there, which is my main power input. We're going to go ahead and just readjust this here. And again, just put that up there like that and rework that later. We're going to need to rerun our power to our B factory. So let's get our B factory back in like this. And the reason why we had to take our B factory out is because it was offset by a block too. So since I put this one down, it's going to be pushed back as well. So we want to go ahead and re-put that one in. And we got our 2 power lines in, and then we just do all of our easy peasy stuff here where we just run our connector there. We go ahead and run this into here. Now we got our 2 inputs chaining to the other one. Now another thing that we need to do is also think about our outputs right here and make sure that we take this output and we run it into this one so that when it is making any extra of our empty canisters, we could go ahead and store those and not empty canisters, sorry, any extra packaged water, it will then take all the packaged water from this one and put it there because it's got built-in storage. So it's got 3 boxes worth of packaged water it could have on this factory and then 3 in there. So it's 6 total boxes built in. And having that storage built in, everybody, is so incredibly awesome. It is so incredibly great. So based on how many factories I build is how much backlog of storage I have, which is great. And I can build a ton of them. In this spot, you can see where I'm at, everybody. I'm right here, kind of over by the falls there. You can see where I'm at in the thing. You start over here. This is the forest area down there on the bottom part here. And all I did is ran along the coast. There's like limestone nodes and iron nodes here, and you just keep running up the coast until you find this spot. Now our oil is up here, and you can see this oil train is going back and forth picking up my oil. You can see I've got another train here, which is actually my uranium, going and grabbing that. I've got another train over here going and grabbing my base resources for my nuclear power. And then I've got another train over here that's running over here, picking up the coal, picking up the quartz. And you can see that stuff's just doing its thing, everybody. Just doing its thing. I think it's one of the coolest things just to watch your trains run. And I have played the game since it first came out, before they had trains and fluids and all the other cool stuff they added to the game. I played it from the moment that it dropped. I bought it on the Epic Game Store. That tells you how incredibly, when the Epic Game Store first came out and it was an absolute piece of trash. That's how dedicated I knew that this was going to be my type of game. And if someone came to me and said, Kismet, we're going to build you a game. What game would you want? This is it right here. Because this is the type of thing that fires up my imagination that I really like. And I love to build. Building is incredibly fun. Okay, so we got that going. Now we're going to think about our hypertubes back here. Let's go ahead and connect those. Just in case we want to go to the back of our factory here and we'll get those connections in. And now we got all of our inputs and outputs rocking. We've got our hypertubes rocking, so we can zip to the back if we want to. And again, you can see that the hypertube by default is off, and you can set that whether the switch is on or off by default. Now if I need to go to the back, I can flip that on, jump on up here. Whee! Almost went in the water, but not quite. Now I don't have an entrance in the back, and I don't want one yet until I add the other factories behind that. Now that's looking good. Now we need to kind of stop on this, and probably a good idea to save, because we just did a crazy ton of stuff, and we are crushing it. Let's go, baby. Yes, Irish Stitcher. Yeah, the priority switches are awesome. I'll show you my priority switch here in a second when it's done save lagging. The saving needs to be fixed. It is really obnoxious. But check out my priority switch circuit break priority. Yes, I've been using some priority switches in this playthrough. There's a lot of stuff in there too, everybody. You can scroll up and down in some of these. You can see we got a lot of stuff going. Now, of course, this is my hypertubes here. So all my hypertubes, including the one I'm standing at right now, you can see it says HT for hypertube. I can just turn it off right there. And just put that in there. Packaged water is something that's up here in my more advanced group, aluminum scrap. We've got packaged water here in hypertubes. This right here is most likely on the blueprinting way down there that we need to take care of eventually. Take it off the blueprinter. But there we go. So we've got that going. We've got the nice perfect line into there. I'm loving everything about it. Now, we need to go in and we need to package up some stuff. And are we on our final box here? I think we're on our final box. Look at all that turbo fuel, everybody. And black powder, or not black powder, but smokeless powder. And we have in there, oh, control rods. You know what? We can take those control rods and do some stuff with that. Now, that's from my previous factory that I built here. And I built it in this playthrough. And so what I did is I have a bunch of boxes just like this that had a bunch of resources in it. And I condensed it down into one box. But now it's like in my way. So what I want to do is go ahead and just take those previous resources and put them away here. Right here. And then we're going to put all the stuff that I'm working with in these kind of boxes that are going the opposite direction. And then we're just simply going to take it out of this box and put it in those boxes so it's no longer in our way. Like that. Let's walk our way down. I get very overwhelming trying to plan this all sort of, but I do love trying. Exactly. It can be incredibly overwhelming. I say, here's what you do. You plan it, and then you go and try it. And then most of the time, you're going to want to revise that plan. Having a non-super strict plan is always the best idea, everybody. Because plans very rarely work out exactly how you do them. Now, I've had plans work out perfectly every single time if I work hard enough at them. But how much time do you want to really invest in it? I've built out stuff like for 7 Days to Die. All of a sudden, I get a super big idea. Like, hey, how about a base that's a modular base? That means as you're playing through the game, the base evolves, and you can keep adding pieces to the base to eventually make it into a big base, right? And that was one of my favorite playthroughs of 7 Days to Die, because that base is now my favorite base I've ever done, because it is so incredibly efficient in how you start the game. You're starting from scratch. You're making the base from absolute scratch in there as well. You probably just throw that extra one away there. You're making it from totally scratch, and the base evolves as the game evolves. So you're using the minimum amount of resources, and then you're just using a little bit more and a little bit more, but you're getting a maximum return on all of that. And that's, again, one of my favorite bases. So I'm going to just get this smokeless powder. Keep walking back and forth. Now, why did I put it way over here and not right by it? That's because I'm going to be building right there. We don't want to put this stuff... we don't want to put that in the way of where I'm building. Now, all of this stuff over here is going to go bye-bye as well. We're going to revamp all of that. I don't know if we're going to get to all of it tonight, but we're going to certainly work on it. Now, the second we start messing with this stuff over here, that's when we start messing with our power. And you start messing with your power, that's when things start going wrong. So look out. Especially if you have to re-jumpstart your power. Big time. But, of course, I do have some battery backups. I suggest that you do your battery backups pretty early in the game. I wish I had done it earlier. And we got control rods in here. What's the other thing we have in here? Oh, and then our turbo motors. That's probably the most turbo motors I've ever made. Because I get to a certain point, everybody, and I was like that in this playthrough, where I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to start over. Because I'm thinking, oh man, I can do that way better from the very beginning, right? I absolutely can. And that's how I like to iterate in each playthrough. I try to do each playthrough differently. I try to do different locations as well, which is pretty awesome. So you try different locations with different nodes and different issues and problems you have to run into. Oh man, we need more. We need more boxes. We got so much stuff. Oh. Messed me up there, brother. Messed me up. See how it just freezes like that? It didn't used to do that. That's from it saving, and it's absolutely the most obnoxious thing in Update 8. It is incredibly obnoxious. It usually chooses the most inconvenient or awkward moment to save. I used to have it on 5 minutes because I like it to save often, just in case it crashes on experimental, but I just couldn't handle it anymore. I had to turn it up. So I turned it up to every 15 minutes. So I could lose 15 minutes worth of work, which I don't like doing, but I could. And you can control how much it goes off and all of that, but it shouldn't lag my entire game out. It should be saving in the background using a certain amount of resources as opposed to lagging out my entire machine. And it's not like my machine isn't a decent machine, too. It's not like I got an old machine. I mean, it's somewhat old by today's standards, but it's not that old. And it's pretty decent specs-wise. But it's not no $10,000 super gaming machine, that's for sure, because I would never spend that much. Even if I had that money, everybody, I would still not spend that money. Because that is a huge waste of money. I think I would much prefer to use that money to buy other machines or buy 3 or 4 machines and give them away here in the stream or something. I don't know, something like that. I would rather do that with it because I feel like you would get a bigger benefit out of it. I'm always about benefit versus cost, right? How much cost do you put in? How much time and effort? You know, your time is your cost, for sure. Especially if you're a graphic designer like me. Now, I don't do graphic design for people anymore. This is what I do. I bring a little joy and positivity, a little bit of fun into your day, which I love doing. Okay, we're going to go over here and pop over here by nuclear power for a second. We're going to see where we can look at us. I forgot I labeled all this stuff, everybody. Wow, look at me go. Very rarely do I, this is all for you guys. Very rarely do I label stuff to this degree. That's awesome. That is awesome. I don't think I've ever labeled it to that extent as well. Now, again, this is just the, oh, I forgot we have all these things. We got to replace all of this. We got to redo this for sure. What are we producing here? AI limiters. Where are we producing our control rods? Electromagnetic control rod. That's what I've got. Yes, okay. We're producing them right here, and it looks like we already got a backlog of those babies. Oh, yeah. We got a crazy backlog of those. Well. Oh, wait. Oh, look. I already had a box from before of it. Yeah. There we go. Good. Let's put another box down. So we don't have to carry these back. Oh, I don't have enough thing to put them in there, but that's okay. I'll just put that in there. Good enough. Now, I don't need any of those electromagnetic control rods down this side. I need them for my nuclear power, and I've already got a crazy ton of them, as you can see. Crazy ton of them extra. Let's go back this way. I like little stops in my hypertube, kind of like train stations, but for hypertubes. You stop, do the thing there, you stop, do there, because you can always just jump to the next hypertube. No biggie. And a lot of times at this stage I'll just walk as well, because I do have my my Blade Runners, and I would get those as quickly as possible in this game, everybody. Get them Blade Runners going as quickly as possible so you're not walking super slow all the time. I can't handle walking slow in games, but I torture myself through it sometimes. Oh, we got some stuff in there that we can take out of there. What's all this random stuff that I don't need? That off of my character. There we go. Okay, packaged water, and then we want to work with our constructors. We wouldn't happen to have a... Man, we should have put... See, we should have put the blueprinters down the center. when I went to make it. But if I do it now, it just says that, hey, you got a bunch of frames up there in your way. And I'm like, make me grumble. Make me grumble about the fact that it won't let me put it down. It thinks it's too close to the top of the blueprinter, so I got to walk all the way down to the other side. Of course, I could put a hypertube there or whatever. But it would have been more convenient to put it in the center. Lesson learned. Lesson learned over here. Alright, let's clear that out. We can take this out now. Let's go ahead and pull up our constructors. Over here. Let's get our latest one. Looks like steel pipes. We'll get our A version. And then we're going to go ahead and tell it we're going to do some empty canisters. Up here. Let's see, up here. Where's our empty canisters? Right there. Canister, I think that's right. And we'll go with it. Copy it. We're either going to have it right every time or we're going to have it wrong every time. Empty canister. Actually, it would be canisters. I'm going to call it with a plural. Go back and finish this. Yeah, when you have real bad sleep problems, everybody, spelling actually becomes really tough. So I get a little dyslexic as well. I look at words, they look wrong to me. I never had that problem before. And then I just can no longer spell things. I'm lucky I can, even put words together at this point, everybody. Because it is pretty scary. It can be pretty scary. Okay, what are we doing here? Oh, this is our input. I see. We either have the input from below or we have an input from above. That was really smart of me. All right, we can go ahead and get this going. Do we need to have these ladders anymore? I'm going to say no. Again, we want to kind of improve our design every time we go to make something new. We don't necessarily have to go back and retroactively fix the thing from before, though it probably would be a smart idea to do so. Again, these are, the way I like to play is that after this, I will go in and I will delete all of these blueprints for the next time I play through. And what that will do is that will force me to make a new design and hopefully make a much better design than I did in this playthrough. And that's pretty cool, I think. I think I'm going to go this way on that one. These are super awkward to get in, to go in here sometimes. Let's go this way. There we go. See, I'm replacing all the extra walls with these slide doors. I feel like that's pretty awesome. And then over here, all these unnecessary walls. I love this is like my new favorite thing in the game is these little slide walls. These are so awesome. They work just like walls except for they slide. I know, crazy idea, right? This one going the wrong way. Always tries to trip you up a little bit. There we go. That just makes it easier for me to fly in and out of here and change all the stuff. All the rest of this stuff looking good. We don't need to redo all of our inputs and outputs there. How's our chaining looking here? We've got this. This is going to chain to the back. And chain to the next factory. Yes, okay, we got that. That's looking good. Oh, we have a ladder back here I can see. Any other ladders? And that's when I was in early game before I had the little hover pack. In the later game, if you have the hover pack and you have enough power, you don't even need it. You don't even need it. That happened to you the other day. Spent a whole day to get nuclear running. Was so proud of myself. Then I built a couple things and the power went out and I couldn't get it going again. I have to put the naughty step for a couple days. Yes. Yes, that's when you start remaking your biofuel and you start remaking your coal power so that you can get your stuff back up and running. Yes, that does happen. I actually had that happen in this playthrough. Yes, I was working on my oil, and my oil kept overrunning, where it kept shutting on and off and on and off, and it started messing up my power. And I'd taken my coal out and my biofuel out. And then eventually my oil went off and you couldn't restart it, so I had to put back in some of my coal and some, not as much as I did before, but some of the coal and some of the biofuel, so I get that oil back up and running. And then once I got it back up and running, I took it out again because it used to be right over here. Took it all out, and now the oil is running very consistently and my nuclear power is running very consistently. Now I like to backlog nuclear power. Like right now, I've only got 4 going because I only need 4. I'm not really using all the power that's being used, that's being produced right now. Also, I'm backlogging that power somewhere up here, in this upper level. Let's slide up and take a look. I remember where I put that. Where did I put my... Oh, did I take that out? I think I took that out. Oh, I don't have my backlog of power anymore. I think we were going to redo that, and I forgot. Oh, I'm glad I looked at that. Thanks for reminding me. Yes, we have to redo our battery backup. We had a bunch of battery backup down there. You definitely, before you screw around with your power, you want to do that battery backup, and that's one of the things we're going to build in the blueprinter. And I took it out to build it, but we ran out of time, I think is what it was last time, or a couple times ago. All right, let's get back in here to our empty canisters. Let's make sure we tell it what we want it to be in here. So we're going to say empty canisters way here at the bottom. And just so we don't have to do that again when we have to scroll down, we're going to paste. But I always open it up when I go to paste it so I can see what it is. And over here, paste. And then just doing Control V. Then as you can see, I can just keep sliding up each level, and these kind of doors move aside. So I can slide in and out there, and I'm hovering because I have power all around the hypertube. Suggest that you go in and put power. I have power in the floor that's going all the way around there. We go and take one of these out. You can see I've got the power line in the actual foundation, so you don't have to look at it. And it's going all the way around wherever the blueprinter is. I suggest to do that right away when you have your hover pack. Go around and make it all the way around so you can just float and work on your thing without any problem with it constantly making you fall down all the time. Okay, now we double check. We're going to double check up here. Empty canister, just to give yourself a peace of mind that you did it right. And then... right here, empty canister. Okay, now we did a lot of work there before the game crashes, because it will crash at some point. Absolutely. Canister. And give it a different color. Let's make it a real bright yellow. Save. Save that. Because it will crash, because I'm in experimental. It's already crashed on me a bunch of times. All right, so that is good. Now, let's go ahead and look at our empty canisters over here. So we're going to need 300 plastic to output 600 in there. And it says I'm going to need 2 factories, which means I'm going to need 12, roughly 12 machines. I'm not running these calculations down. There we go. Well, actually 10 in this case. Why is that calculating at 10? Oh, because the input is 30 and the output is 60. That's why, because it's doubling. It's doubling the amount. Something not right there, though. If I have 6, and 6 of them are 30, the input is 300. This is definitely 10. But it's not dividing it by 6, which is 1.67 is the amount of... Oh, yeah, I need 1.67, so I don't need a total of 2. See, I'm thinking 12. It's actually less than 2 factories, so I have it rounding up in the center. That's 2 factories, so we have extra in there. Okay, so that's what that's telling me. I only need 1.67 factories total. So, now that we got that done, we're going to need a B version. So we did our A version. Now we're going to do our B version. Our B version is basically the same thing, except for we take out all of these other connections for the hypertube and all of that stuff. We don't have to keep taking that out. When I first started doing this, I kept having to take that out every single time. And I'm like, why am I doing that? Why don't I just create an alternate version that chains behind the primary version? And then we don't have to worry about it. Don't need the sign. Don't need all of that. Just the ability to connect it from the previous one to this one, and then connect all the inputs from the previous one. And that is the B version. Right over here. We're going to save that. Very nice. And again, since we're going to need 2 plants, we're going to need an A and a B version. And we should clear that out. There we go. And then we want to go over here, clear our to-do list, and tell it that we want to do our constructors here. We want to go ahead and create a new one, new subcategory. We want to call that over here. Nope. This is going to be empty canisters. There we go. And then we'll roll this up to the top like a dish. And like, see, that's the moment it always chooses to save. Right when you're dragging something or clicking on something or trying to do something, it just does it at the most. Not when I'm running, not when I'm just standing around. It's always in that moment in which I'm doing something. It's really annoying. All right. Let's get that up there. It's going to be on this side. Let's that. Now, what I did, just organizing my blueprints there to make it easy for me. And then what I do is I go back in here, and then I press here, and it ends up in my bar down to the bottom. Because quite often you have to click it multiple times to do what you need to do. I need to add a hypertube here. Let's do that while we're at it. Let's go ahead and put our hypertube in. That'll take us to the end here. And we'll put it right here. And let's go forward to our hypertube stuff. There we go. And then we can go ahead and do something real tricky. And we can find when we're getting our power. Oh, power from under there. Ah, look at me go in my little tricky power runs here. I'm just gonna, you know what? We're gonna make it nice. Let's make it nice. Take this one. Run that down. Oh, it's running from the other side. Running from the back. I see. I actually don't like that. I like it more like that. There we go. I don't like the wire running through the middle of the hypertube there. And we'll just connect that back. And good enough. Okay, now we have our hypertube thing going there, and let's run it. So we got to walk this way anyway, so while we're walking this way, might as well re-establish our hypertubes. Say right there. We got to walk to the blueprinter every time. We might as well be able to zap our way back there. And zap our way this way. See how far away you can do that, everybody? It's pretty awesome, I think. Pretty incredibly precise, too. A lot of games suffer from precision problems in your selecting, when you're running stuff. This game is just absolutely on point. Absolutely. Alright, same thing here. We can go ahead and do something a little tricky and run this, let's say over here. And then we can run this to our A connector over here, so that'll always be on. Or we could run it to the B connector, and when we turn this off, it would turn that off. But I want to leave it on for now. Now, I'd actually run my primary hypertubes in a separate whole thing. Now, these ones I usually leave on because you're using those a lot. But if it's something I'm not using, something built into the thing, absolutely not going to leave those on. I have learned my lesson finally after 40, 50 playthroughs of the game. I don't even know how many plays. It could be 100. I don't know. I stopped counting after like 10. It's a lot. And it's been fun every single time, by the way. Let's see. Can't afford. That's right. We got to go up here. We got to click this. And then we got to double check how many we need again. We need 2. We're going to do 1 there, 1 there. And let's see. Back over this way. We do with those wire right here at the end. Wire there, and a little bit of rods. And again, this was the excess from our previous factory. Oh, no rods there. I'm going to grab these in the front. Huh. Weird, I got rods over there and rods over here. Why do I have it over here too? Some screws out of there. Sometimes I don't know why I do stuff, but I do. Let's get a couple of those. Let's actually get 3 stacks of those. This back in there. Okay. Let's get this done. How are we doing on time? Looking good. We got lots of time. Lots of time to make it happen. Now, again, we're going to be on YouTube at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We may just butt right up to that stream. We're just going to keep going as long as I can. But if I do need to rest, I will just say, gotta go. For sure. Okay. Oh, and this suffers from the same problem where we want to make sure, because it already has that front foundation in there. I want to move that forward a little bit and just make that butt up very nicely. It's got the wall, and this one doesn't have a wall, so we don't have double walls is what we're trying to avoid there. And there we go. All right. And now, again, eventually what I've done with this factory, all the power will be chained in the floor, because I'm doing it a little bit at a time. Instead of spending all the time running all the power and whatnot, and then realizing that's not what I want to do later, I just do it in increments. This way, it's a lot less of a job. And it just happens over time naturally as you're building more and more factories. It's chaining more and more. And then eventually when I get all these factories done and I get to where I'm working on my power, I can just run the power through the floor and every one of these things will be powered. And if I want to turn any of these off individually or turn them all off, I can just go to my priority switch, which I'm sitting drinking a pina colada in my hub while everything else is running. I can just say, oh, what? You know what? I'm going to turn that off. Right from my hub, just chill out. That's my end goal, everybody, to chill out drinking a pina colada in my hub at the end. All right, empty canister. Now, empty canister is super easy, everybody. Super easy to do these because these are among the easiest things in the game, along with all the stuff you start with and whatnot. So this is just going to be plastic. Now, we have some plastic up above. So probably a little trick that we should do is just go ahead and run this up through the foundation for a minute and see where this comes out and see how close we are to our plastic. Our plastic is over there. So let's go ahead and run our plastic down. Now what I like to do is just do a little kind of angle here like this and then go down here because I've already built this in so I can run this down like that. It obscures my door a little bit, but that's okay. Then we'll go ahead and put this down. We'll hit H to make sure that it is in the perfect position. It is. Then always put your lifters in last, everybody. Do not trust those lifters. They are the #1 thing that are going to screw you up. And there we go. So in the meanwhile, we're going to go ahead and use some of the extra plastic that we have in here, but it's going to burn up any excess that we have. We will definitely need to make a separate plastic factory just for these empty containers and just for this purpose for sure. But for now, we can go ahead and get that going. Now, we ran that down over here. So we need to find, oh, and that's a very inconvenient place for that to come out right there. That is a bummer. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to run that down like this. And we're going to rerun this coal line down like this. That's fine. So yeah, that's a tough spot. We'll make it work. That's actually pretty cool. I actually like how that sits. All right, and then we're going to use some of our wall hangers here to make this really nicely just kind of snake around. I don't know why this thing rotates in the opposite direction. I hope they fix that at some point. So it's not clipping. So we make that kind of rotate around there real nicely. And then we want to get this into that one that we ran really high. And that's why I ran it really high like that, just to kind of figure out where I'm trying to end up. And then we'll go ahead and pull this back. And then we'll take that out again. We'll run this up. And then we're going to aim it in the direction we want to go. And so we're going to go this way. And then we're going to bring this back here. That's where we're going to have to get around there. Get around that pipe. And the rest of this is pretty easy, just right into there. And that sucker's going to start making some of those. Now, the output of this factory actually is the input of this factory over here. So we're going to go ahead and just make this super easy by offsetting this a little bit, turning it this way, maybe a little bit down, like this. And then make this super easy by basically doing the same offset. Oh, we didn't fix the front of that. Oh man, we should really fix the front of that on all of those in the future, but I'm just going to manually fix it now. And so we're just going to do the same thing. We're just going to go here and then just run this up and try to match it up because we offset it at the same offset. Now you can go in and count the little side things on the side of here to figure out if that's at the right height. But I feel like this is not going to reach, and then I won't bother. But if it's not going to reach, then I'll take it all the way to the top. But if it is going to reach, I can just do it on the low side and then run some other lines above it if I need to. That looks pretty close. Looks like that actually wants to go down by about 1, or this wants to go up. Yeah, let's go up a couple more notches. So we'll go up 2 notches here. And we'll leave that thing there because it's going to act as a measure. We just go there and we go 1, 2, no. Yeah. Let's take that out. Yeah, so I'm going to say that's 2 more high. So let's say this one's going to go up by 3 from where it was. Again, good to kind of eyeball it. You can also get your character at that height. Let's try that. That's definitely going up. So a little higher. Let's go a little higher with it this time. Again, your line runs at this stage are all about lining it up perfectly, right? Nice and straight line runs. You're doing 90 degrees. You're making it all clean running like that so that it's not just a mess everywhere. And again, you could really take it even further than this where you don't see any of these line runs and I can run them up above or run below and then I can enclose them where you never see them in there. Absolutely could do all of that. I don't really mind the line runs. In fact, I like to see most of my line runs so that I know it is doing its job. And its job is to basically take those resources and run them into these factories, right? And so if it's not running in the factories, we got a problem. Big time. And if I don't see canisters running out of here, we got a problem. All right, plastic should be running in. Wait a minute. Why is our plastic not running in? Are we out of plastic? Real question is, did it make any of the bottled water? No. Something going on with that plastic. Go figure out what it is. Plastic's going in. Oh, I think this might be going and getting messed up. All right, let's take that out. Put it in again. See, sometimes it gets messed up for no reason. It was going the right direction because my belt is going the right direction. So something got a little glitched out there, but now we got it running, and hopefully it keeps running. Okay, so that's going to make our packagers. There they go. And then that's going to send that back to our water packager, and then we should see some packaged water coming out of there. Then we know it's working. But we'll infuse this with a massive amount of plastic at some point. Yeah, there we go. There's our packaged water right there. Very nice. Okay, so now we've got all of that stuff underway, but we need to go ahead and try to eliminate all of this packaged water, and we need to eliminate all of our silica that we're doing. So we're really going to need 2 awesome sinks. One for the silica because it's at 400 already. And then the plastic's going to be 600. So let's go back to the silica over here and see where we can run this silica to get rid of it. Now, there's a nice little spot. I kind of feel like right here, we can just set it right here on the top and just go ahead and just try to sneak our awesome sink in there. Oh, we got our pipes up above. Oh, okay. So our pipes are going to be in our way there. Let's see if we can get away with anything over here. Oh, yeah. It's maybe right here. Maybe up here. Oh, not if we turn it that way. We can't. Turn it backwards, we could get it in there. Yeah, so backwards. Let's try backwards over here. No. Okay, well, let's go ahead and make ourselves a little hangout area here. Again, you can always modify your stuff later and add your own little area for the stuff that you want to add. So let's say, I'm going to go ahead and put an awesome sink there. Wait for it to awkwardly autosave, making me feel like it's crashing. And then, actually, we might want to bring that forward. Let's bring that forward. Oh, it's not going to let me. Not going to let me. Okay. Well, awesome sink there. And let's see if we got anywhere else we can get away with an awesome sink. And our water's coming out here. We can get away with an awesome sink here. If we turn it backwards, I guess we can get away with it. Not forward for some reason. Because there's a factory up above. Oh, maybe sideways. Oh, sideways. Sideways for the win then. Okay, now again, the whole purpose of this is to eliminate all this excess water and to run it into the awesome sink. I don't know if I like the way that's going. Let's go ahead and turn it like this. And then create a little S belt there. It's actually perfectly at level. And then we're going to go ahead and tie into the power. Now, this power should be the same power as what you're using in here. And you'll have the ability to turn it on and off by using a power plug that we already have inside, which is called my B power. That B power, not like the little flying insects, but B as in B switch of my stuff. And then now that is awesome sinking all of that water. Now, of course, we're going to scale that up so it's working better later. But for right now, we'll go ahead and get this going. So same thing here. We want to go ahead and take all of this and run this out of here. So we're going to run that across there. And then we're just going to run this nicely across here. Well, let's say right to there. And then we'll offset this. And then very nicely, we'll have that run right in the awesome sink as well. And then same thing here. We're going to go ahead and take this power. And we're going to run it inside so it connects to the thing. Oh, I'm getting a wife call here, everybody. I'm going to have to deal with that here in a second. Let me go ahead and find, where's the connection? Back here. There we go. All right, this is a good time for a break because the wife says so. There we go. So now we're running that silica. Now the silica is only coming out at 400 and my belt is 780. So it's going to make quick work of that extra silica. And thus it's going to go in and make us a lot more aluminum solution because aluminum solution is most likely stopped at this point. And then the same thing over here. We are going to get backlog with that water. But again, there's a really great trick with your water here. You can just take this full pipe network, flush that baby. And then it will go ahead and continue going and trying to backlog a bunch of our aluminum solution. Now that we've got all of this working, and oh, we don't need this canisters here. We can go and now take the finished product of this and run it up above. And we're going to make another factory up here, which is more of my item factories up here, fluid factories down below. And then we're going to make those aluminum ignits. But first thing we're going to do is going to save the game for sure, because we just did a bunch of stuff there, and we definitely want to save all of that. And then we're going to go ahead and give some fun to you guys, where you guys can go ahead and do that. Let me go ahead and respond to her. Let me go ahead and respond to her real quick. Let's go ahead and get you guys some fun right down here. Now, here's what we're going to do, everybody. We're going to go ahead and bring up an awesome, fun game called Words on Stream. And if I see you guys working together, I'm going to give you some extra kiss caps for participating together. Try to get high score. Try to advance as far as you can. Don't just let one person do it, everybody. Work together as a team. And I will check it when I come back. Go! Hey, I'm back, everybody. I put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. Sorry for that long delay. I had to take care of the old IRLs. My daughter needed money for college, everybody. She said she had all of her money, but now she ain't got all the money. Now Daddy got to have Bank of Daddy again. Bank of Daddy, who doesn't have that much money, squeezing every little last penny to help her out over there. I told her to. She should be working on in the summer to pay for this stuff. That's what I did in my day. I worked during the summer and during the school year. 1. Yeah, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat. How we been doing over here? I want to see your guys' high score. Oh, look, you guys have got this. Look at you guys working together. See, I see a lot of activity in there. That's some kiss caps, everybody. I see you guys working together. There you go. Kiss caps getting it done. And that's a win, everybody. That's going to be a W right there for sure. But how much are we going to win? Let's see. Nice. Skip 2 levels. Look at all that you guys did. Nice job. All right. Extra 1,000 kiss caps for working together in the chat. All right. Let's get back to some Satisfactory. Again, sometimes I got to take care of the IRLs over here. Well, let's just save that again just because I feel the urge to save again. There we go. Keep that nice and saved. Okay, now let's see where we left off. We got a petroleum coke, which we're running out. We have worked on our stuff down here where we're running our extra packaged water out of there. That's looking good. I seriously doubt that that is going fast enough to keep this aluminum going. Let's check that thing. Oh yeah, all right. Flush and tire pipe network. Try to, we'll just kind of try to limp along for now until we get that plastic in now, and at least making a bunch of aluminum scrap. We got to get the plastic going. Let's see, how's this working over here? Do not see much plastic going in there. A little bit. Little bit of plastic in there, but definitely not enough. We need another plastic factory right up here on the top. Now, luckily, we know how much plastic to produce, but we're going to start screwing around with our power, and that's going to be a very scary thing. So let's go up here to our plastic factory. Let's go find it up here, right over here. And we're going to go ahead and tap into this as well. So we're just going to copy all of this, and we're going to roll down way down here, right there. There we go. And we're going to make this number 19 right here. And so this time we're going to go in at 600 oil. And then, why is this 480? Oh, that's supposed to be 600 as well. So this comes out at 200 heavy oil residue. And so we're going to need to also do our heavy oil residue management of all of that as well. So we'll grab that. We'll bring that down. We'll get a bunch of this and put some extra rows in here. We'll get back to all this nuclear power stuff here in a bit. We want to get all this other stuff rolling first. Nope. Right there. There we go. So this is going to be heavy oil residue. It's going to be 200. Right? Why is that? Seem like that's less. How much heavy oil residue are we outputting over here? Oh, this is only outputting 160. And this is outputting 200. Okay. So that's 200. So we're going to need 3 factories. So that's a total of 5 right on the dot. And this is going to be 20 machines, which means 10 factories. That's going to be a lot of factories there. Yeah, that's going to be a lot. Okay, but we got this going. We should also just take a peek at our power right now. Again, just rocking that 7K power. That's not even making a dent on my power right now. I got 19,000 power. But I'm going to remove a good portion of my power. So we've got to go think about our nuclear power. And we've got to go think about our fabric as well. Because we're going to need the stuff that helps us resist the radiation. So let's start there. Oh, we got to make more plants too. We got to go. Let's do that first. Hold on. Let's go back over here. Let's finish out all the plants that we need for these. We got that done. We've got. Oh, we got to put our sign in there too. What is it? Organization. Yes. Small billboard. This is our aluminum scrap. A bottle of water there. Empty things. Okay. So let's see. Packaged water. I think we were still doing. Okay. I think we wanted to do 1 extra packaged water. This is packaged water. There we go. And this is going to be packager. I'll make it one of these little blue colors here. That's going to be 4 over there. And then we'll say, I guess this doesn't really matter. They're both kind of the same. Right there. So we got 3 factories. Let's do 4. So let's see how many we got so far. We've got 2. And I think I put these in manufacturers or assemblers. Yes. So let's clear what we got just in case. And then we'll say 2 more of those. Asking for more aluminum sheets, everybody. We're always riding these aluminum sheets. Look at them going down, everybody. This is the last box of aluminum sheets, so we got to get this running by the time we run out of aluminum sheets, which I think is kind of fun. I feel like that's always a fun thing to do, to try to outrun. I think you're trying to troll me there, Buckmans. Trying to troll me there. I'm getting that troll vibe. Or maybe you aren't. I don't know. I think you guys would know the number 1 by now. I say it all the time. Alright. And then we'll get our factory number 3 in there. There. Number 4. Do all of our connecting stuff. Start with our power. Let's go up here and we haven't done that other one of those. Okay. Have that running across. This running back. We got our hypertube running. All right, next one. And then we want to run this water back here. Connect our, eventually our little packager things in there. There we go. And then so do this up here. Run that forward. Run this across. And then we can fill these back in. That's already run. Fill those in now. That across. That across. Doing all of our line connections. Trying to finish out this before we move on to the next thing. Because then we'll forget that we need to make these extra factors here in the back out of copper sheets, of course. Yeah, a little trick. It's going to take me right to where the hypertube is missing. Because we turn that on and let that run. Connect the back of this. There we go. We got all of this running. Is there anything in the back we need to do? That's already connected. Already connected in the back to run that in. I should have just ran that directly in the box. I think it just doesn't line up. I think it's a output right there and not an input. Why don't I just do that inside? Oh, because of the way that the thing is real close to the edge there. Though I think I might be able to get away with that. Move it back, put it down, move it close. Then it wouldn't work. So I could have put that inside and just ran it connected like the other ones. Do that in the future. Maybe move that box a little further forward, or rework this so it's coming out at an angle a little bit, and then, or goes out this way. Yeah, see, that could come out on this side and just go like that, and then you could just run it around like that. Yeah. Just set the output this way. Again, always looking to improve upon my designs. But we're not going to do that right now. We got our package water running. Okay, what else we need to get going here? That was our package water. Our aluminum scrap should be 2. And so this is this. We have our second one here. We have all of our connections and our coal running in there. We're double feeding that coal. We're running the water back out the other way. Oh, we got to cross this over. So glad I went back and looked at that. We're going to get our output of this one to run into the input of that one. There we go. That's going to backlog that in the front, so then when we run it out to the next one, that'll be done. And then our empty canisters. How many did those we want to do? Just 2 of those. Maybe do 3 anyway. Probably just get away with 2. Maybe, or actually, let's just do extra. Let's just do extra so that we don't have to come back and screw with it later. Instructors, we're going to need 2 extras. a bunch of plates down here. What do I do with them plates? I sworn I brought a bunch of plates down, but maybe I didn't. I don't know what I did with them, but that's okay. We got plenty. At this stage, you rarely ever use your hub for anything, or you don't really use it for anything other than you might want to use it for crafting. But other than that, your hub's really not that useful other than respawn. I'm gonna grab a whole bunch of these. Bunch back in there and I'll go make me more. Concrete I think I had down there, but you know what? We're right here. Let's just go ahead and grab a stack. Maybe a couple stacks. Put that back in. This away, we need wire. Or cable, actually. Cable's looking good. Grab an extra one. And then we're going to need steel beams and pipes. We have steel beams, but what we need is pipes. All right. Plates. Back there. Okay. More empty canister stuff. Definitely want to make sure you get all these down before you move on to the next thing. You move on to the next thing, then you come back and you're going to find that all your ratios are wrong. And then you're going to be in trouble. Rubber. Didn't tell me I needed rubber. Where did I put that? That's a good question. Oh, where are the plastics at? Oh, I just put the wrong one down. I did packaged water. That's why I needed that rubber. Wrong. All right. Boom. And that's why I put in my bar in case it says you've exceeded the max nudge distance. Like, okay, empty canister time. This one's super easy because you don't have as many inputs and outputs on this one. Let's just take care. Oops. Oh, I left the entrances on those B versions. Oh well. I'll just fix it. Easier to take stuff out and then it is to put it in. I find. And that hyper tube to the back. Got all that. Alright, this is connected. Down to this. Just gonna run this from here into there. That one into that one. That there. And this into there. Now eventually this will get really popping when we get the get that plastic going for this. I think that's done. All right, let's save that. All right. Now we should probably finish our aluminum first before doing the plastic, or should we do the plastic and then the aluminum? That's a good question. I feel like we want to finish our aluminum first. Yeah, we want to do our aluminum ingots next. And then aluminum sheets. So we need 5 factories and 5 factories. This is assemblers and this is foundries. Probably already have those plans already ready. Maybe we build a blueprinter out here. Move this up here. I don't need that. It's in my way. Get that out of there. Let's build a blueprinter on this side. So we don't have to run all the way back to the other blueprinter. Maybe I should put it in the center since I have an open center right here. Yeah, right here. Let's see if we can get away with it. Oh yeah. Approaching some clearance up there. Yeah, let's put that in now before we do some more line runs or something there. Okay, easy. So the first thing we're going to need is the foundry. Let's see what we got in the foundry section. Smelters. Yeah, we got our steel ingots. Cool. Not enough resources though. Yeah. Smelters, one here and one there. What a surprise, more aluminum sheets. More concrete. Modular frames on this one too. Yeah, reason why I want to do my aluminum sheets, so even if they are running at a slower level, it's actually going to be replenishing this, because if I go to do my oil, my other plastic factory, it's going to run out of aluminum sheets. So, I mean, I've wrote it to the very end, but I'm going to tell you I'm going to run out for sure. If I continue doing all that other stuff instead of focusing my aluminum now. Good time to focus. How are we doing on time? Looking good. About 5 more hours. We're going to go ahead and switch over to YouTube and do some Fallout 4. It's going to be about fun. So make sure to be around for that. Let's go in here. And again, pull up these steel ingots. Alright, how we do here? Alright, I think we got all of our stuff going on here. Again, I think we can take out all these ladders now. Don't need those. Ladders out. Take all the ladders. Now again, as you go along, now I can go back and fix all of the ones from before, but I felt like it's better just to you know, fix it forward as you go. And that just keeps iterating on the same one. So that can tie together. There's double outputs there. And we got double inputs at the top. Okay. And this is going to be our aluminum Ignis. I'm just going to say aluminum Ignits. Ignits, I guess. We'll copy that. Oh wait, I forgot to change the look of it. Pressing the wrong buttons. There we go. Aluminum. It's there. It's so cool you can just reuse those blueprints to redo all the stuff. Okay. Now I just have one of these in the center just to make this easier. So I have that going on. We're going to go up here and we're going to make this one units. And this one. Aluminum scrap and silica. And then we'll produce aluminum magnets. Alright, easy. Easy. And there's just 3 of those in there. So that's going to be aluminum magnets. And let's give it another funky color. Save that. Save that. And then clear and load our other version, the B version. And on this one, all we need to do is just go in and change what it is. Actually, just copy it. Put some power over here so I stop floating back down again. There we go. More power. Over here. Okay, I mean, I gotta make. As long as I don't keep floating down. I should go around and run those underneath, but I don't feel like doing it right now. So we'll do that another time. Take that out on the B version. All this looking good. Take these out on the B version. Over here. No longer need that. And I can re-put in all the doors and all that stuff. I'm not going to bother. I think it's going to be fine. And change the color again to funky orange color. And then we're going to clear that. And then how many aluminum ignite thingies do I need? Aluminum ignits, I need 5 factors for that, and it's gonna be running in too fast. So we're gonna need to split that line and double infuse. Now we're gonna have 5 factories, so we'll probably put the first line in the first one, and then say 2 back. We'll infuse that one with that one, and that should be fine. All right, 5 total. So let's get over here. Let's clear this off. Now we're really getting into it, everybody. This is when it really gets fun. You're doing this high-end stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. We're gonna need a lot of stuff. Okay. We're just gonna take out a thing right here. We're gonna just fall down here. Get a bunch of this stuff. We have backlog nearby. So rotors. Frames. Sort that out. We just brought a bunch of plates over, which is super handy. There's a lot of plates. It's all for all those foundations. And a lot of concrete. Just take the full stacks. And a lot of aluminum sheets. And there we go. There's 5 factories like that. Pretty sweet. Now these are aluminum ingots, so maybe I should do these down here at this lower level. I don't really think I'm going to do anything else over here. I think I can just squeeze those in at the end. Then I can just run it there instead of running it up above. And then up above is where it'll actually make the aluminum sheets. I think that's a better idea. Let's do it down here. Can I get 10 of those factories in now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, that's gonna hit that island. All right, do it up above so we have more room. We have more vertical room up above than we do down below, which is probably the reason why I wanted to do it up above in the first place. That's why I was doing that, I think. We don't need 10 of them. We're going to need a lot. Let's double check that number. We need 5 of them, not 10 of them. I don't know why I thought 10. We need 5. All right. Aluminum ingot, 5, right there. All right, 5 I think we can get away with. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, we could do 5. Change my mind again. We're gonna do 5. And plus this one's offset a little forward here, so and this is gonna be nice and close up to what we're doing here, and I think it's gonna fit beautifully right there. All right, well, we don't know until we know, you know. Missing reinforced iron plates. Why did it not tell me about reinforced iron plates? That's because it's got the wrong thing in the bar. Oh, we've got to do this too. Ignits. Run that up there. And this separate. Apply change. And then this is going to be A. Now we got the right thing. All right. Edge that over. Cross that A power. So the A power right over there. And then I already forgot what I need for the aluminum ingots. I think the other thing was silica. Right, silica and aluminum scrap. Okay. Let's take what aluminum scrap we've got over here and get that to run over there. Can't run it down. That's in our way there. Kind of run it around the back. Let's go ahead and bring this up. We're going to run it right through there. A little too high. The other thing we're going to need is silica. Silica is way back there, so we could run that right through there, run the silica there. So we need to offset our inputs. So we'll do the bottom one offset. Let's offset it this way. That. This one this way. And this one will go here. That's going to start running those in there nicely. That's why I mark all my inputs and outputs, everybody. It gets tricky after a while. You do a whole bunch of these, and some inputs and outputs may be different. All right, going back for a silica. Luckily, we made ourselves a nice little hypertube. Take it all the way back to that other side. It's also good that because I have the silica on this level too. All right, now we are really getting into it. And there it is right there. We'll come back for it here in a second. It's backlogged like you wouldn't believe in there. Massively backlogged with a lot of silica. And I love it when that happens. I love it when it's got a lot. A lot. All right, right here. Oh yeah, this is gonna be easy peasy. Let's go. And we can, we're not using that for anything. Get that out of our face. I'm gonna run it. Could double run it too, but I don't think I need to. I think 780 gonna be good enough for now. Right there. Okay, and we're gonna go in that one that already exists, but it's going to probably be too far. Let's say here. Just to kind of line that up. There we go. Block our box right there. We don't want to do that, and we didn't double feed our box right. Well, I don't think I really need to, but eventually it would be nice. So let's do it anyway. Especially while we're thinking about it. There we go. Double infuse that. We're going to run that line. We might as well double run it. And then this to that one, I believe. Yeah. Back up over these lines. I like to keep it up to the roof as much as possible. Now we're going to make a whole lot of aluminum magnets here. A whole lot of those. All right, and the silica is going in. And if we see that smoke start to rise out of there, GG's. All right, looking good. That's going to make a whole lot of aluminum magnets there. Okay, we got 4 more factories to go. Let's get it done. In here as well. And then my wife comes back and says, hey, food's ready. I'm gonna take a little food break as well. Take all of this stuff out. So we need 4 more of these suckers. Let's do it. Let's hope it matches. Let's hope it makes it into the thing. I feel like it's going to. But we'll see. There's number 1. Oh, that is not the right way. That is turned very much the wrong way. Oh yeah, plenty of room. does that. Oh, wait, we're already done. We already made all the ones we need. Okie dokie. How many did we need again? 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, maybe not. One, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's not enough. Because we put that one down and then we took it back up again. It thought we did one. Oh, food's here. Okie dokie. Let's get this done first, and then we'll go grab some food. And we should add another one to our thing just to make sure we're not missing anything else. Nope. Fill that one in now. Sometimes you just go with your instinct. My instinct is saying there's something not right there. Something not quite up to snuff. Okay, dokie. Why are we missing this one? That's weird. I must have took that out in the original plan for some reason, or maybe for no reason at all. That's okay. We're gonna get it in now, and we're gonna let it do its thing. This one in the front is already connected. Okay, now back here, hypertube stuff. All right, let's just do the hypertube stuff all the way down. Let's just do all that first. Ah, ran out of pipes. Always running out of something because this is this is a big building. This is, you know, more stuff than you can usually keep in your inventory. Let's see if we brought any other pipes down. Nope, out of pipes again. Could have brought a bunch of pipes down. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Trying to grab a bunch of them. Probably should grab some more stuff. What am I getting low on? Plates. Wire. What do with that wire? Over here somewhere. Oh, here at the end. Yeah, gonna run out of that. Alright, well, when we run out, we'll go grab more. I feel like that's the thing that takes the most time, is running back to get stuff. Alright, then we're going to pass this through to the next factory. And we're going to run this back. What the? Oh, over here. Man, that hurt my brain right there. I was like, wait a minute. That's not right. That's not how that's supposed to be this, not that. Wow. Do the bottom one first. That'll make that easier. there. It's back this way. Back that way. All right. These are all good for now. Definitely going to need a lot more aluminum stuff, especially plastic. Okay, and that'll bring those up to the front. Now we need to take all these ignits and we need to run them up above here. Run them back over here. And so we want to go ahead and do our next thing, which is our aluminum sheets, which you also need 5 of, which is in the assembler. All right, well, let's get our assemblers going. Crouched or something. I feel like I'm crouched. There we go. Assembler. Circuit boards. Missing some loot. All right, let's just grab it all while we're down here. Where are those? Definitely, I knew I was going to need more cable. More plates. No surprise there. More beams. That's going to be a problem. Let's just take them all. We're going to run out of beams for sure. Because our beams are all being burnt up. And then we need wire. Again, I think I used up all the wire. Or cable. But luckily we got a hypertube, and that hypertube is going to help us. Go all the way to that other side. Up we go. Just gonna snatch a bunch of it. Run up there every time. Okay, assemblers. Load. This one. And this is going to be aluminum sheets finally. We did all that other stuff so that we can get to this part right here to replenish our aluminum sheets, because we are almost out. We have basically been running completely on the amount that we had made before. And this gets real scary, because if you run out of aluminum sheets, you're not building anything else. And that means that I had to go make aluminum sheets myself. And I don't want to do that. I want it to be automated, so it does it. Aluminum sheets there. Well, if we want to, we can come back and put the numbers on there. I feel at this point we want to just get this up and running. Aluminum sheets looking good. Take all this extra unnecessary stuff out. Take out all the ladders. Okay, now tell it to be aluminum sheets, probably the most vital part. Aluminum sheets, just copy that. Aluminum sheets and aluminum sheets. Okay. That's all good. All good. And we're going to call it aluminum sheets and not accidentally save over our circuit boards. And let's make it kind of a whitish color. Whitish. Yellowish or bluish? How about a light blue? There we go. And save that. Clear the designer. Load. Assemblers. We're going to get the beaver. I could have sworn we just made some more assemblers. Maybe that was the other one. I could have sworn we just did this. But it could be from doing the other ones. Okay. And then aluminum sheets. Name it. Save it. Okay. Clear. Take all. And then we're going to go up here. We're going to fix our things here. Subcategory. Select all. Paste. Aluminum sheets. Up here. Up here. Probably should put our packages in a separate one, but oh well, open, we forgot to change the color of this one. That's going to go there, and this is going to go there. We're going to do it, make sure it's nice and consistent along the way. Make it easy for you. And that's it. We're ready to build. I got to be kind of careful over here because oh, got all this stuff here too. Because I got a bunch of factories in the background there, and if I hit those factories right now, it's going to turn some of that stuff off, and I don't want it to go off. Yeah. Okay, so we can put this back in. And this one. And we're going to put this as number 1. All right, aluminum sheets. Let's go. Now, some of these are a lot easier because I've already fine-tuned the lower end of what we're doing. But we'll see how this ends up. Okay, what are we putting into aluminum sheets? Oh, we got to get our copper ingots too and run them over. No worries. I feel like we're going to definitely run that from underneath. Yeah, aluminum sheets back here up to there. And then we'll offset it forward and then bring the other one maybe forward here. Run those copper ingots all the way down. All right. So we got that a-poppin'. Let's go do our B version. And again, we wanted 5 of them. So let's go up here and do 3 more. Go get these resources. Oh, or not. Oh, so close on these sheets. So close. Oh god, I need more. Very, very close. Look at that. That's all we have left. And we did a whole bunch of other stuff, which we should have probably redone our aluminum stuff. But the reason why I waited to do it is because I wanted to integrate it with everything else that I was doing. So I wanted to do that first and then have it actually be at its place in the line. You know what I mean? So it was right next to the other factories that go along with that particular factory. And that's why I waited so long to do it. The interesting is I actually had a whole bunch of other boxes and threw a bunch of it away. But I think it's going to work out just fine. See, we got some coal in there we can get rid of. And some aluminum scrap. Okay. Oh, wait, this is all wrong. That's all wrong. We just need 3 of these. There we go. 3 of those, and we got this. And then we're going to let this run, and then I'm going to take a break and see how it works out when I come back. Oh, that's not it. That's our ignites. We going up here. Right here. And we line it up a little bit further right. Kind of feel like you aim toward the middle. That's how you line these up a little easier. Okay, start from the front, work our way back, and by the time we get to the back, these will all be ready to rock. Tie that back to there. And let's just do the hyper tubes while we're down here. I guess I could probably put that here. Our hyper tubes transport back to number 3, and our pipe back to 5. There we go. That'll make that a little easier because it'll go in sequence. Alright, that one done. Again, the thing that's holding us back here is the plastic. Not enough plastic to make this rock and roll. But we'll get it. So that's what I wanted to do. I don't know what that's doing. I'm just going to leave it. Screw it. Just going to leave it, not mess with it. Okay. There. There, we already did our stuff up high. Alright, I'm starting to rush, starting to mess up. Take your time. Get it right. This is such a way faster way of doing all of this because your factories are just so well connected that this stuff just goes way faster once you have it integrated. All you're doing is the connections and not doing every last little thing over and over and over again, and running every thing and every lifter, every splitter, everything, every time, every single base. That sucks. That is very involved. There we go. And I think we're good back here. Probably a good idea to come back here in the hyper tube in case we lose power or something to stop us from flying off. Okay, now time for the double check. Here in the front. Okay, so aluminum sheets. We're going to run aluminum ingots from over here. To here. There's a thing right there. That's that plastic going in. So we want to bring this over, or just bring it out. Let's go under here and right in the center. So right there. Go in. Oh, come on. Put it down. There we go. And then we're going to have a little belt here, but that's okay. We'll make that work. Okay, so that is going to be our stuff from over here. And we'll just run it out. Run that on the inside for now. Right to there. All right, look, it's making a bunch of aluminum sheets. I got a bunch on me, and these are, at this point, these are so precious, I'm going to put them back in there. Or aluminum ingots. So yeah, aluminum ingots going. And then if we did this all correctly, we should see some aluminum sheets eventually showing up right there. We still need our copper, though. And so how do we want to do our copper ingots? Maybe same thing and just run it on the outside. Yeah, I kind of feel like same thing. Run it. Say there. Wrong way there, brother. Wrong way on that one. Reverse it that way. And then we're just gonna roll this out a little bit. See, a lot of times you just get to this point, which is super fun. All you do is just run the line. Just run the line and it'll eventually be there. I'll just run it back this way until I get to those ignits. I can tell you that it's not using all those ignits because a lot of my stuff is backlogged over there. And I didn't even check to see how much extra ignits I have. At this point, we're just going to go with it. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. So that's going to be... I need one in between. Don't like it. Don't like it touching that thing for no reason. Nope, that's could be over here. Might as well just bring it over there. There we go. Get that out of the way of that one. We have these so short. 1, 2. Magnets are here. Oh yeah, we got a lot of those backlogged. Oh, we got a built-in splitter there. Sweet. We can run that down. Yeah, it might have been better to run that on the inside. I think we could cross that down. Cross that down underneath and then hit it on that other side. So let's take this out. Cross this underneath. This. Probably the trickiest of our line runs here. Because we've got to cross down like that. Actually, we probably end up higher on that one. Just get it up out of the way. If I run that straight, it's going to run into that other one. And then this, we can go ahead and run that there. Or we just tap whatever we got left over. That's even better. Let's just tap all the stuff that we got in the box here. And it's going to run a separate line for this and just have an obscene amount of loot going there. That could be up just a little bit. Yes, I'm that picky. I'm that picky to just run that up just a little bit extra, just so that's nice and squared. Feels nice and flat. All right, that's going to run a tremendous amount of those. Now, the cool thing is, again, it's going to start running this stuff out faster. So if I did get some of these extra, I can just feed it back in the box. And that is going to make an absolute ton of aluminum sheets. Because we have backlog and backlog and backlog of those aluminum sheet of that copper ingots. So we've been running that for a real long time, and a lot of that stuff had filled up and backlogged those copper ingots. So it's going to infuse this with an absolute ton of it here. Yeah, there we go. And now once that infuses, we should see some aluminum sheets here at the end. We should save all of that. That was a lot of work. That was a lot of work now. $424 hours into this one, everybody. But again, a lot of times I just let it run. Come on, where's them sheets? Are they running up there? Nope. Let's go see what's up. No power. It's always the small things, everybody, that you forget. I forgot to chain the power from there. To there. Always the small stuff. I feel like we're good now. I feel like we're going to see some aluminum sheets. Up, and there we go. And she is off and running. Let's just do ourselves a solid and run down below. The thing that's going to stop us right now is the water. The water is the biggest problem, the packaged water that's going on here. But again, there is a great little trick. You just go in, full pipe network, flush that baby. And it's just going to flush out all the water through the whole entire thing, which means that it's going to go ahead and basically restart the aluminum scrap, and it's going to make a whole lot more. Now, the amount of aluminum scrap that I'm producing in here is going to exceed the amount that I can put on a single belt. So I do need to come back and fix that. So I probably should make myself a note. Come back and split the aluminum scrap belts. So that we can basically cut one into put the first one into both of those, and then the second one into those other ones, because this is just not going to go fast enough. So we'll want to take this second one and eventually split that. You know, let's just do it now while we're thinking about it. Do it now, or I'm going to forget when I come back. So this one's going to run separate from this one. How many of these aluminum scrap things do we need? Just 2. Wow, okay. Just 2 is going to give us 1,700. So we're going to infuse that aluminum scrap right here. We'll merge that. Oh, that's easy. That's easy stuff right there. All right. Well, I'm glad I just took a quick minute to do it. Otherwise, I might forget. Let's just say right there. And then we just take this one. Just run it right there, and then right there, and there we go. So basically what that's going to do is infuse the second factory into the last 3. And then do the first one into the first 2, but also it's going to take any leftover from the first 2 factories and run that as well. So it's really going to get all of it, but it just makes it so the back factories are not thirsting for aluminum scrap, right? It's just making those fire up. You can see that this one just fired up. And this one in the back here is getting a bit closer to firing up as well too. It needs a little bit more. There we go. And so again, that's what I call double infuse. So you infuse the front, you infuse the back, and then he burns up all the excess, and then when the excess is burned up, then it goes back to its normal cycle. Very, very useful. And there we go. Just about ran. Oh my goodness! Look at how many of those it's got in there. Holy mamole! I was gonna say, how many of those we got down in there? We got a lot. It's got a lot of those going on. How many things have we rented? Aluminum scrap. Aluminum 780, so we were maxing that belt. Nice. So yeah, that's going to go up here, and then let's take a look at how many aluminum sheets we've made. Ah, look at that. We're getting our aluminum sheets nice and replenished. Again, even without having the plastic for the canisters down there. And then we'll put our other plastic factory right here, and we'll take out some of our oil and stuff. How are we doing on time? We got plenty of time. Plenty of time to do all of that when we come back here. Again, let's save that again. And then do one of my favorite things, everybody. One of my favorite things, set it and forget it. That's what we're going to do. We're going to let that run. And we're going to set you guys up to... Oh, we're going to do some... words on stream. Let's do that while we're at it. Where you at? Words on stream right here. Right there. Again, going to take a quick food break, everybody, and then I shall be back. Work together in the chat and earn some caps. I'll be right back. Look at you all go. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. Look at you guys crushing it. Nice job, everybody. Look at you guys working together. Again, more caps for working together. Bam, bam, bam. Thank you, Outlaw Vader, for that 1. Appreciate that. Fenderum, appreciate that. You guys crushing it. Look at you go. Some of these get really hard, man. They get real tough where you're like, you can't use like mystery letter, and the mystery letter throws you off. It's not the right letter or whatever. It's an unused letter. I wish they told you the answers. That's what I want to do, because then I would like learn some new words, but they refused to do so. I actually asked them and said, hey, is there a way to turn on the answers or anything like that? And they said, oh, we did that on purpose. I'm like, why? What's the point? I don't understand the point of making it where you don't learn the new words. That's the whole point of playing those type of games, I think. All right, everybody, let's go ahead and see how many aluminum sheets it made while we were AFK there. Let's check it out. Oh, we got a whole box. We got a whole box of sheets there, everybody. Oh, yes, that is a thing of wonder. All right, it's on the second box now. Okay, we have replenished our sheets. Woo, that was a close one. We almost ran out. Very, very close. Okay, now we got to go tinker with some power. Let's go do that. All right, down here. Oh, we got to go make, we got to go this way, actually. We got to go this way, and we got to make some more of our radiation resistance thingies. Let's go way over here. Let's see what we got laying around. Let's put that back on. There, what do we got over here? Novelist and other resources there. I'll run up here to our hub level and see what we got. We got a little bit of fabric in there. We got literally one fabric in there. We got this. What do we need for filters? Fused filters right here. We're gonna need gas filters right here. And so we're gonna need all of that stuff. Aluminum casings I've got over there. There's a little bit more right there. Oh, bunch here. Okay, we got a lot of that. Okay, good. A little nervous there for a minute, but we got a ton of that, and so we good. Oh, we can grab some coal and other random stuff. Now you know why I keep all this random stuff in here. Is because when I need to do this kind of stuff, I'll have it in there. All right, now where did I put them casings? That's a good question. A very good question. Oh, there they are. At least some of them. Okay. Now we want to go ahead and make our thingy thing right there. And while we're at it, let's just put in a crafting bench. Okay, let's make a gas filter. Oh, first we got to make a bunch of things in here. Where's our fabric? Right there. What are we missing? Biomass, really? All right. Back for the biomass. I'm gonna put that in the outside one. Oh yeah. All right, there we go. I'll make like 80 of them. Well, I'm going to use probably half of this, so I don't use up all my fabric in case I need it for something else, or all my base resources. And then we'll go ahead and get our equipment workshop in here. Like that. And we can make 10 gas filters. And that's 10 iodine filters. And that should hold us over for now. All right, back to the other side of the deal. Use our lower hypertube here. We get going. Mute? No, just me thinking. Just me thinking, but thanks for having my back in the chat. Appreciate it. Okay. Now what we need to do to readjust our oil power, we need to up our nuclear power. Now nuclear power is way more than what we're actually utilizing. And so what we're going to do is we're going to double our nuclear power, and then we're going to reduce our oil power. So over here, you can see I have a lot of resources. In fact, I have a stack 20 plus boxes. I think it's 26 boxes high of raw resources that are not even being fully utilized right now. As you can see, they're all backlogged along here. And so what we're going to do is we're going to run out here to where I have my nuke power. And see how we're looking. And I've been letting it backlog because I don't need to produce a massive amount of nuclear power because it does produce a bunch of waste. And so we're going to want to turn that waste into something useful. So let's run back this way. Apparently go for a little bit of a swim. Okay, how are we looking here? Huh. Something's funky. Encased uranium shells have stopped. It's used up all the encased uranium shells. Yes, so there was these are all backlogged with encased uranium shells. Nothing's running out of here. What's going on? Huh. It's got everything it needs. What's going on? Is it an output problem? Weird. Power problem? Do we disconnect the power somewhere? I mean, we got power down here. I can fly around. Something definitely doing something. Oh, I bet it's the packager. Ah, the packager stopped because we didn't have enough empty canisters running down here. Because we diverted the plastic. Ah, okay. So, yeah, we cut the plastic off. It's wild that our nuclear power is still going though. When we've had that off for hours, everybody, for hours and hours. Let's go check and see how much extra. Oh, we still got a bunch because it's on the line there. How many more? Oh my God, we're out. Oh, we have 128 at the top. Oh man, I thought we were gonna have a big backlog, but we don't have a big backlog because our plastic stopped flowing those canisters down. I forgot I had ran those down the line there. Again, once again, we're our plastic is what's holding us back here. Waiting for it to save. All right. So let's run down there. Yeah, we're going to do some hydration here in a minute. Let's get down here. Turn off that dismantle. Yeah, so that factory over here was also running those that way. I forgot it was doing that. It's probably doing it right up here. Yeah, we almost got our power almost turned off. Yeah. Wow, look at this mess. It's not running here anymore. No quick wire. Okay, so that's quick wire. I don't even know what I'm making in these factors anymore. I think this is the output. These are inputs. This is the output. So this is outputting stators. That's outputting beams. And these are our control rods over here. Yeah, that's why those control rods had stopped. So where's my line for that? I bet you it's that line right there. All right, let's track this line down. Oh, that's a weird line run there. I bet you that's both quick wire and yeah, that's quick wire and the outside one is the packaging. We should go over there and just divert the packaging over here for right now because we're about to lose nuclear power. And that's a bummer because I was about to add more nuclear power, and I definitely don't want to do that right now. We've got to get this fixed before this kicks off. Yeah, I forgot those two things I actually have going. Let's widen these out. Again, the inner one is the things. One. Actually, let's change this one. Change that to a double. Do that hydration. So glad I stopped because what's going to happen is at some point it's just going to kick off. We got to redo our our batteries. That's another thing I was going to do. But again, we better do this first. 1, 6. Where is our stuff? Right there. This packager is running up there. We should just divert that directly across. All right, we're no longer going to work that on our water because we have a higher priority of nuclear power. So let's say here. Side. Okay. That should take all of those and run it to the end. How can we make these canisters go faster? We need to divert more plastic to it. Okay, what are we using this plastic for? Circuit boards, which is going to computers. All right, that's it. Cutting that off. Now we're gonna have to prioritize our nuclear power. And then quick wire. Again, glad I went over there and looked at it. It would have definitely turned itself off at some point. Run it down below or run it up above? Good question. Let's run it like this. Come on. Okay, where is our quick wire? It's up above. Right there. How convenient. Quick wire not doing a dang thing. Just sitting there. Oh boy, we got some ability to run under there. We got a bunch of stuff going on there. Let's see. What about right here? Did not go out of there. Down through there. Let's bring that down just a little bit. Run that to there. Okay, let's do it. A little too low. Ah, went the wrong direction, that's why. I always forget to check that. I always assume it's going to fix the direction, but it doesn't. You change the direction and then just put it close to it, it should just automatically run. There we go. Okay, so down through there. Oof, that's unfortunate. Unfortunate. Get that back in there before I forget. Okay, that down to there. That. Boom. All right. Quick wire, ready to rock. Let's go. In case you didn't know, you can slide along your belts, which is really fun. Oh, there we go. Now we got our stuff packaging. This is the old school way of traveling, everybody, using your belts. This is how we did it in the old days. Before they had hyper tubes and stuff. This is what we did. Oh, I got him backwards. I got him back after all of that. I still got it backwards. Darn it. I'm gonna fix those lines. Yeah, I'll just swap it here instead of going all the way back, swapping it the other way. Swap it right there. Quick wire. That way. This one. Okay, let's do it the other way then. I have to go to the end and fix that. And then bring that down. I'm going to revamp all of this anyway. I'm going to tear all this down and revamp it if we have time. If not, I'm just going to leave it. There we go. Okay, now the quick wire is going in the right place. Which is in here. Now, most likely, a bunch of this got into there, which means it's got into the factory. Now I gotta go fix the inputs if I can get in the door. There we go. Not sure which input it is. Guess it doesn't matter. Just take it out. Run it this way. Just run it down the line. Oh, really? It doesn't matter what speed belt it is. Okay, those are the copper sheets. Of course, picking the most awkward time to save. Oh my God, look how slow that belt is. Oh man. All right, there we go. Let's start back up. So this is called bleeding the line, where you go in and you run out the thing, so it'll run out all the stuff that you accidentally put on that line, like this. And then you take it out, And then it will resume working here. There we go. And since I didn't bring enough aluminum sheets, I'm just using the tier 4 belts. Good enough. This. Well, that one should be working. All right, there we go. All right, we fixed that problem. Over here. And now we're going to have the same problem on the other side, because now it just ran quick wire into where it should have had the packaging, the packager stuff. So let's go fix that. I tried to be diligent, and I forgot what side the thing was on, and fail. Big fail. Okay, yes, this thing here. Take that out. Take that out of there. Now that's going to start back up and get rid of all this excess sulfur that it needs. Oops, wrong way. There we go. Lots of them in there now. That it needs to get rid of for all the rest of these to run. And that's what it was. The packager stopped because I disconnected the plastic, which was producing these, which I forgot was connected to my nuclear power. And that's why you don't want to have your stuff over there connected to this. This should have its own thing doing all of that, separate from everything else. And that's one of the things we'll get to, fixing that. But it's got a lot now, so it'll go back to churning away here. And eventually we'll start to see some encased in uranium cells. There they go. And this will all get spun right back up again. This is doing 40 per minute. What are we outputting over here? 20. 10 per minute. That's exactly the amount of this. Exactly as much as we have. Oh, I know what to do. Just flush the sulfur. Just flush it. And then they'll all start up. So I did the whole entire pipe area, and then now they'll all start up. I could have done that earlier. I could have just flushed it while I was going back to fix it. Then it would have been working on when we were back there. There we go. So now it should have a lot less and be able to do it there. I want to flush it a second time, just to make that a little easier. For that to spin up and for this to catch up. Yeah, so this is going to catch up. The sulfur is a byproduct. So I'm just flushing the bad sulfur and not the good sulfur. And now it'll run normally. Okay, and these are all running, back up and running. Nice. Let's see if it's diminishing. Like right on point. Right on point there. Okay, and I'm sure it's got a backlog of everything else. So, yeah, it looks like all of that's backlogged. Okay, let's go see how our nuclear power is doing. Again, I was just about to scale up my nuclear power and then realized that I had accidentally removed some of the stuff. 114 left. See if some of this stuff goes down the line. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, so it's just about to add 4 more so I can remove some of my oil so I can make more plastic, and I need more plastic anyway to make more plastic for those things and more plastic for the other things on that side. How many of those am I producing? Empty canisters. I'm producing a total of 600. if I was going 300 plastic. Which plastic am I producing? I don't remember. Right here. 320. I've got all the plastic now running into that, so it's going to make a lot of those. It's going to make a lot of those and run that off to things. So we'll have to have another one that's just doing that we run extra oil just for this part over here too. If we can eventually remove all of our power over there, it would be fine. This is producing a lot of power, everybody. It's 2,500 megawatts right here. So just these four here are doing 10,000. Now my oil power is also producing around 10,000. So what I want to do is I want to take this and double this, thus not needing my oil power anymore. Now it's always a dangerous thing, especially if your stuff goes off like mine did. And I had a massive backlog of it, as you can tell, because again, we've been going for days doing this, where we had taken the plastic out a long time ago, and it literally has been running for days with that backlog. But now that it doesn't have that backlog anymore, we definitely want to let it run for a little bit, and then we want to go ahead and work on our water and some more of our nuclear power stuff. We're definitely gonna have to get some resources though before we get started here, I can tell you already. So we're gonna want to use our we're going to do our power, so we're going to need 4 nuclear power plants. Now, we can actually do 10, but I'm going to do 4 so it can then backlog again, so when we do expansion later, so it just doesn't go up. Oh, power storage. That's what we should do right now. We should do power storage as a backup. Let's go ahead and do our blueprint designer here. And we're going to see what we can do just with that. Funny irony, we have no power over here. Come here. Give me that. There we go. So we're going to try to build a little power area, and I meant to do that before, but I never got back around to it because I was trying to get all my other resources running. And our aluminum will stop at some point, but we can get by for now with what we have. And again, our power is our number one thing. Then we need a bunch of batteries, which we don't have any rotors, but there's a bunch of rotors over here that we could probably snag. Let's clear this. And how many of these do you think we're going to need? I don't think we have enough even for one. So say we do 16. So 16 of those that way. And then maybe by 2. How high are those? So 32. 32 of them suckers. Let's just say 32. Okay, so we can go do that on the other side. Let's just take all this back out. Oh, actually, I can just go to the thing and clear it. Let's just clear on that. Take any extra resources, and we're going to run back. Gonna run back and collect, build this power storage. Now, the reason why you build a power storage is you have a backup in case things go horribly, horribly wrong. And I probably want to build 2 of them. One that is my live backup, and one that is another power backup that is for offline use only. So I turn that off. Then, I can't, my factory goes offline, I don't have enough power, I can then turn that battery backup back on, and that will turn my power back on and turn at least all of my extractors back on, so I can work on my power. So let's go way back over here. And we're going to... Oh, we should have grabbed the stators while we were over there too, but that's okay. We might have some over here. And that it? That's all we need for those. Okay. Not sure if we have 160 over here, but we're going to look for them. Oh, yeah, we got 300. Boom. We got some backlog going on. Grab all of those. Need more modular frames. A whole lot of wire. Get rid of this extra stuff that I've got. Some random loot that I don't need on me. We got enough wire. We need modular frames, and we need to drop off this stuff. Man, what's with the coughing? A little bit of coughing going on now. Got to drop this stuff back off again when I was running out there. In my kind of random box here. Random box alert. Okay, modular frames. Let's go see how many extra we got. Looks like a bunch. I can see it stopped up there. Oh yeah, whole bunch. Power storage. Let's go use our one here in the center. The interesting thing is all of these resources probably came from me dismantling my other wood. Okay. Chain these all together. We absolutely can. This, chain them all to the front. Oh, they have to go in order. I see. You can only do one line run to the next one to chain them all the way to the end. I see. Okay. And then what we're going to call the front, this side. And then we're going to go ahead and just cover this in. Go to there. Wait for the annoying save. Waiting, waiting, waiting. You just stack these on top of each other? No, they're not like other things where you can stack them directly. That's okay. We'll go with that. Definitely not going to have enough. Stack another one. We'll try it anyway. Nope. Worth a shot. Okay, so this will a wall out here. And up there. So we'll put a power cord. Huh. Let's take that out for a minute. And the way these are going, we gotta change the way this is going. So this power ends up being on the outside. Let's say right there. And this is going to go here. That's going to go back. This one. Change that one. This one's going to go forward. This one's going to change that one back. And that's across to there. Alright, there we go. Oh wait, that's not right either. This is the front. Put that right there. Okay. Okay, now I could take that blueprint and use it to make the one up above, but I'm not going to bother. I'm going to go ahead and just do that. Good enough. Yeah, I could have had this power filled 10 times over by now. I haven't been using 10,000 power all this time. Okay, now we'll go and we'll run that from down there. This one first. Put that back in. And then chain it like we did before. There, and this one to here, and so on, and so forth, and so on. Chain the batteries together. And there we go. And they're also chained on both top and bottom. And then we're just fill this in. Not even going to bother to put a door in. Like a giant Tesla battery here. I feel like that's how they do it in real life too. Just jam a bunch of batteries together and bada bing, bada boom. You got yourself a very large battery. Combined battery. Okay. Well, that's good. Let's save it before we lose it. Okay. This is 30 battery backup 32. All right. Let's find our little battery backup icon right there. And then we're going to make this red. We should make the whole building red. Kind of tempted. Yeah, let's make the whole building red. What kind of red we got? We got squat for red. Are we using any of these colors? I don't know. Let's use swatch 13. Oh, I can't customize the swatch. Need to be able to make more customizable swatches. Why can't I make any more customizable swatches? Ah, not worth my time. Just leave it. Leave it. It's good enough. Okay, now we'll take this out. And then what we'll do is double this up to like this, and then say, oh wait, let's clear all of this first. Clear that. We want to make 2 of these. So we need a lot more of everything. Okay, what do we got right here that we can grab? Modular frames. Right here. Wow. A lot of modular frames. I bet you some of this was kept on the blueprinter. I bet you there's a bunch on the blueprinter because it seemed like I had way more resources than that. Sure was. Definitely drop some of this stuff. Just need to get more wire in there. A lot more wire. Okie dokie. Let's go. See what we got for wire down here. A lot of wire. Out of wire there. Oh, plenty in here. But not enough room. Grab some of this stuff. The extra wire. Just a couple of those should do. Need to get more of those as well. Plates. Whole thing in there. And then we'll get some more aluminum sheets on the way out. Then we're going to run way out there and we're going to put it right next to our nuclear power, which is I meant to do a long time ago but never got around to it. I might have caught that problem earlier had I went and done this battery backup earlier. Anything else? Just throw that in there so we're not. Keep all that. Yeah, I might have caught that earlier had I been working on this battery backup, which I should have done. You definitely want to have battery backup at this point because, again, if your nuclear power goes off or your oil power goes off, it's very hard to restart that because it requires a lot of power. And thus, if you did like biofuel, it would be a ton of those. And you'd have to probably reestablish your coal power. Yeah, it's starting to backlog those things, which is good. Our packaged items, all this stuff is massively backlogged, which is also a good thing. Let's go check on how many of these we got over here. 139, so it is going up, so that's good. That's what we want to see. We want to see that going up right now. Okay, and then on this outside edge here. I don't know why we have this weird line there. And this is where our battery backup is going. Oh wait, we already got the foundation, so we can take all this out. We can take all that out. And we're dropping resources, but such is the way it goes. Okay. Battery backup. Which way's the front? This way. Nudge that over. We should be able to see the power. Switch there. Yep. Grab these resources. Irritating boxes. So annoying. It should just go in your inventory and be like a backlog in your inventory and say, look, you got this backlog. Pick this up. Very irritating. Do what we gotta do. What? I thought we had enough for 2. What the heck just happened? Thought I had enough for 2. Well, whatever. Let's get this running. And then we'll deal with all that other stuff later. So we do want a door right here. Into the first one. Walls. Okay. Yeah, we have zero battery backup. That's so scary. It's going to take an hour to fully charge all of that. That's okay. All right, I thought I brought enough for 2, but apparently I only brought enough for 1. That's really weird because I queued up 2 in the thing. Something feels weird. I'm going to take it out. What the heck is that? My resources just ran over there. Something went weird there. Something's funky is up, I believe. Something funky chicken is going on. But, you know, it is experimental, so you do what you can do. Okay, again, it's going to take about an hour. I don't know what's going on, but I know it's screwed up for sure. Let's run back and grab more resources, I guess, or find out where the heck our resources just wandered off to. They flew off that way, so something's going on. Yeah, I had 300 plus 300 plus resources, and now all of a sudden I've got diddly squat. I came to stators. I went back to the blueprinter, maybe. Yeah, freaky. Went back to the blue printer, or I never took it off the blue printer, one or the other. That could have been it. Yeah, I don't think I took it off the blue printer. Okay. Let's see where this one goes. That's our oil. Nope. That's going to take us way to the other side. Going back. All right. Could have just took this one. Yeah, both of these power things could have been filled 10 times over. Easily. Let's just put this one right here. I feel like maybe eventually we just want to have a whole bunch of power things in a row. What the? It just did it again. I went to build it and it just taking it over there to that blue printer. Clicking it, it shows up on the blue printer. Yeah, that's a glitch. I'm just gonna take that blue printer out. Probably a good idea to save the game and get out of the game. Take that blue printer out. Get out the game. Take the blue printer out. Get the resources. Get out of the game. Come back in the game and see if that fixes that problem. Yeah, it thinks I want to load it on the blue printer. I'm a bummer because I like my blue printer here. Maybe we'll just do this. Take my loot. Save the game. Exit to the desktop. We'll just exit out for a minute. Give it a minute to clear its memory and catch a clue. Sometimes I find the game crashes or it does weird things because there's like an update in the background. So yeah, I gotta go out and get it going again. Let's see how it goes. Can't remember if I saved it or not. I guess we'll find out here in a second, won't we? We'll find out. Oh, it's thinking hard on it. Down there. All right, let's just try to build it and see if it tries to make it go there, over there again. No, it built it that time. All right. All right. We'll try this again. I'm walking slow. Yeah, that one's already out there. Okay, let's try it again. Could have fixed this door. But oh well. Come on, open up, door. Okay. What if it's just this one battery is going to be full? Or all of them are going to be? Stored charge, 6,400 megawatts. Yeah, this thing is 6%. Well, we're about to make it go faster. We're going to add some more nuclear power. Okay, so we're going to add 4 more. And each of these are going to need 8. Alright, it's going to be 8 water. So let's go ahead and work on that next. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of those. Nuclear power, we're going to need 4 of those. We're going to need a bunch of other logistic stuff. Pipes, splitter things, some pumps. Probably a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Conveyors and mergers and so on. Foundations. I'm just trying to think of the things that I want to make. And then all the things I'm going to need to do those things. Thing's now going to be in the way, because wherever I put that thing, it's always in the way. Yeah. Let's go back and stock up. I think there's some resources down at the end here that we can try to snag too while we're at it. Grab some of that. Maybe we can use that instead, and then I'll have to run all the way back. There's our concrete. Nope, not going to be the stuff that we need. Let's head back over this way. Some of these are empty. Take those out, so I have to keep glancing at those, thinking there's something in there. Some of these have our... No, those are turbo motors. Random stuff, empty box. And I think in here is where we have our supercomputers. A couple stacks of those. We didn't bring a bunch of wire back. We did. Look at us go. Heavy modular frames. Lots of them. All right. What else can we use? Rotors. Copper sheets. I feel like I'm going to get more copper sheets. That one back. Need that. Cable. Plates. Grab more plates. We might be okay. We'll go see how far we get with what we got, and if we have to come back, then that's what we will do. First thing we want to start with is our water. Snaps in there, nice and easy. Okay, what do we need here? How many of these going together? We have those. Okay, we're tying all. Whoa, what is this offset stuff here? Come on. What are you doing to me here? Sometimes you can't see it from the lower part there, and we get up on high, you're like, wait a minute. That's not how it'd be. Alright, so we're tying these four together, and those are what's powering or doing both those. Oh, we got our little thing in the center we need to use too. Our little center thingy. Let's run this power over here. Putting it right in between, eh? Like these are still not right. Yeah. Still not right. It's not right. I guess they are right. Okay, well then never mind. Okay, so... Oh, we're doing that offset. I see. Oh, we want to run the pipes first. How are we running these pipes? I see. Getting into focus mode. Let's see if I can get these done. I think you guys get the gist of what I'm doing here. Now, this is actually one of my favorite ways I've done the water, because it makes it super easy to get this going. We're actually going to cut that off, just using that as a template. I'm going to cut these off. Just so I can line those up easily like that. And then we're going to do the same thing on the other side. Put that one there. Put that one there. Run this. I feel like we want to do that. Start those up. And nothing there. Start those up. Something on the other side. It's not really snapping to that. Further out or further in? Yeah, I think all we gotta do is do this. Oh, yeah, duh. That's what I was doing. I was just doing this. Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was just snapping those two together. That's way easier. And then just connecting that across. Like it. Go there and there. Okay, might as well start them up while you're working on all this. Get that water running. Get those pipes a filling. Now each 4 of these goes to 2 nuclear plants. So what I did is I got them all set up where they're parallel to where I'm running the nuclear plant. So makes that very, very nice. All right, how close do I have these? Are they literally right next to each other? Looks like it. Just look like they're just sitting right next to each other. Going that way. That didn't seem right. Did not seem right. These got to line up to each other across the way. Gonna do that and nudge it. Yeah. I think that's what we're doing. Oh no, we got a little bit of offset. A little bit of offset between them. Okay. Probably for the piping. That look about right. Yep, for the piping that's running from over there. Okay, glad I looked at that. Let's get this one in. So basically what we're doing is we're doubling our nuclear power. We've already got all the resources to do so. We just haven't been doing it because of the waste materials. You don't want to backlog too many waste materials too early in the game because you have really nothing to do with them other than to put them way out in the middle of nowhere. Which is definitely something you're going to need to do at some point. Okay. Why did I not have a bunch of power just run in between here? Always picks the most awkward time to save. So Let's run some power down the center there, allow us to move along. Okay, how are we doing this? We're bringing this in and we're running these in and our waste out. Yeah, we built a whole thing for this. And then this is just going this way. Are we using a pump for this? Yeah, pump in the back. Coming up, going over. It's 2 up. Okay. Let's do... That look lined up to that. That look lined up to that. Yes. Okay, so let's find that thing that we were doing. Oil pipe run. Line runs. Pipe stacking. Nope. Double converter. Support walls. No. God, I forget what it is. 3-line hyper tube. Nope. Oil pipe runs. Nope. Oh wow, did we get rid of it? Fuel factory underrun. Pipe stacking. Full power. Nuke stackers right there. There we go. Yay. Okay. Okay, and this makes this a lot easier, everybody, when you got this lined up nicely. Like that. Again, blueprints are incredibly useful. Like that. Okay, now I gotta remember how I was doing this. This is an input, so this has got to be the top one. Going down. This is an output to an input. Same thing over here. This is an output to an input, reversed. And then this is an output. That's going to go that way. Okay, then we have our pipelines. This is going to go there. That's going to go there. Okay, all that's good. Then we're going to run a double stacker. Apparently right through here. And that double stacker end up in there. Okay. And we can just go straight back from that. Double stacker. Running into there. This running up into there. And then water running that way. Pushing that into there. That water's going to go up into here. And then we tie these with the power line for this thing in the back. Tie it into the center. Tie that into our direct into those powers. Yeah, I just tie it back into those. And then these. Tie like that. Okay. so don't need to continue the water. Just need to go ahead and run our rods into here. I should start right up. Oh yeah. Those babies are starting up. Oh, look at that power jump. Woo! Power jumping. Let's watch for that uranium waste. Okay, uranium waste going. Okay, good. All right, that was an easy expansion, everybody. Easy expansion there. Again, we'll do a double here. Then just do double back there. Run that there. Run that there. We're going to do all of our water runs. Oh, wait, we got to do our stuff. Output, input to an output. Now this is an output this way. This is a output to an input that way. Output to an input. Output to an input. It's like we're trying to remember what I was doing like weeks ago. I'm trying to remember right there. Okay, and then we have our waste return. We have this. Well, let's not run that yet until we get our water going. And then water running there. I'm just going to push that water. Put that there. Don't need that. And then run our things here. So should come down the line. And then these ones should start up. Oh yeah. Another big jump. 30,000 power now. Very nice. And it filled those up with 50 too. Okay, now I have enough to do 10, but I'm only doing 8 for right now, and that's so I can have it backlog. Oh god, it's out. So it can backlog those resources. Now, is it going to backlog the resources? That's a good question. I do see a backlog right here. It did stop. It just took all the ones that were in there and ran them into these in ones. Now, I believe all of these have 50. So that's good. So we want to see this backlog continue to go further and further back into the boxes here. So each one of these manufacturers, if it's running at full speed, is producing enough for five nuclear powers right here. It's actually doing pretty good. So it should start to backlog all of that again. As long as our packager thing doesn't start. See how critical just the packager is? Out of all of that stuff, that the packager's the thing that screwed us over. I feel like we want to really... Yeah, I think a box of that's enough. Really get that backlogged. And there we go. Doubled our nuclear power. Now we should be able to take out all of our oil power and be fine. Let's go look at our batteries and see if our batteries are charging faster now. Let's see. Or if it's just like, it's like a time thing no matter what. Now what I'd like to do is turn this actual secondary power as a backup power. So let's put a power switch in here. And we're going to go ahead and take this and run it from there. I always put those in backwards. Very annoying when they're backwards. Alright. Down to this. This up here. Emergency power. So that's on. Wow, it's got 36 minutes left. We just do that for 30 minutes? I didn't look at the clock. But I think it's going to fill it much faster. I think it's going to take half the time. Because it does double the power. I don't know. It seems like it's going way faster. I don't think that was 30 minutes that we just took to do all of that. But it could have been. I don't know. That's the thing when you're having really fun playing a game. Time just like flies by. Like we've been going 6.5 hours right now. For quite a long time. So yeah, this is going to be our emergency power. But we're going to let that completely fill. And then what we're going to do is take that emergency power and flip that off. Now we can flip it off remotely, which is cool. And whatnot. And we can also see that now in our thing, which I should have noticed right away that I didn't have my backup power in there. I have a tremendous amount of backup power. Now that backup power is there instead of you have to remake your coal and redo all of your stuff. You just flip that backup power on and you're like, okay, something's wrong. And then you can turn off all of your other grids as well. You can also have like a single power to switch off all the manufacturing and all the other stuff off. You could definitely have a switch that just has that, including so like you have all of your nodes on a certain line and you just say all nodes like that, as opposed to just turning off the priority group 7. I think it'd actually be great to have a little on-off switches in the different priority groups so you could turn them off. So you just press that button, boom, and it turns everything off in that priority group. It'd be nice to have that built-in option right there. But sadly they don't. You have to go in and manually click everything right now. But if you could just turn off that grid by clicking a button or right-clicking and saying turn off grid, that would be awesome. Okay. That's going to take a little while, but we got that going. Okay. Now, we need a lot of plastic. A lot. We'll come back and double check that is now backlogging over there. Check our power consumption too. Now we got that back up and running. Yeah, still very reasonable. 7,500. Very, very reasonable. All right, let's flush this water down here. Flushing that water fires this back up again. See? I'm sure we've got lots of aluminum now. All of this stuff right here is just for aluminum. It's pretty crazy. Just for aluminum sheets. Yeah, we got a box. We got 3 boxes. Yeah, 3 boxes. No, 2 boxes. 2 boxes of aluminum. Yeah, 2 boxes. Not quite 2 boxes. Now this is going to start back up as well. Start to see some stuff, some movement here. There we go. And there's our sheets there. Okay. That's back up and running. And so I want to reattach our plastic line here. Thanks for making that awkward. Right there, so we can divert some of that plastic up to our other factories here, our computers and stuff. And now we have a plastic one there, and we want another plastic one over here. Oh, we should go work on the train first. Get it running that oil over here. Yeah, this is all full too. It's all backlogged with oil there. Okay, we're gonna cut this off. And we're gonna make another one of these. All right, there we go. Okay, train back in position. We're gonna have to probably check that our train didn't lose its timetable. No, pick up and drop off. We need to go out there where the train is, so we want the train to come back this way. I'll give it a minute to load. Grab that oil and drop back. So now we want to run another line up, and we're going to need to fix the train and move the train forward so that it has 2 cars for collecting oil. Now it's actually got a massive backlog of oil in here. It looks like it's coming through at about 500-600, so that's good. And we'll want to backlog this because we'll want this to reach that way. So while we're waiting, we can get this going. With our train. Now where we go. I love the trains in this game. They're super fun. So this is my oil train. It's going to run over here and grab a bunch of oil. And bring it back. I like to have my trains very elevated because this way you can run stuff down over here. We're going to divert one of these oil things, and then those oil things are going to be going to cut off one of our lines over there on the other side. We'll let this do its thing and then run back, and then we'll start to work. Actually, I think we just go down here and start to work right away. All right, we already have this run. So we're just going to divert all of this back by 1. I don't know why I ran all this stuff with no indicator. I want all that stuff to have indicators. Okay. We're good. Going up. Hey, wall hangers and ceiling hangers make this way easier. Ugh, not enough plastic. Not enough plastic. Come on. What's our train doing? Dropping that off. All right, we got to go back and get more plastic. And go back faster with the hypertube. All right, we got to get more plastic for our pipe running here. This whole thing I'm riding on right now, all this is obsolete because of my trains. Don't need to do all of this. Don't need all these power lines anymore because our trains will take care of that for us. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Just thought of something. Probably a good way to really work on this extra water is to put storages in the back for it to store a bunch of that, and then we just flush it for now while we're working on getting enough plastic to have it run. And then we'll probably eventually have so much sheets that we can just stop for sure. Yeah, and that's water. Okay, so yeah, let's do that because those are cheap. Relatively. We can do that back there with some plastic too. Okay. Let's do that, and then we can just have a back channel a bunch of that water. Thus, our aluminum sheets will keep going while we're busy doing other things. All right, plastic right over here, and we're just going to grab a bunch of it. Right like that. Yeah, I should have thought of that as a stopgap while we're doing other things. So, fluid buster, how are we doing this? Maybe double stack? Double stack, yeah, double stack. Found some water. Yeah, that ought to be enough for a minute or two. So yeah, what I'm talking about double stack is I'm running it up here. And then I'm running along the back here. Like this. And down. Up. There we go. So that's going to run there. I think we have a pump in here that's pumping this too. Making it to this one is the question. is this being pumped? No pump. Oh, there's a pump down here. Pushing it up this way, we'll push it in both directions. I see. Yeah, that's actually a really good place for that. So it's going to push it up and then push the water in both directions, so it'll help us with our stuff here, with our backlog. And then I'm just going to flush the whole thing, full pipe network. And see if this empties. It sure does. All right, there we go. Now we got a bunch of backlog there. We can let that do its thing. If I can get out the door here. Thought I was taking a shortcut, but apparently not. There we go. Now, what was I doing out here? I was, working on our train. Working on the train. There's our train here. Where's our train at? Train's on the way back. So I could just go to the hypertube over there and take the hypertube to the end, or I could wait for the train to come back. One or the other. Oh, and I can make some more of these back here, too. What are we trying to go to here? Way to the end. Here. Right there. What I'm going to do is create a backlog of oil here. Get this going first. It basically is navigating its way toward where I want the oil to end up, which is right down there. So now I can just turn it and run it straight down into that factory. Actually, I think I can back up by one. And then turn it, yeah, and drop it down. All right. Sure, we got all of our interconnections here. And we missed the train, but that's okay. Catch it when it comes back. Catch it when it comes back. And so what we have to do is we have to adjust the train so that we add another car. And then that car will be picking this one up. And it'll be backlogging a ton of oil there. And that oil will eventually make it here. I guess we just start running, and then when the train... See if the train gets there and back again by the time we get there. This will be a good test. Good test. Give us something to do while we're waiting, too. Train dodge. No. Train doesn't hit you, but it does hit other trains. I feel like I haven't run out here by the time that train goes there and goes back again. I feel like in a future playthrough, I'm just going to make trains that is just purely for transit. For me to go from place to another. Kind of like, you know, the trains you have in the airport, where you go in the airport and it takes you from one terminal to another. I might do them just for transport, some for cargo, some for passengers. In my case, just me. Just me as the passenger. Okay, we're going to go ahead and take this station out. Let's actually modify it first, so I don't have to rename. So type that out again. And we're going to take this one out. Add more room here. Then we're going to add another one of these. I wasn't in the way. There we go. And then another train station that's going to be facing this way. Very important on that, so that your train station is push-pull train station. I'm just going to go in and name it the same thing. Then go to timetable, and the train probably lost that second one because I switched it. And then it should then go back to doing its thing. But once it gets over here, I'll actually have to have it stop. And then change the train itself. See if it's moving. Operational. Oh, there it goes. I feel like we got to change the 15-second thing again. Save there. This sits for way too long at each station. So I change it to 3 seconds so it doesn't sit there for a really long time. And then when it starts to get close, turn off self-driving. And then it's just going to come to a stop. And we're going to take out the locomotive. I'm going to add another passenger. Put the locomotive back in. And then turn on self-driving. I'm just going to get out. These should be all backlogged up here too. One of the things I could do is just do this. Run that into there for right now. I should get rid of some of that backlog into there. And next time it comes through, it'll grab a bunch. and use all that up. All right, back down this way, and we're going to run our pipes up. I kind of created this little power wall or lift wall so I can fly up and down and get this going. Okay. That's got a good amount in there. Take that out now. So, that running to that. Okay, now we need some pumps. We got a pump back there in the back. What pump is that? It's a 2. So on this one, we're going to do this a lot lower. We're going to start right there. Kind of use where I've already got some pumps and just make it a little lower. Yeah, look at it, it's already widening out. And this should start to widen out. If it can reach there. 37.9, yeah. Come on. Take it out. Take it out and put it in again. Something funky going on there. Funky going on with that pipe. Actually, we just run it right there. Right like that. There we go. That should be filling. Oh yeah, it's filling like crazy. I still feel like I want to cross run these. Probably best keep them separate. All right, let's go ahead and look and see if there's anything else we need to do over here. So yeah, this one's completely diverted out, so we're going to see some of our power drop. And here from 29, eventually. Right now, it's still got a bunch of oil backlogged over there, so it's going to use up all that backlog of oil, and then it will drop. But now we're getting, we're consuming definitely a lot more. Now we're up to about 9,000, and that's good. And our batteries are almost full, and that's cool. That's very cool. If we had everything running, it'd be 15,000. And right now, eventually we're going to lose, probably lose about 4,500 power first. And then when we divert the other one, we'll lose the other amount. So we lose our 10,000 power. All right, here it is coming back. Let's make sure that it does. Oh, we got to tell it to unload on the other side. I forgot to do that when I was over there. Let's get on this side. Now, it'll take it a few cycles to get the rhythm down, but this is the fastest thing in the game right here, pretty much. Now, we also have drones that we could use as well. The drones could be flying things back and forth and bringing resources, which is pretty cool. I actually tried to stay on one of the drones one time, and it actually lasted a really long time, and then I fell off and went flying. Luckily, I had a jetpack that saved me at the last second. Look at all this cool stuff we got going. So much cool stuff. Oh, I don't think we ever went out and took that ramp out there. Never took that ramp out. All right, right here. Unload. See if we got it in time. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go, opening it up. Put a nice little pump here too while we're at it. Just because I feel like it. Okay, that should start the backlog in there. That's going to empty that out as fast as it can. And then we're going to start backlogging a ton of oil here too, which is pretty awesome. And then all we got to do now is just take this and run that down to our future plant down there. And we're going to need a couple things. We're going to need our oil and then our heavy oil residue. And then run out the petroleum coke. We're going to need 3 factories pretty much in general. And 10 factories for our plastic. Yeah, I don't know why that seems like a lot more than our other plastic factory. No, we did 8. We did 8, so yeah, this is just a little bit more. Okay. Okay, now our big goal here, let's try to get this plastic factory in, and then we should be good. Right here. And I feel like I want to take this thing out as well. Take that out. And run this power to that. Temporarily, alright. In case we need to use that blue printer. We shouldn't need our blue printer at this point. Because all we're doing is just running this oil down. We just need to make a whole bunch of oil things and then a whole bunch of heavy residue plans that we already did from before. We already built both of those further down the line, but this is just going to be specifically for it making a ton of packager stuff, which is actually going to happen down below. And down below in the packager stuff down there. Nothing really underneath there that's blocking us. Nope. This needs to come forward a bit. Like that. Let's just give it a go. Refineries. What do we need? We need plastic. So we're going to need 1 of those, and we're going to need 9 of these. That's a whole lot of resources we're going to need. Let's get stocked up. In fact, we should probably put all the resources we have down. We're gonna probably need multiple rounds of resources for this. Let's just put down what we've got, and then we're just gonna go grab a bunch of all of that. What do we need a bunch of? Plastic motors, wire. Just gonna make that list. Plastic, motors, wire, iron rods, steel beams, steel pipe, Encased industrial beams. All right. Those are the ones that we're missing, and we already have all the other stuff. So those other three are just a little... just need a little of that stuff, which we already have. Okay, let's go get all of that stuff. If we can find it. Kind of feel like we want to do the thing where we move all the stuff up there again, but... let's just take this cable. Take all these pipes. Yeah, that's what we want to do. Let's just take all that out. We're dropping stuff again. Let's just take it all. Stack up what I can. I don't need that stuff. Just all of this stuff. Trying to separate some of this stuff. It's more or less obvious spots. We were running out of resources there anyway, so good that we move that stuff out of there. No longer needed all of those boxes. What's this stuff? I don't really need all of that, and I probably don't need so much of this. A little bit. Got here, I probably don't need any of that. This one's empty. Don't need most of that. Yeah, we're getting there. We're trying to burn up all this excess resources. And those are higher end resources, and there we go. All right, man, we've been, again, we're trying to burn up our excess resources instead of using what's being used in production. And we're getting there now. I feel like that's it. So, in there and basically take those out. Take all this out. And put all the things that I don't need on me right now in here. I've got too much of. Actually, I can just do this. Store all that and just take out what I do need, which is the plastic. Where'd that plastic go? Right there. That's it. I need 200 plastic. Okay, case industrial beams. Let's get another 200. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Way more of these. All right. When I brought more of those, yep, right here. Okay. Filling these beams are going to be a problem. I think we're going to run out of beams. You're going to have to backlog some of those. There's 400 there. But that's not going to be enough. Okay, we don't need some beams. Need more rods here. A lot of rods there. Beams, wire. Man, don't have a lot of wire either. That was very strange when I don't have a lot of wire. Wire is like one of those things you usually have so much. Don't know what the heck to do with it most of the time. A little bit of silica. A lot more stuff. 800 there. Motors. None of that. Huh. Let's get some rubber anyway. Yep, none of that stuff. All right. Back and find our concrete. Need way more of that. Find all of these. These are plates. More of those. Stack of heavy modular frames. What happened to all of our... Yeah, that was, again, glad I went in and did those aluminum sheets, because right there I just ran out of aluminum sheets. But no worries, we went and made a whole bunch more. And conveniently right here. Okay, we got to run around and get some more stuff. Motors over here. Going on a shopping spree. We're gonna probably have to cut off these beams. Yeah, we're gonna have to cut out those beams. I don't think they're backlogging. Let them backlog in there a little bit. Yeah, there they go. We'll come back. We'll come back. What up, Paul? Thanks everybody for hanging out. Oh, mama. Need a lot of plates. Okay, we got concrete, wire, and steel beam left. Let's remember that. And what we'll do is we'll take what we have on us and we'll take it off, and then we'll just try to max out the concrete, wire, and steel beam. Let's just make a note of that. Yeah, there's no, like, zero steel beams even to put stuff away. Well, let's go. We're gonna get a bunch of concrete and more plates. Right? Concrete, wire, steel beams. Plenty of concrete down here. Let's just get let's get a whole nother row because we just constantly need concrete. Wire from over here. Absolute ton of that too. And let's see how our steel beams are doing. The steel beams might take a little bit. But we'll see. Yeah, we're definitely not going to have enough of that. But we can get started. Get started with some of it. Get that going. Another thing we can also do. Let's run down here real quick. And yet again, flush the whole system. Let that run. So beams. Grab all of this. Move that back. Close enough. All right. Let's go ahead and get this going so we can try to get this plastic done. Another big milestone here. Now, I don't know. I may or may not stream on YouTube here, but I'm definitely overdoing it on this. Definitely overdoing it. Now, again, remember my streams are more of a, suggestion than anything else. If I'm feeling strong and at some point I just do that, but we'll see how it goes. What are we doing? Refineries. And plastic. We're doing our first one here. Now we do want to, this is definitely for sure needs to be set back a little bit more. Oh, aluminum sheets. Plastic. There we go. Line that up and get it going. Okay, this is our input. All we need is oil. Alright, looks good. Gonna need our next level thing over here again. Wrong side. There we go. Oh, actually ended up on this side. Interesting. I always find that interesting on what sides everything ends up on. Now you're like, Kismet gonna need a bunch of pumps. Not at all. This is gonna go down, not up. Going down is my favorite because boom, that's just gonna flow right down in there. That factory gonna start right up. That's gonna be awesome. Natural gravity helping me out there. We're going to see some plastic popping out over here. We're also going to have a whole bunch of heavy oil residue eventually. So, see if this is clicking in. Crude oil. Oh, I got to do all my interconnections. See, that's why I don't like doing those, because it makes me forget. Makes me forget about those connections. Should be working now. Oh yeah. Getting our plastic on. And then eventually we'll have all of our outputs underneath that we'll connect and then move over to our other thingies. Alright, that's number one. This is going to be plastic for empty cans. Get ourselves another sign here. Don't have any crystal oscillators. I do now. Night. Hey, Foggy, what's up? Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing for me, Deep. I've been going for yet another 7.5 hours. I always feel like this stuff's gonna not take as long as it does, but it really, really is involved. But it's so enjoyable. Looking for empty cans or canisters, really is what that is. But I'm not gonna make it too long. Oh, and that's the wrong layout. Okay, so that's number one. across. Do myself a favor for later. After we put this in. Nope. Bad counting. I thought I was 4 out, but I was only 3 out, so my blueprint's overlapping. Don't like it. And this is... what number am I on? What number am I on? This is number 1. Only on number 2 out of 10. Right? 10 is the magic number? Yes, 10 is our magic number. Back to the blueprints. Alright, so plastic. We need 8 more. Alright, there we go. We'll just keep putting them in until we run out of resources, and then we'll run back and pick some more up. Okay, not enough steel beams. Okay, now we go back and grab some more of this stuff. And we got 4 more to go. Where did we put all this? Where did I put it all? Over here. More plates. And I used up some of the plates to make foundations. I used them up. Open, I need some of that. Here. Back this way. Here. Wow, I actually need to run back and get more plates too. Let's stop by our beams while we're at it. Over here. Grab all of those. There we go. And then we'll put this back in. Like that. And more plates. Trying to get this plastic in. I get this plastic in, then I got aluminum for days. I'll just grab all of it. Just grab a bunch. Yeah, this is getting to be a very, very large factory. That's a lot of. That's a long way. There's a lot of factories. I don't think I put hypertubes on these ones. I can always add it. No big deal. Always add it. Whoa, that's way too far over. That's done. That's a lot. How many reinforced thingies do we need? 3. 3. How much? I'm putting 200. Okay, not too bad. 200 is a lot. That's a lot of heavy oil residue, but not if you refine them and get rid of them all. I'm probably gonna have to have multiple awesome sinks for that, but we'll figure it all out in the end. I believe this is running, and it should be making plastic. It sure is. All right. Let's go ahead and do all of our connections thingies. Let's connect this to that. And then oil connections. And then running our plastic back. Uh-oh. I thought it didn't line up because it was just my bad eyes. Okay. And using plastic and heavy oil residue. There's no inputs. No inputs there, just the oil. Okay, and this is the first factory. We need to make sure we connected the back. Oh, this is the one where we forgot we should have put the door, right there so we could fly in right there. I feel like I should just do all the power and run all the lines. Yeah, I think it's gonna make this more efficient. Should have put this door the other way too, because it's kind of blocking where I'm aiming. So if that was gone, it would make it way easier. But I'm not gonna change it now. I think we just get this in and we let this run. And we're gonna have a whole bunch of aluminum again, and eventually a whole bunch of extra plastic as well. Because once it's done filling up all of those aluminum sheets, all of this stuff will just sit in backlog. And that's what we want. We want a nice big backlog of resources. Okay, that's done. Then we're just gonna go like this. And this, and we're gonna work with the heavy oil residue underneath. here. Not forget to do our pipey stuff. This is the thing that trips me up the most, is when I forget to do those little bit of line runs I have to do inside. We did this, we did that. That in there. And then let's go in here, same thing. There's another thing I feel like I want to do, just go in and do all the line runs. Just do the one thing, and then you know you got that one thing done. I think I missed a run back there too, but that's okay. We'll double check it on the way back. It's all good. And then this can come up. Come on. Not being so awkward. There we go. That's running that into there. That's only going to make so much, and then it's going to stop because of that heavy oil residue. Make sure we got our power run. Yes, we did. We got that line run. We got that. Go to the next one. Power's good. Line's good. Plastic return. There. You miss one connection and this whole thing falls apart. Go over this time. That one's already there. That one's there. We already ran the power because it I can see it running up. That's there. That's there. Oh yeah. That's all good. And then we'll go check our line runs up here on top. That's kind of a cool aerial shot. All right, that's good. Okay, now we got to manage all of our next stuff, which are heavy oil residue. We need 3 of those. Okay. Blueprints. Petroleum coke. So we need 1 of these and 2 of these. What do we got? Those. Concrete over here. This is really diminishing now. Diminishing big time. Let's go right here if I need aluminum sheets. Steel pipes. I thought we brought a bunch of those. Somewhere. There they are. Now we need motors. Conveniently, we're right by where we're making the motors. Oh wait, that's automated wiring. Missed it by 1. Just get a bunch of those. And there we go. I wonder if it's turned off the oil yet. Oh, that doesn't have any. That doesn't have any power connected to it. Let's go see if that oil power is still running. Oh, no, it went off. Yeah, I'm at 24,650 now. So that oil did eventually burn out and then turn off. I wonder which one it was. Apparently it was the other one. Yeah, I think it was the other one over there. That's okay. We wanted to do that eventually. Petroleum coke. One of those. I have misaligned these by just a little bit. That kind of stuff drives you crazy. Oh wow, it's way too far off. Okay, there's all of that stuff. And we need to supply power to the front of this. Put those in. Call that 2, so I know which one that one is. Sign there. Should pick up the parameters of the other one. I don't know why they don't have it where it does that. That's coal. More coke. Red coke 2. Okay. So, what do we need to do here? We need to connect our power, which we did in the front. Yep, and And then connect our power and connections in the back. And then put that into there. I think this is the one where it has it where it loops it automatically inside. Yeah, loops it in the box automatically. Okay, cool. Again, we did power. Yep, got that. We've got a return here. We'll check this one. Power. That. Yep, we need a return. Okay, now we just need the fluid that goes in here. So we take our floor thingy. Run that right up into there. Definitely would put a pump there. Not like that, so we don't have to see the power thingy. And that's going to run that up there, and then we need to go underneath here and do all of these connections over here. Put all these in. Okay, and then this is where all of the heavy oil residues coming out. And so all we got to do is take this. Oh, if we had some copper sheets. Let's see, we need to go up through here. We need a lot of copper sheets. A bunch of those. Getting there, everybody. We just got to get this a little bit left done. Right over here. I'm going to run that like that. Right out the center. And that's going to go right over to there. And that's going to push that up into... oh, gotta wait for our save. I was going to push it up. This game looks super fun. It is totally is. It's incredibly addicting. So get ready for that. Get ready for massively addiction fun for this. So let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where do we run that to? Should have ran right to here. Oh, yes, it did. Okay. And again, this game is a 12 out of 10. Not kidding. It totally is. Let's go ahead and do our interconnections. So we can get this to all parts of our... Oh, that's where we fixed that. Right there on that one. Which is awesome. That's it. Okay. Makes it much easier to fly through the whole thing. And then we can check and see if it's working. Oh yeah. Making that petroleum coke. It's running all the excess waste product of our factories here. I'm just going to go way on the end and just work my way forward. Way over here. There's a lot of factories here. I was a little worried I was going to overwhelm my factories, or overwhelm the thing here, but I think it'll be fine. So we're going to run this like that, and then run this sideways, and then we'll do the same thing here. We can, oh, it says hazard. Whoa, okay. I'm working here. I'm working here. Leave me alone, guy. He ran off. We're gonna need a power cord. There's one under here. Take that out. Run that down there. There we go. Now you gotta be pretty brave to be hanging off the side of a thing here, everybody. It's because I have power up above, and that power's running on the ground in between the things, making this a lot easier. It's tempting me to go down there and blow that guy up. Man, there's a lot of those little guys on that island. A lot of them. Now I just need the pump in the back, and that pump in the back is going to push it all the way to the end. And then we'll be golden over here, and we just keep running these all in tandem. And then we'll be making like 600 plastic. It'll be nuts. It'll be crazy. And while we're at it, we can close up all of these things under here. We get all those. Yep. Oh, look at the sun. Sun coming up, rising. Probably not a good idea to look at the real sun, but it's okay to look at the one in game. At least I think so. Come on, not trying to. Nope. Oh, what are you doing to me? There you go. When you're doing this many factories, there's a lot of rinse and repeat. Sometimes a lot of bad double clicking too. But the second we get to the front here, we just do it as we go. We should be all good. Unless we run out of resources, which we did. We need more plastic. But we were close. We'll keep it going here. And the funny irony, it just happens to be the thing that I am producing way up here in the front. That's what I'm producing right now, a whole bunch of plastic. Go back and see where we left off. Just fall off the side here, that'll tell us. All right, there we go. These are called underruns, or call it a sandwich level as well. But this is really cool to run it underneath your factory. And then most of the time you never even see this stuff. This stuff is just hiding underneath here. Just like you don't see all the plumbing of your city because it's all underground mostly. And you never have to look at it. And We won't have to look at this after we're done. Oh boy. What I did there. I did something messed up. God. Okay. Messing me up. Go in and re-put that back in. Take that back out. I clicked something way off in the distance. Hopefully it didn't mess anything up in there. I was just trying to click that thing to make it go over here. Okay. That's going to go over there. That should be pumping into there. Make sure that we got all of our stuff in. This is making petroleum coke. Okay. This one's not getting anything. See? Weird. It does those weird connections sometimes. I don't know why it does that. But that's again why we go and double check stuff. Oh yeah. This is why we double checks. Make sure we see some heavy oil residue running in there. If we do, then we know it's good. Then we want to see some petroleum coke going out this side. Yep, there it goes. So we're just taking the byproduct of making the plastic, which is a heavy oil residue, turning it into petroleum coke, and then that petroleum coke will then be run, which is we're outputting petroleum coke at 600, so that's fine. And then we're going to run that into the awesome sink so we don't have to even mess with it. Reinforced iron plates. This one. So we don't have to mess with it or try to reintegrate it into the factory or any of that stuff. I just go ahead and get rid of it. Though you could just as easily use it for coal power or something like that. That is totally possible as well. It's going to run that right down the center. We'll take this and we'll run this to its power inside. Let's upgrade this power connector. Weird there. Oh. Not what I wanted to do. Not what I wanted to do there. Just trying to upgrade that. Well, might as well upgrade it now. Yeah, I don't know all the things it was connected to now. I don't know all the things. I think I had it connected like that. That seems highly unlikely. I don't know. Run the power in there. Okay. As long as it's working. It's running all my things. Alright, petroleum coke running. I see we've got some more things. Again, you start getting tired, and that's when you start messing all this up. start messing it up. Okay, now again, don't be intimidated by what I'm doing, everybody. This all starts off very basic, and you just kind of learn each step as you go. Anybody can do this, just as good as I can. Just takes time. And then we're running this out over here. Run that just like that. Run this straight there. Run that nice little 90 right there, and then into the awesome sync it'll go. I was just trying to connect my awesome sync, and the stupid connector would not let me hit it. There we go. Who knows what I just disconnected there, but hopefully everything will be fine. And there we go, and it'll just eliminate the petroleum coke so that my plastic doesn't stop. And that's the whole point of why I do that. I just get rid of it so that the plastic will just continuously run. Now, speaking of plastic, we want to go ahead and get this plastic to run down. Let's say right over here. Kind of off to the side here, real close there. We're going to run that plastic. Always do those in the wrong direction for some reason. There we go. I love the fact that they added that directional thing. That does help a lot. Let's go down in here. And we want that plastic to end up right here. Part of this line here. We can eliminate, we can take this out, and this we're going to spin around the other way. Just do that with it. Then we can see where we're trying to go. Oh, right there. Right by where our aluminum sheets are. Don't like that. Let's just go down a little lower. Trying to get that to run through there. Let's just go. Let's go like this. Go like that. Put that back in. Run that into there. This one's going to come out. There. Time to get up. And there we go. Now that's going to make empty canisters like nobody's business. All right. And so these empty canisters should be going into our packaged water here, which we cut off. So we can go like this, take this out. It's going to be a little bit at an angle, but I think we can get it. That's going to run to our, the excess is going to run to our atomic factory or our nuclear power plants. And then the primary amount is going to run in that packaged water. And so what I'm going to do yet again, just to give it a little bit of a head start, is just go over here and go full pipe network and just flush all the water. And so I just flushed all the water, meaning that it doesn't really need to package that much water. And thus, when all of these things are running in, they'll backlog a bit first. And then get the packaged water going. But now you can see it's doing it. Now what this will do is this is all self-contained. Let's back up. So all of this aluminum is probably one of the most complex interactions that you have in the game. First, you have to get bauxite, which is the raw ore, and then mix it right here with water to make the solution. And then, of course, you have extra silica. Now, I suggest you take the silica and you just run that into an awesome sink. That's what I'm doing. It's super easy. Doesn't take that much power. Then the aluminum solution here is basically backlogging up here at the top. Then it's running down and going into the aluminum scrap one here. And then aluminum scrap is combining with coal and then outputting aluminum scrap and water. So we're basically, now look at that, started back up again too. That started up a lot right there. And then basically that produces excess water. That excess water is then transferring into here, which is packaging the water. Now, I did not have enough canisters to keep that going. So that's why I had to work on my plastic so I could use the plastic to make empty canisters so I can package the water. And so we're kind of backlogging a bit of canisters there while we are flushing that out. I might even flush it again just because why not? Because that water is just excess water, just like the silica is excess silica. And I just get rid of it. So there we go. So now we're packaging that. That's doing the empty canisters. Then, now that the empty canisters is getting rid of the excess water, the aluminum scrap over there is going up and it's going over. And that aluminum scrap is being utilized over here. It's being run into this plant. And this particular plant is taking the aluminum scrap with other silica that we have, not the extra silica that we're outputting, but this silica here comes from our actual original quartz silica thing at the very beginning there. And so that's its own line. Oh, okay, its own line from way over there. Now, the reason why you want to use a separate line that's from quartz is so that this doesn't stop. And if that silica stops, then what it does is it stops the whole entire aluminum scrap. So it can actually cause the step before it to stop, and then it won't make the other thing that'll make this step run. And so both the steps get stopped. And so I don't want any of that to stop. So that's why I just get rid of the excess of both the water and of the silica. Then once this gets done over here, this is going to go out and create aluminum ingots. So those aluminum ingots are then going to go out and they're going to go whoop, over this way. And then they're going to go up into the aluminum sheets. Here they are right here. And that's running up into the aluminum sheets here along with some copper ingots that we are also taking from way down there that we're not using because we made plenty of wire and all of that stuff. And we've run that over here. And aluminum sheets is like the most useful thing in the game, everybody. Because you're going to be using those high-end belts. And when you start using those high-end belts, you need a lot of that. Look at that. That is 3 boxes deep. That is filled now. And this will fill all of these. And you can see I've got a bunch. So now, instead of having just 4 boxes of aluminum sheets, I'm going to have, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12... 13, 14, 15. I'm going to have 15 boxes of aluminum sheets. And you can see the first 3 are full. This one's still filling. You can see this is still feeding from the one behind. And so, yeah, that's going to be a lot. That's going to be a lot of good stuff. Oh, and I see a problem here in the back. I didn't connect this to that. There we go. And that's going to run a whole lot of those. Are probably backlogged in there now. Yeah, probably a bunch of those backlogged. Just going to run those to the front. And see, it actually stopped production, it looks like. because of that backlog. Yeah. These are completely stopped here. There they go. I think they moved. Yeah, there you go. They stopped because it basically had so many that it had stopped the construction here. Again, all those little things that you miss are the things that kind of trip you up. But that's okay. Now we have a lot of backlog of copper and a lot of backlog of ignits now. And so all of this stuff is now just automated. It's not gonna, I don't have to do anything with it. Now, you'd think that would be all, but it's totally not. There's more stuff to do in here. And our overall power, there we go. Now we're getting it going on, about 10,000. And you're going to think that I have so much power that, let me just give you a real sense of scale, everybody. I have so much power that I can do all of this again. Everything again, including all of these factories on this level, all of the stuff that's running over there, all of the stuff that's running down on this level, all of the extractors, all of the trains, all of the stuff that I have running everywhere can be done twice over. And that tells you that pretty awesome. Pretty awesome moment in making the game. I feel like this is definitely one of my favorite kind of module blueprinting style that you can just keep adding more and more factories. Makes it so nice. Now we've also obsoleted a whole side of our factory here, and that means that we're going to obsolete all of these generators now and just use our nuclear power. Now one of the smart things for us to do is to run over here and check on our nuclear power and make sure that it is actually accelerating the amount of things that it's making and not decelerating. Because if it's going down, then it means our power is going to go off. But let's go over here and take a look. Now, I also built 2 gigantic backup battery buildings. Then I can stack those, by the way. Just keep stacking them. I make 1,500 of them if I want to. And just have so much backup power, it could run for days, even without my power right there. But let's go take a look. Let's see, that's 100%. So now I'm going to go ahead and turn this off so it doesn't use it. Oh, I forgot my filters. I'm taking damage. I forgot my filters. I took my filters off. So this has got 50 in there. These are all maxed out. I'm just going to go ahead and take a few hits here. Take a few hits, I think. We can run in here and... Now this is what happens when you don't have any radiation filters. You actually start to take damage. But all I want to do is look at this top box here, and if it's more than 130, we did it right. Now it's not more than 130, but we can see that this is backlogged across here. So if we let this run long enough, it's going to backlog all of that. Now we hang around here long enough, we're going to die, so we're going to run out of here. But again, you have some filters that help you against that radiation, so you're not taking damage. But there we go. So yes, that is it is actually gaining over time. So what I'm going to do is just let this run. That's why I have so many hours in the game in this particular playthrough, is because I've just been letting it run. I haven't been playing it that whole entire time. I think it's best to let it run. We can also decommission all of this lines here, all of these pipelines we can take out. We can take out all of these factories, all of this storage and everything that we have here. All of this can be taken out. We can just use our nuclear power. So very, very cool. I think we'll do that next time, where we go through and we'll just kind of clean house here on all of this stuff. And then we'll work on the last few things we need to work on before we work on our phase 4 up there, which is some of our other parts. But we do have a lot of those parts already. Already done. So let's see what else we need in here. We don't need packaged fuel anymore. We got that done. Some high-speed connectors, AI limiters. Yeah, let's go ahead and put some of those in our our list of things that we want to go. Now again, this is quick wire here. This is copper sheets. We've got tons and tons of that that we can do. Aluminum casing is another thing we want to do as well. Let's put that on there. Radio control unit. We haven't done our crystal oscillators yet. Let's get those going. Back to some more Novelist. Nah, I don't think I need any more Novelist. I got so many of those. Smokeless powder, I got that. So supercomputers, and we got some plastic we could use for that. I already got that. Battery, no. What we really want to do is get this going. So adaptive control units is going to use the supercomputer and the adaptive control units that we've already made. So this is going to make this assembly director system, and that needs to make its way into the space elevator. And so the same thing with the magnet generator here. So, oh, we will need some electromagnetic rods. Ah, okay. So yeah, we'll need some control rods for that. And then versatile framework, which we're already doing. And then we will need batteries. Oh, okay, so we're going to get our batteries going. Sulfuric acid, aluminum solution. We definitely can borrow some of that and make some batteries. We can get this going. Let's see, thermal propulsion units, which is going to use our fused frames. Cooling systems. Ocean rocket. Yeah, that's going to use our cooling systems there, so we need to get all those going again. And pressure conversion cube, which is what is going to make pressure conversion cube here, which is our fused modular frames and radio control units. And then that's going to make our nuclear pasta, in which we're going to take what looks like copper and make some copper powder out of it. And then make the final thing, which we need 1,000 of those. Now, once we get all of that done, we'll want to let that run for a very long time, for an infinite amount of time, and basically let it run so it just keeps making those. Now, if it makes one, say, makes it one per minute, then we make 60 of those in an hour, or even if we make 30 of those in an hour, we just let it run until it fills, and then we finish the game. That's it. Now, of course, I feel like there's never really a finish of the game until you've tapped every single node, cut down every single tree, built yourself a bunch of awesome epic bases, and then start making like really fancy stuff. That's when I feel like it's getting there. Plutonium fuel rod here. Used for fuel on nuclear power. Produces radioactive, highly radioactive. What is plutonium? I don't think I've done plutonium here. Plutonium pellets. You can use non-fissile uranium. You can combine all this stuff. Oh, and nitric acid too. Combine. Oh, we got to use our other fuels and stuff too. Our what was that? Man, I forgot what the name of that stuff was. Another pipeline that we need to run. Gas pipeline. Some sort of gas. I can't remember the name of it. Nitrogen gas. Nitrogen gas. So yeah, we've got a whole bunch more of that to do, and we've got plenty of power to do it. We got twice as much power as we got here. And again, as long as that is not diminishing, we're good on the power. And as long as our waste material doesn't backlog into the actual power plants, we'll be fine there as well. Okay, I think that's a good place to stop, everybody. And I'm definitely gonna just crash out because we're not gonna do any Fallout 4, everybody. We're gonna crash out and sleep. Try to get back into the right schedule, and then get up tomorrow. Probably do a little bit more Satisfactory, maybe. We'll see. But I've got a whole bunch of stuff to do tomorrow during the day, so I got to get all that stuff done first. So maybe random bonus stream, maybe not. We'll see. We'll see how much things I get done. But that's the thing to do. So let's go ahead and get on the Kismet Love train and let's roll out of here. All right, everybody. Big thanks to all the peeps who are about to roll up right here. And, of course, thanks to my awesome patrons right down there who help support the Kismet Love Train. We're going to go ahead and bring up some info here for you. Now, I didn't have a chance to get my schedule done today. I was doing a bunch of stuff, including streaming for the last 8.5 hours. Yes. But we will get an updated one for this week. And, of course, Starfield is going to start on Friday. And, of course, I'm just going to be absolutely obsessed with that. We're going to be playing a ton of that. But we are going to get some 76 in on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. And then at nighttime, it'll just be nothing but Starfield in a couple weeks. But this week, we're going to do Satisfactory. I'm just trying to get to that final stage where we are running that Phase 4 stuff in there. We're going to run it in there and then pull that final lever. And then hopefully that'll be this for this run. And then when they come out with some new stuff, then we'll make a whole new run and we'll run it again. Because it's super fun. All right, and you can also check out all my social media. You can see it pop up right down there. Pop on YouTube, hit that subscribe, Twitter, hit the follow, check out the Discord and the website, and especially that Patreon, patreon.com/Kismet, where you guys can see advanced early peeks at a bunch of stuff I'm doing here on stream, including guides and highlights that are ad-free over there, and you get your name at the end of every stream and every video for your support. Appreciate it. As long as you are patron, you get your name down there. I appreciate everybody who is. And that's it for me. So let me go ahead and give you guys some caps here. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 caps. How we doing those retweets over here? I totally was not paying attention. Two of my retweets. Where did they go? Oh, I clicked off of the retweets. Oh, you guys crushed it. All right. Well, hey, you know what? Give you 4,000 more. How about that? I don't know. I think that's more than 4,000. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. I'm pressing retweet. There we go. I don't know. I just gave you a whole bunch because I screwed up. When I screw up, you guys benefit. All right, that's it for me, everybody. I'm going to see you guys for sure, well, mostly for sure, Monday night, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Fallout 4 Mega Run here on Twitch. And then I shall be back maybe for a bonus stream during the day later today. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. All right, thank you, everybody. That was super fun. I had a great time. Hope you did, too. And we'll see you next time. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button. We'll see you all next time. Bye.
Hey, thanks for watching this video. Help support more videos just like this one and keep the Kismet Love Train a-going by dropping by my Patreon and showing your support. Big thanks going out to Resident Spike, Rotisserie G, JC Hunter, AMZ, Carlos, Jeremiah, the Notorious TDK, and Scriptlin. Click to watch more videos, and I'll see you next time.